Chapter 191. There were 7 to 8 late-clasping Yuan realm warriors standing in front of the crystal counter. Most of them were just there to watch while the rest were bargaining with the owner. This sword is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? 20,000 low-rank soul stones, I will buy it. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beard. He shook his head. 30,000 low-rank soul stones, no more, no less. How about 24,000 low-rank soul stones? This is all I have. The middle-aged man still shook his head. Seeing this, the few people who wanted to buy the sword felt helpless. Although they were late-clasping Yuan realm warriors, they only had 20 to 30,000 low-rank soul stones at most, which was already very rich. Outside of the martial city, most of the late-clasping Yuan realm warriors might not even have 10,000 low-rank soul stones. Plus, they needed a lot of low-rank soul stones for their own training, so they obviously could not spend all of them. 30,000 low-rank soul stones, I will take it. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing walked over side by side. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Qin and asked suspiciously, "You want to buy it?" He had been in the martial city for many years, so he knew clearly that only some of the older late-clasping Yuan realm warriors could afford 30,000 low-rank soul stones. Yi Qin was so young, even if he came from a big martial institution, he would not have that many low-rank soul stones, unless he was the top martial genius of the martial institution, who was qualified to go to the ancient inheritance place and exchange with the martial institution. Without saying anything, Yi Qin took out 3 boxes of soul stones from his storage ring. "Alright, the Star Scar sword is yours." The middle-aged man looked very happy. He had recently been interested in a low-rank Earth realm martial art, which included a flying art, palm art, and a martial art. If he sold it individually, it would only be around 10,000 low-rank soul stones, but if he sold it all together, it would be worth 70,000 low-rank soul stones. Right now, he still needed 20,000 low-rank soul stones. As for the extra 10,000 low-rank soul stones from selling the Star Scar sword, it was for his own training. Wow, this brat is way too rich. 30,000 low-rank soul stones just like that. I'm sure that he's a genius disciple of a large sect and has entered the ancient land of inheritance. Otherwise, with his age, he wouldn't be able to accumulate so many spirit stones even after 4 or 5 years. Look at that masked girl next to him. She seems to be at the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, but the Zhen Qi vibration released from her body seems to be even more powerful than us. She must have trained some kind of powerful martial art. The quality and quantity of her Zhen Qi is terrifyingly high. That brat walking together with her, he must not be simple. All of the late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists nearby started to discuss among themselves. Some of them looked surprised, some looked greedy, and some looked envious. Murong Qingqing said in a low voice, "It's too expensive. The best low-grade artifact is only worth 20,000. It definitely won't exceed 25,000. Yi Qin said carelessly, "I don't need soul stones right now. What I need is a great sword. It doesn't matter." The Star Scar sword on the crystal counter was around 4 feet long. The body of the sword was not in the scabbard, and its whole body was shining with a misty sword light. It looked like the stars in the sky shining brightly. Yi Qin could tell that the Star Scar sword was one of the top low-rank great swords. It was even better than the air-shattering blade that Lynch had bought. If he did not buy it now, he would regret it if someone else bought it. "Wait, I want the Star Scar sword." The middle-aged man was about to hand over the Star Scar sword to Yi Qin, but a hand stopped him and said with a cold voice. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. He had a sharp nose, triangular eyes, and a skinny face. His body was so skinny that it looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, sensing the extremely cold qi coming from him, no one dared to underestimate him. This is the inner master of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, the Blood Eagle Sword Yuan Zonghua. Someone recognized the middle-aged man and said with a low voice, "It's him. This is going to be a good show." Yuan Zonghua is an experienced late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Normal late-clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to take even one sword attack from him. "Even if I can't get the Star Scar sword, I will just watch the show." The crowd spread out a little bit, standing not far away to watch the situation. Yi Qin's face darkened as he looked at the middle-aged man. Right now it was all up to him. If he insisted on selling the Star Scar sword to him, then everything would be fine. The middle-aged man pushed away Yuan Zonghua's palm and said to Yi Qin, "Young man, the Star Scar sword is yours now. As for how you deal with it, it has nothing to do with me." Letting out a breath, Yi Qin took over the Star Scar sword. Yuan Zonghua looked at the middle-aged man with a cold look. "Very good. You did not even give me Yuan Zonghua any face. It seems like you are very confident. I Fang Zonghua have always been upright. Of course I am confident. This Star Scar sword has already been paid by him, so it belongs to him now. The middle-aged man did not look scared at all. His eyes were full of killing intent. If it were not for the fact that this was the martial city where fighting was forbidden, Yuan Zonghua would have already killed the middle-aged man with one sword attack. He would not even bother to talk to him. Plus, the Star Scar sword was in Yi Chen's hand now, so it would be pointless for him to keep threatening the middle-aged man. Turning his head to look at Yi Chen, Yuan Zonghua said, "Young man, name a price. Sell this Star Scar sword to me and we can talk about it later." Putting away the Star Scar sword, Yi Chen said, "Sorry, not for sale. You better think it through." Yuan Zonghua squeezed his eyes. This is the result of thinking it through. Right now we still have something to do. But Yi Chen did not want to waste any more time with Yuan Zonghua. This kind of person would not change his mind with just a few words. So it would be a waste of time. Brat, you are looking for death. Don't think that the martial city can protect you forever. Once we get out of the martial city, Yuan Zonghua, will have my ways to make you hand over the Star Scar sword. Of course, by then, it will not be just one Star Scar sword, so I will have to collect some interest. Yuan Zonghua was so mad that he almost puked out blood. After being humiliated for so many times, his face had turned slightly red. He then clenched his fists, his veins bulging. As for Yuan Zonghua's harsh words, Yi Chen pretended that he did not hear them. Once they got out of the martial city, they would fight with their own power. If one or two words could scare him, then what was the point of him coming out to train? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School? At least the Sky Cloud Martial School had the protection of the astral-reaching realm warriors. Looking at Yi Chen's back, everyone was shocked. This brat is so straightforward. He did not even talk to Yuan Zonghua. But it would be hard for Yuan Zonghua to kill him. The masked lady next to him is very powerful. If the two of them join hands, they might be able to hurt Yuan Zonghua. Relying on women is nothing. Hearing everyone's words, Yuan Zonghua sneered. Of course he could tell how powerful Murong Qingqing was. But he was confident that he could kill Yi Chen and leave easily. Plus, with his experience, he could tell that Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen were just normal friends. They would separate eventually, and by then he would make sure that Yi Chen would die a horrible death. That would be the price for messing with Yuan Zonghua. Waving his sleeves, Yuan Zonghua turned to leave. He needed to find some people to keep an eye on Yi Chen, just in case he would be able to sneak away without anyone noticing. On the other side of the palace, Murong Qingqing said that Yuan Zonghua is not easy to deal with. With your power, I think it might be a bit of a stretch. She did not want to hurt Yi Chen, so she used the word stretch. Seriously, if Yi Chen ran into Yuan Zonghua, the only thing he could do was to run for his life. As for whether or not he could make it out alive, it was still unknown. It would be boring if the training was not dangerous. It would be nice to have some side dishes. Yi Chen was not worried at all. He now had the training method for the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, and he also had the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell. With 1 month, his power would definitely reach the next level. By then, even if he could not beat Yuan Zonghua, he would still be able to scare him. Of course, if he could reach the peak level of early clasping Yuan realm, then he would be even more confident. You're right. Murong Qingqing nodded. After buying the Star Scar sword, the two did not leave right away. There were way too many treasures in the trading palace, and there might be something they needed. As they were walking, Murong Qingqing suddenly stopped in front of a crystal counter. Inside the crystal counter, a pair of gloves with golden threads was sitting there quietly. They looked very thin, but a shocking spirit power vibration was coming out of them. Seeing the price of the gloves, Murong Qingqing shook her head. She did not plan to buy it. Yi Chen said, "This pair of low-rank gloves is not bad. Why don't you buy it?" "I do not have that many low-rank soul stones right now. We will talk about it later. Plus, I already have a pair of gloves." As the second disciple of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, Murong Qingqing already had low-rank gloves. However, compared to this pair of gloves, they were obviously not as good. 23,000 low-rank soul stones. I will pay for you. Consider it as a thank you for bringing me to the martial city. Yi Chen took out 2 big boxes and 3 small boxes without hesitation. They were all filled with low-rank soul stones. For him, 23,000 low-rank soul stones were just a small amount. He had more than 2 million low-rank soul stones now, and 60,000 mid-rank soul stones. He was even richer than a normal rank 9 martial institution. Thank you. Murong Qingqing had trained a demon martial art, so she was not shy at all. Qingqing, you don't need him to pay for you. I will give you this pair of gloves. Right then, a young man in luxurious clothes took out a low-rank soul stone and handed it to the owner of the gloves before Yi Chen could. Seeing this person, Murong Qingqing was expressionless. Second prince, what a coincidence. Yeah. It is indeed a coincidence. The young man was not very handsome, but he had the aura of a king. Behind him were 4 elderly men in black, all of whom were at least as powerful as Yuan Zonghua. The leader was obviously a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. I think I should just forget about it. I don't like this pair of gloves. Murong Qingqing did not plan to accept his gift. The young man turned around. What? Didn't you want to buy it just now? Just now was just now. I don't like it now. Yi Chen, let's go. Murong Qingqing turned around and left. Yi Chen followed behind her helplessly. The smile on the young man's face froze. Yi Chen was willing to pay for her, but she did not buy it when he gave it to her. How ridiculous. Master Lu, send a couple of people to watch them. See what kind of relationship that brat has with her. Yes, your royal highness, the old man in the lead said respectfully. Better not. Otherwise don't blame me. Glancing at Yi Chen with a creepy look, the young man dropped the gloves and walked away. Chapter 192. In front of an ancient-looking building. People were coming and going. The warriors who went in had a serious look on their faces, and the ones who came out were either overjoyed or upset. The atmosphere was quite weird. Yi Chen paused, turned his head and said, "The second prince you are talking about should be the second prince of the Black Dragon Empire, right?" Yeah, he is also ranked 34th in the last hidden dragon rank. He is slightly more powerful than Qi Xiaofeng. Murong Qingqing was playing with the golden silk gloves in her hand. Just now, under Yi Chen's suggestion, they had gone back to the crystal counter and bought the gloves. You seem to be very scared of him. I am not scared of him, I am scared of the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire behind him. In the South Rudra region, rank 6 institutions are not the most powerful ones. The royal families of the 3 big empires are the real rulers. According to the ranking, the 3 big empires are equivalent to the top rank 6 institutions. They have tens of thousands of years of history. Even the powerful 9 Ghost Cult could not destroy the 3 big empires at once. Speaking of the 9 Ghost Cult, Yi Chen could not help but ask, what is the rank of the 9 Ghost Cult? Even if all of the forces in the South Rudra region combined, they would not be able to compete with it. It is a rank 5 institution and it is a top rank 5 institution. There are thousands of astral-reaching realm warriors in the martial institution, and dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors. And the leader of the 9 Ghost Cult is a life and death realm warrior. If it were not for the Dragon King and Xianhou working together to hunt him down, the 9 Ghost Cult would have already conquered the whole South Rudra region. The Dragon King and Xianhou working together to hunt down the leader of the 9 Ghost Cult. Yi Chen gasped. In this true spirit continent, life and death realm warriors were definitely a legend. A lot of people might not even get to see one in their entire lives. Murong Qingqing had a longing look on her face as she explained, the battle between life and death realm warriors is not a normal battle. Even if you are 30% more powerful, you will only be able to beat your opponent back. You will not even be able to hurt your opponent. Although the Dragon King is an experienced life and death realm warrior, and Xianhou is even more powerful, the leader of the Su King is not a normal life and death realm warrior either. In a one-on-one battle, you will not be able to do anything to him. In the whole world, perhaps only that supreme warrior, Su King, could wound the leader of the 9 Ghost Cult badly by himself. But to kill him completely would be very, very hard, unless the power gap between the two was a few times higher. You're saying that the leader of the 9 Ghost Cult might still be alive? You don't know? Murong Qingqing shook his head. Yi Chen forced a smile. With his cultivation he would not be able to understand the power of life and death realm warriors at all. Making wild guesses would only bring trouble to himself. Alright, let's go in. Yi Chen did not say anything else as he walked towards the ancient-looking building. Welcome. You two are here to use the training room, right? In the lobby there was a beautiful lady sitting there. Seeing the two walk in, a formal smile appeared on her face. Yi Chen nodded, that's right. The martial city was different from other places. It could be said that it was blessed by the heavens. Under the martial city there was the Earth Shajin fire which was extremely hot. Once an astral-reaching realm warrior touched it, he or she would be burned into ashes in an instant. However, what was amazing was that if a warrior trained near the Earth Shajin fire, he or she would be able to train his or her Jin Qi much faster, and it would be easier for him or her to make a breakthrough. Later on, Dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors performed an amazing trick and gathered the fire chi that came from the Earth Shajin fire in one place, and built the unique training room of the martial city. Training in the training room was much better than before. Most of the warriors who came to the martial city because of the fame of the Earth Shajin fire were here to train in the training room, hoping to reach a higher level as soon as possible. Of course, training in the training room required soul stones. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The training rooms in our martial city are divided into 4 ranks: the low-rank training room, the mid-rank training room, the high-rank training room, and the top-rank training room. However, only astral-reaching realm warriors can use the high-rank training room and above. Would you like a low-rank training room or a mid-rank training room? Yichen said, give us 2 mid-rank training rooms. The fire chi in the high-rank training room was way too intense. Warriors below the astral-reaching realm would not be able to handle it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the martial city to restrict the warrior's cultivation, since everyone's soul stones were soul stones anyway. The mid-rank training room costs 1,000 low-rank soul stones per day. There is a mid-rank training field outside. Please pay for 3 days' worth of soul stones in advance. Yichen had already heard the price of the training room from Murong Qingqing, so he was not too surprised. He took out 6,000 low-rank soul stones and put them on the counter, then took 2 jade tags from the waiter's hand. The ancient characters 64 and 65 were written on the jade tags. Please follow me, a waiter said as he led the way. Yichen and Murong Qingqing followed. Not long after, the two followed the waiter to 2 adjacent yards. The waiter said, on the left is the mid-rank training room 64, and on the right is the mid-rank training room 65. Before you leave the training room they belong to you. Without your permission no one can enter. Got it. Yichen took out 10 low-rank soul stones and threw them to the waiter. Thank you. I wish you success in your training. The waiter revealed a smile. He was only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. 10 low-rank soul stones were quite a lot for him. After the waiter left, Yichen said, I think this training will take a long time. If you can't wait you can leave first. I will pay for the soul stones. All right. Murong Qingqing indeed would not stay in the martial city for a long time, since she could not make a breakthrough with her current cultivation. Even with the training room it would not be possible. If she did not make much progress, she would need to go back to the Sky Flying Devil Martial School and prepare for it before heading to the 100,000 mountain range to find the Sky Devil Flower. After separating from Murong Qingqing, Yichen entered the 64th yard. While this training field is not bad, it should be able to take a lot of impact. In front of his eyes was a small martial arts field with a circumference of 30 meters. The ground of the martial arts field was paved with extremely hard blue iron stones. In the center of the martial arts field, there were 3 training pillars made of metal. There were many marks on the surface, such as sword marks, saber marks, and palm prints. It was obvious that they had been used by people. Taking out his Star Scar sword, Yichen took a deep breath and threw out a sword attack. The light blue sword chi sliced through the air, leaving a deep sword mark on the training columns. Because Yichen did not know how hard the training columns were, he took out his Dragon Spring sword and threw out another sword chi, leaving a slightly shallow sword mark on the training columns. Yeah, it increased the attacking power by about 15%. A low-rank great sword is indeed a low-rank great sword. It is not something a normal great sword can compete with. Regarding the power of the Star Scar sword, Yichen was very satisfied. But in comparison he preferred the hardness of a low-rank great weapon. With the Star Scar sword he would not have to worry about the sword breaking anymore. The yard was not that big. Besides the small training field there was only one building. Inside the building there was a living room in the middle, a bedroom on the left and a training room on the right. The training room was made of a special material. It was not made of stone, nor was it made of metal. Instead it looked like it was made of some kind of iron wood. It was hard and cold to the touch. Once he entered the room Yichen felt the temperature increase. But strangely, staying in the training room he did not feel hot at all. On the contrary, his body felt warm, and the Zhen Qi that was flowing slowly suddenly became active, like a surging river. Releasing his soul power, Yichen wanted to see what was so special about the training room. Soon, he found that there was a light red gas rising up from the ground, gathering in the training room. Because of the special material, the walls and the ceiling had the effect of blocking the red gas, preventing it from spreading out. This should be the fire chi of the earth Zhen Qi. I wonder what the real earth Zhen Qi looks like. Mumbling to himself, Yichen walked to the cushion in the middle of the training room and sat down with his legs crossed. He took out a chi replenishing pellet, a spirit-replenishing pellet, and a soul-replenishing pellet and put them into his mouth. He then took out 2 low-rank soul stones and held them in his hands. This time he wanted to reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm. Only with his cultivation could his overall power increase rapidly. Closing his eyes, Yichen slowly entered the training state. You mean that brat is training in the training room? In the private room of the restaurant, Yuan Zongbua said to the condensing reality realm warrior who was standing in front of him. The warrior nodded, yes. Keep watching him. Once he comes out, send someone to inform me immediately. You will get the soul stones. Yuan Zongbua said with a cold expression. Yes. The warrior looked very happy. In the martial city, condensing reality realm warriors did not have much status. It was very hard to earn soul stones through normal channels. The good thing was that all the warriors who entered the martial city had some conflicts with each other. Normally, the warriors who had conflicts would find a few condensing reality realm warriors to keep an eye on each other. Of course, there was a price to pay, which was soul stones. You can leave for now. Yuan Zongbua waved his hand. Waiting until the warrior left, Yuan Zongbua's face turned evil. Brat, the training room is not omnipotent. You are only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior, and you can only reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm in a short period of time. You will not be able to compete with me. Once you leave the martial city, it will be your death. As for that star scar sword, it will be mine. Inside another luxurious yard. Second Prince, our people have been watching along the way. They found that this guy is not that close to Miss Murong. They should be normal friends. The elder in black said with respect. Hearing him, the second prince laughed. Normal friends? That's what I said. Qingqing is a proud woman. How could she have a relationship with someone else? Plus, that brat is only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. The elder in black rolled his eyes and thought to himself, no one said that he has a relationship with Murong Qingqing. You are the one who thinks so. If that is the case, then let's stop watching. Murong Qingqing has a lot of normal friends. There is no need to watch every single one of them. Knowing that Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing were normal friends, the second prince felt a lot better. He did not plan to cause any trouble for Yi Qin. After all, martial geniuses had too many normal friends. It would be weird if they did not have any. Yes. Chapter 193. Days passed by. On the 7th day noon. The door of the training room was opened and Yi Qin walked out. I can't stay in the training room for too long. As time goes on, the Earth Shajin fire will make me anxious. If I continue to train like this, I might lose my mind and end up with unpredictable consequences. Alright, I will take a break for a while and train the Flow Rudra 3 spell and the Void Shattering Finger art. For Yi Qin, the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell was very important. Only by increasing his speed would he have the chance to escape from danger in the future. Let's go eat something first. Letting out a breath of hot air, Yi Qin pushed open the door and walked out of the yard. Although clasping Yuan realm warriors could go for a long time without eating or drinking, but once they stopped training they would still be very hungry. Yi Qin was no exception. Young warrior, this is a note from your friend. Outside the yard, the waiter who had served Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing saw Yi Qin and hurried over, handing him a note. Yi Qin took the note and opened it. Brother Yi, I still have something to do. I will go back to the Sky Demon Martial School now. Be careful, we will meet again in the future. Murong Qingqing. Closing the note, Yi Qin asked, when did she leave? 4 days ago. Thank you, this is your reward. Taking out 10 low-rank soul stones from his storage ring, Yi Qin threw them to the waiter. The waiter took the low-rank soul stones and thought to himself, so generous. 10 low-rank soul stones at once, it is enough for me to train for a month. In a restaurant nearby, Yi Qin sat on the second floor near the window. Yuan Zongbua's power is not to be underestimated. Before I leave the city, I have to reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm, and I have to train the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell to the first realm as well. Adding my ace attack, the one-sword attack, I should be able to fight against him for a while. Unfortunately, the third movement of the Void Shattering Finger art is extremely hard to train. If I could learn 10 to 20% of it, I would have a higher chance of winning. According to Yi Chen's estimation, the Void Shattering Finger art should be a Heaven Realm Finger art, and it was not a low-rank one at that. Judging from the fact that the stone pillar-like finger could shatter a life and death realm beast with a single finger attack, Yi Chen could tell that. Soon, all the dishes were served as well as a pot of wine. Yi Chen couldn't care less about being polite and started wolfing down the food. Did you guys know that yesterday, an astral-reaching realm martial artist died in the heavy mysterious mountain? A few clasping Yuan realm martial artists were sitting together on the third table next to them, talking to each other. What? An astral-reaching realm warrior is dead. Who killed him? It was the mountain-shaking old man Jianghu. The one who died was not a nobody either. His nickname was Evil Blade, and he had reached the peak of early astral-reaching realm. Evil Blade, it was him. Decades ago, he had killed the whole family of the mountain-shaking old man's disciple. The mountain-shaking old man had always hated him. I did not expect him to catch him this time. Alright, how many attacks did they use? Although the mountain-shaking old man was a mid-astral reaching realm warrior, Evil Blade was also very powerful. I heard that he could take on normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors. 3 attacks. The mountain-shaking old man killed Evil Blade with only 3 attacks. That's impossible. Did Evil Blade not have enough time to burn his Zhenyuan? If he did not burn his Zhenyuan, Evil Blade would only be able to take 1 attack at most. Back then the mountain-shaking old man had gone all out. He did not even say anything before burning his Zhenyuan, not giving Evil Blade any chance to escape. It's good that he died. Evil Blade had killed countless people, so he would not be able to escape after all. Hearing their conversation, Yi Chen thought to himself, the mountain-shaking old man looks like a nice person, and he even teased me in front of Murong Qingqing. But when he is angry he is quite fierce. He killed a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior with 3 attacks. I am afraid that even Thunder Freer would not be able to take 3 attacks from him. After lunch, Yi Chen walked out onto the street. As he walked, he stopped. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, he thought to himself. It seems like you have not reached the peak-level early clasping Yuan realm yet. Plus, your friend has left you as well. Yuan Zhonghua looked at Yi Chen with an evil intention. Yi Chen said lightly, right now is the best chance to kill me. Unfortunately, it is not in your hands. There is no use trying to provoke me. I'm not stupid. Even astral-reaching realm warriors do not dare to kill people in the martial city. I would not dare to either. Unfortunately, you cannot stay in the martial city forever. Then you wait for me. Maybe I will stay in the martial city for 3 to 5 years. Yi Chen sneered as he walked past Yuan Zhonghua. Yuan Zhonghua's face darkened. If he really wanted to stay in the martial city for 3 to 5 years, he would not be able to do anything about it. Damn. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise I will make you beg for death. Back in the yard, Yi Chen rested for a while and started to learn the Flow Rudra 3 spell. Another 7 days passed. On the small training field. Separate. Yi Chen groaned with a low voice. 2 extremely real Zhen Qi shadows appeared from Yi Chen's body. The Zhen Qi shadows started to fly, and within a blink of an eye, they had already run 1 round around the training field. Then they suddenly appeared in front of the metal training column and threw a punch on it. Boom. Boom. 2 fist marks appeared on the training column. Soon. After a while, the Flow Rudra 3 spell should be able to reach the first realm. By then, the separating shadow flying art would be at the middle rank Earth realm. Right now, the separating shadow flying art had already surpassed the original effect. It was not any weaker than the top low rank Earth realm flying art, and was only 1 step away from the middle rank Earth realm. The Zhen Qi shadows merged into his body. Yi Chen stood still and closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and an extremely horrifying qi spread out. He reached out his right index finger and pointed at the training column. A deep finger mark appeared in the middle of the training column, and the fingerprint could be seen clearly. Seeing that, Yi Chen shook his head. Still not good. Not even 1/10 of it. The third movement of the void-shattering finger is too hard. It seems like my cultivation is indeed too low. Wanting to learn a heaven realm finger art is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Let's not waste any more time. During this period of time, besides training the Flow Rudra 3 spell, Yi Chen was also training the void-shattering finger art. He wanted to see if he could make a breakthrough. It seemed like the rank of the void-shattering finger art was too high, and it would be unwise to waste his time on it. Time flew by like water. On this day, Yi Chen moved extremely fast on the small training field. On his way, his body slightly shook, and 2 Zhen Qi shadows shot out towards the training column at an unbelievable speed. Break! The real body and Zhen Qi shadows threw out a punch at the same time, violently hitting the training column. Boom boom boom. 3 muffled sounds were heard almost at the same time. Back out. With 1 punch thrown out, the 3 shadows mixed together and backed out in a dazzling way. It was impossible to tell which was the real body and which was the Zhen Qi shadows. Compared to before, the speed and effect were not the same at all. Taking back the Zhen Qi shadows, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The Flow Rudra 3 spell has finally reached the first realm. Right now, my separating shadow flying art is more than 50% stronger than before. I can already cooperate with the Zhen Qi shadows to attack the enemies together. Seriously speaking, the Zhen Qi shadows created by the separating shadow flying art were mainly used to confuse the enemies, and did not have much power. However, after reaching the mid-rank Earth realm, the Zhen Qi shadow's power had increased drastically. When encountering a powerful opponent, the Zhen Qi shadows would be able to block the opponent for a second, and that second would be more than enough. The Earth Fiend Zhen fire inside my body has almost dissipated. I should try to break into the peak level early clasping Yuan realm this time. Reaching the peak level early clasping Yuan realm from the early clasping Yuan realm required a lot of accumulation. If there were pellets or treasures that could increase Zhen Qi, it could be done within a couple of days. Unfortunately, these kinds of pellets and treasures were not something that normal people could get. Only those rank 7 martial institutions or super martial institutions had the resources to train their genius disciples. For example, Murong Qingqing had improved her cultivation from the mid-clasping Yuan realm to the peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm with a fire dragon fruit. According to her, the other top-ranked hidden dragon rank warriors had done the same. There was no time to be jealous of those genius disciples from the rank 7 martial institutions or super martial institutions. Right now, Yi Chen could only focus on training step by step. What? That brat went inside to train again? Inside the private room of the restaurant, Yuan Zongbo was extremely furious. The teenager who came to inform Yi Chen said, "Yes, I used the low-rank soul stones you gave me to bribe a few waiters. They did not see him come out. Keep watching. I don't believe that he can really stay in the martial city for 3 to 5 years." Yuan Zongbo was now really worried that Yi Chen would not leave the martial city. It was not like this had never happened before. A lot of people had stayed in the martial city for 10 or even 20 years in order to avoid their enemies. They did not dare to leave the martial city until their enemies were killed by someone else. This time, Yi Chen stayed in the training room for half a month without coming out. He did not drink a single drop of water for half a month. He had put all of his focus into training. He had used hundreds of low-rank soul stones and dozens of spirit, chi and mental pellets. If it was a normal early clasping Yuan realm warrior who did this, there would be a huge chance that he would lose his mind. However, Yi Chen's soul power was extremely powerful, which allowed him to extend the time by more than 2 times. Otherwise he would not have been so reckless. Outside the yard, different waiters would come and watch during their break time, which made the waiter who had received a tip from Yi Chen feel suspicious. He had lived in the martial city for so many years and had seen everything. If he was not mistaken, there should be someone who wanted to kill Yi Chen. Under the watch of those waiters, Yi Chen finally came out again. The fire chi of the Earth Fiend Zhen fire is so amazing. After training for so long, my meridians are still fine. But it should also have the effect of the chi replenishing pellet and the soul replenishing pellet. Normally, warriors would stop after training for a couple of hours at most, because their meridians could not handle the constant flow of Zhen Qi, which could easily cause damage to their meridians. However, in the training room, Yi Chen would only stop for a couple of hours after training for half a day. He would close his eyes and rest. After a couple of hours, his meridians would return to normal and he would continue training. Letting out a long breath, Yi Chen opened the door and mumbled to himself, "I have reached the peak level early clasping Yuan realm. I will not be able to make another breakthrough in a short period of time." Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door from outside the yard. Yi Chen pulled with his right hand and the door bolt was pulled open. He said, "Come in." Crack. The door opened and it was the waiter who had served him before. "What is it?" Yi Chen asked. "You should not leave the martial city for now. Someone has their eyes on you and they have arranged a lot of waiters to watch over you." Yi Chen smiled lightly. "I know, thanks." Yuan Zongbo had sent people to watch over him, and he had already known about it. Now that his cultivation and flying art had both improved, he did not have to be afraid of him anymore. "You know? Seems like I have been worrying too much." The waiter laughed. Yi Chen said, "You go first, don't get yourself into trouble." Yeah. The waiter was taking a huge risk by coming here. Although he would not leave the martial city in a couple of years, some things were unpredictable. The next morning, Yi Chen closed the door and was about to leave the training room. Chapter 194. You have trained in the training room for 35 days. Excluding the 3 days that you paid before, you still need to pay for 32 days worth of soul stones. That's 32,000 low-rank soul stones in total. The lady said with a smile. Yi Qin paid the soul stones and before he left, he glanced at the waiter who had a weird expression on his face. Walking on the street, Yi Qin thought to himself, if nothing goes wrong, Yuan Zongbo will soon know that I have left the martial city, and he will definitely come after me. Instead of fighting back or running away, I might as well make the first move and teach him a lesson. After making up his mind, Yi Qin increased his speed and flew towards the city gate. Sir, the kid you asked us to watch is running towards the city gate. The door of the restaurant was opened, and the young man rushed in. Crack. The teacup was shattered as Yuan Zongbo stood up and laughed. Kid, let's see where you can run this time. Today the heavy mystery mountain will be your burial ground. Yuan Zongbo was not afraid of Yi Qin running away at all. The gravity in the center of the heavy mystery mountain was 10 times stronger than the outside world. The lower the cultivation, the greater the pressure. He and Yi Qin were 2 realms apart. No matter how you looked at it, he was way more powerful than Yi Qin. Seeing that Yuan Zongbo was about to leave, the young man said, Sir, what about the other half of the soul stones you promised me? Let's talk about it when I come back. I will give you double. As the voice came, the young man had already disappeared. Getting out of the city gate, Yi Qin's body flashed and landed on the thigh-thick chain. Zhen Qi exploded from his feet and he jumped out like he was on a skateboard. Coming. On his way, Yi Qin's soul power sensed Yuan Zongbo's aura. The latter was running towards him and soon he had reached the city gate. The moment Yuan Zongbo got out of the city gate, he saw Yi Qin who was almost at the other side of the abyss. He laughed and jumped up into the sky like a rock spreading its wings. Within a second he landed on the chain. His legs started to move back and forth at an extremely fast speed, increasing his speed. Soon Yuan Zongbo arrived at the top of the mountain along the chain. Looking down, a few miles away, a human shadow was running crazily, looking back from time to time, looking a bit impatient. Can you escape? His clothes started to flutter even though there was no wind. Yuan Zongbo jumped into the air, and his Zhen Qi started to pour out, forming a 3 meters long blood-red Zhen Qi eagle outside his body. The eagle flapped its wings and with a shoo sound, it dived down, drawing a beautiful blood-colored arc in the air. The 2 of them moved as fast as lightning, one chasing and the other escaping. Blood eagle art. That is not Yuan Zongbo. Who is he chasing? Yuan Zongbo is an experienced late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Judging from the Zhen Qi vibration of that guy in front of us, he has not reached the mid-clasping Yuan realm yet. He should be at the peak level early clasping Yuan realm. The blood eagle sword Yuan Zongbo is ruthless. This guy is going to suffer. What does it have to do with us? Countless warriors die in the heavy mysterious mountains every day. Not long ago, even an astral-reaching realm warrior died. The heavy mystery mountain range was not very big, and there were many martial artists coming and going. The chase and escape between the 2 alarmed many martial artists, causing them to talk about it. Kid, let's see where you can run to. Wrapped by the Zhen Qi eagle, Yuan Zongbo took out his great sword and threw out a sword attack. The blood-red sword Qi stretched out in the air, slicing through the air. Wherever it went, the mountain rocks were cut in half, and the trees fell down one after another. Within a second it had caught up with Yi Qin. Boom. A small hill in front of them had been blown open. It was like Yi Qin had grown eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly changed his route and flew towards a remote road. Hehe, the more remote the better. This way there will not be any accidents. The Zhen Qi eagle flapped its wings and carried Yuan Zongbo, chasing after Yi Qin. Gradually no one could be seen around them anymore. The ground was covered with weeds, which were huge and tall, with the thickness of an arm. Obviously, the gravity of the heavy mysterious mountains had strengthened the plants that survived in there, making them much tougher than the plants in the outside world. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Yuan Zongbo laughed out loud. Little brat, I advise you not to run anymore. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for thinking that you could escape from me. In front of him, Yi Qin's cold voice was heard. It is hard to tell who will laugh in the end. Stubborn duck. Let's see how you will laugh later. Yuan Zongbo hated Yi Qin's tone. Until now, Yi Qin was still terrifyingly calm as if nothing could affect him. On the contrary, Yuan Zongbo seemed to be irritated, as if he could not wait to kill Yi Qin and destroy his confidence. Both of them were flying at a low altitude only tens of meters away from the ground. Suddenly Yi Qin's body landed on the ground, and he started to run on the ground. Yuan Zongbo was dazed for a second and then he laughed out proudly. The gravity of the heavy mysterious mountains is extremely strong. The Zhen Qi will be consumed 10 times faster than the outside world. God is on my side. Let's see how you are going to escape. Eagle punch. As the punch was thrown out, an eagle's cry was heard. The grass in front of him had been smashed into pieces under the pressure of the punch. The ground sank a couple of meters deep and a huge fist mark appeared. He dodged it. Yuan Zhonghua thought that his punch would be enough to wound Yi Chen, but he did not expect that Yi Chen's speed would suddenly increase, allowing him to dodge the punch. Oh well, it has been a while since I played the game of cat and mouse. Right then he felt that killing Yi Chen all of a sudden would be pointless. After all, he had been pissed off for a month and he needed to vent it out. However, before he could be happy for long, the hairs on his body suddenly stood up. Danger. After going through so many bloody battles, Yuan Zhonghua instinctively felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously increased the strength of his Zhen Qi layer. The blood-red Zhen Qi eagle around his body had been compressed to half of its original size, and its thickness had also doubled. All of this happened within a blink of an eye. In the next second, a beam of sword qi shot out from under the ground, hitting Yuan Zhonghua's body within a second. Brat, you will die a horrible death. Blood puked out of his mouth. Although Yuan Zhonghua had sensed the danger, he did not know where the danger was coming from. What was worse was that underneath his Zhen Qi layer was the weakest, and it was immediately torn open by the sword qi, causing him to suffer quite a serious internal injury. The ground cracked open and Yi Chen's body shot out. Zhen Qi shadow. Yuan Zhonghua's pupils shrank. He was not stupid, and it did not take him long to figure out how Yi Chen managed to get under the ground. It turned out that the second Yi Chen landed on the ground, he had performed his separating shadow flying art and left a Zhen Qi shadow on the ground to attract Yuan Zhonghua's attention. His real body had already gone under the ground, and with his soul power, he had easily tracked Yuan Zhonghua's location. Yi Chen did not plan to let his opponent rest. He waved out his sword, and a light blue giant sword qi shot up, twisting the air and forming a tornado, attacking towards his opponent. Ha, small tricks. Now I will let you know that even if I am wounded, I can still kill you easily. Blood Eagle 3 sword attacks. Yuan Zhonghua sneered and threw out 3 sword attacks in a row. 3 beams of sword qi, 2 from the top and 1 from the bottom. The top 2 were like the eagle's wings, and the bottom one was like the eagle's sharp claws. They flew towards the tornado, and all of a sudden, the tornado was cut into 3 pieces, turning into air and pure Yuan qi scattering everywhere. The old late clasping Yuan realm warriors are indeed not to be underestimated. With the Star Scar sword in his hand, Yi Chen's body flashed, jumping towards Yuan Zhonghua. Die. Yuan Zhonghua laughed viciously as that blood-red Zhen Qi eagle flew out of his body. Swoosh. The Zhen Qi shadow had been torn apart, and Yi Chen's real body was less than 10 meters away from Yuan Zhonghua. 1 sword attack. His body suddenly stood up. Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands, and threw out a sword attack from above. The light blue sword qi flashed once before disappearing, leaving a light blue line in the air, stretching straight towards Yuan Zhonghua. What? So fast? It was not the first time Yuan Zhonghua had seen such a fast sword qi, but it was the first time he had seen it from a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior. Right then, it was obviously too late for him to avoid it. He yelled, held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. Boom. The sword qi and the great sword clashed, and a horrifying shockwave exploded. A 7 meters deep hole appeared on the ground, and on the edge of the hole, there were spider web-like sword marks spreading out, cutting all the plants. Yuan Zhonghua's body had been blown away by the shockwave, and his face had turned even paler. Together with his scrawny face, he looked like wrinkled white wax, which made him look horrifying. Brat, very good. I have underestimated you. But no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape death. He was indeed shocked. Although he had been wounded by the sword qi before, his attacking power had not decreased by much. It was at least 80%. With 80% of his power, normal late clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to compete with him. Killing a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm brat would be a piece of cake. But right now, he understood that Yi Chen was the kind of martial genius who could challenge those with higher cultivation than him. Boom. Yuan Zhonghua stomped on the ground and cracked it open. He stared at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. He held his great sword with both of his hands and stabbed it into the ground. He yelled with a low voice, 1 sword sky. Danger. It had always been Yi Chen sneakily attacking his opponents, and he had never been sneakily attacked before. As Yuan Zhonghua stabbed his sword into the ground, he could feel that there was a huge amount of sword qi brewing under the ground. Once it exploded, it would be more than enough to cut him into pieces. His body flashed again and again. Yi Chen had suddenly created 3 Jinqi shadows. All of a sudden, the ground suddenly cracked open. Countless waist-thick blood-colored light beams shot out of the ground, easily piercing through the Jinqi shadows and chasing after Yi Chen's real body. With his soul power, Yi Chen managed to dodge a couple of times. How is this possible? How did he know where the sword qi was going to explode? Yuan Zhonghua opened his eyes wide. Even he could not dodge that sword attack, so he thought that Yi Chen would not be able to either. Yuan Zhonghua bit on his teeth and poured half of his Zhen Qi into his great sword, sending it into the ground. Boom. A 7 to 8 meters thick blood-colored light beam covered Yi Chen's dodging area, shooting up into the sky. Sword Qi Mountain. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen waved down with all of his strength. All of a sudden, layers of mountain-like sword qi attacked the blood-colored light beam, canceling out the damage. The blood-colored light beam covered a huge area. Even though it had cancelled out most of the impact, there was still a small part of the piercing power that was able to break Yi Chen's great mysterious body protecting Jin Qi. Right then, the great mysterious art that had been trained to the peak of its 9th realm finally showed its effect. The quality of his Jin Qi was way higher than normal Jin Qi. That thin layer of Jin Qi did not disappear at all, and was still protecting Yi Chen's body. Chapter 195. Impossible. How did he block it? Yuan Zhonghua's one sword soaring sky consumed a lot of his Jin Qi. Before, he had thrown out dozens of sword attacks in a row, and then he threw out a sword attack with a huge range. Almost 70% of his Jin Qi had been used up, and the remaining Jin Qi was barely enough for him to perform a couple of small range attacks. However, those small range attacks were obviously not enough to lock onto Yi Chen's body, which was a waste of Jin Qi. Although I do not know what kind of medicine you use to recover your Jin Qi, but I have the purple gold Qi restoring pellet, which can recover 20 to 30% of my Jin Qi instantly. Even after using all of his ace attacks, he still could not kill Yi Chen. Yuan Zhonghua planned to use the purple gold Qi restoring pellet to exhaust Yi Chen to death. He did not believe that Yi Chen had better pellets. Plus, better pellets meant more valuable pellets. Even if he had 1 or 2 of them, it would already be very scary. Putting a purple gold pellet into his mouth, Yuan Zhonghua took out his great sword, which was covered in blood. He lowered his body and approached Yi Chen, leaving a shadow behind. Yi Chen turned his body and faced Yuan Zhonghua's attack head-on. He sneered in his mind. Exhaust me to death? I am afraid that I will still be alive after you die. Bang. The Star Scar sword clashed with Yuan Zhonghua's great sword, and a circle of bright shockwaves spread out in all directions. The hard grass that had been under 10 times the normal gravity exploded layer by layer, bringing up waves of dirt. Eagle Fist. Holding the sword with his right hand and throwing out a punch with his left hand, Yuan Zhonghua's attacks were like a storm. One after another, he threw out all of his killing attacks. He did not plan to give Yi Chen any chance to react. Dominating 1,000 years. It had been a long time since Yi Chen had used the Tyrant Fist art. Ever since he started training the Shocking Cloud Sword art, the Tyrant Fist art had been completely hidden away. But today the Tyrant Fist art showed its power again. The first attack he performed was the 4th movement of the Tyrant Fist art, dominating 1,000 years. Once the fist was thrown out, the qi flow within hundreds of meters started to move. It was like the wind was blowing and the clouds were rolling. That shocking dominating aura seemed like it was going to rule the whole world. Yuan Zhonghua's fist power could not move at all, as it was completely blocked out by Yi Chen's fist. If that was the case, it would have been fine. However, after a few consecutive attacks, his fist power seemed to have been penetrated, which made his entire arm feel numb. He could no longer control his power. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the 2 of them were sent flying backwards. Dozens of deep footprints were left on the grassland. Yuan Zhonghua was shocked. What kind of fist art was that? His Eagle Fist art was a low-rank Earth Realm fist art after all. Combined with his late clasping Yuan Realm Jin Qi, it should have been an overwhelming advantage. As his body glided out, Yi Chen calmed down. He thought that using the Tyrant Fist art to block the opponent's fist art would result in a tie at most, but the result was much better than what he had expected. Thinking about it, the Tyrant Fist art was one of the top low-rank Earth Realm fist arts. Each style was more powerful than the previous one. The 4th style, Tyrant Fist art, was already as powerful as a normal mid-rank Earth Realm fist art. Besides that, he had also used the sword intent in that fist art. Using the sword intent to integrate the fist power, he had already gained an innate advantage. I don't believe you can last that long. Yuan Zongbo was furious. His sword art could not hurt his opponent and his fist art could not hurt him either. All of a sudden he was so angry that his blood boiled. He threw out a sword and a fist attack. Split. Touching the ground with the tip of his foot, Yi Qin jumped out towards his opponent. Two Jinqi shadows flashed out, one on the left and one on the right, following Yi Qin and attacking Yuan Zongbo. Da, 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 ba, 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 ba. Sword against sword, fist against fist, mixed with the muffled sound of fists hitting the protective Jinqi layer. The place where the two were fighting was extremely messy. Break. Letting the Jinqi shadow attack his protective Jinqi layer, Yuan Zongbo jumped into the air and threw out a punch towards Yi Qin's head with a sharp exploding sound. Yi Qin tilted his head, and a small hill behind him was blown up. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent could not connect after throwing out a punch, Yi Qin took a step forward. His left fist carried a spiral power and attacked towards his opponent's Dantian Qi Si. As long as his attack landed, it would be enough to cripple his opponent. Qi Si sword. Yuan Zongbo held the sword in his right hand and stabbed towards Yi Qin's chest. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword Qi was shot out from his Dantian, clashing with Yi Qin's fist power. Da. The Star Scar sword had blocked out his opponent's attack. Yi Qin's body flashed and two human shadows appeared. Which one is real? Which one is fake? Yi Qin's movement was way too fast. Yuan Zongbo could only see a blur in front of his eyes, and then there was another person in front of him. He did not have time to think as he hurried to back out. His great sword that was covered in blood continuously threw out a spider web like sword Qi. Oh, oh. The two human shadows were both shattered into pieces. Yuan Zongbo's scalp went numb. He screamed in his mind, "Not good. Both of them are fake. Damn it." Touching the ground with his feet, Yuan Zongbo jumped into the air. Oh. The ground was cracked open and sword Qi flew out. Although you are not a good person, your battling experience and reaction are quite powerful. Coming out of the ground, Yi Qin raised his head and looked at Yuan Zongbo, who was in the air. Floating in the air, Yuan Zongbo's face turned pale. If he had hesitated for even a second, he would have been wounded even more. Do I really have to use that attack? Yi Qin's battling experience was not that good, but it was unpredictable and unpredictable. It was always surprising. Until now, Yuan Zongbo had started to doubt if he would be able to make him stay. Deep in his mind, he even started to think about backing out. However, this thought had only flashed through his mind for a second before it was immediately denied. What a joke. Even a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior could scare me away. Then I will definitely have a problem in my heart in the future. A blue light flashed once again. Yi Qin performed his one-sword attack again. Seeing that, Yuan Zongbo made up his mind. His boiling Jinqi was poured into his right arm in a very aggressive manner. His skin started to crack all of a sudden. There were blood strands that merged with his Jinqi, making his Jinqi even thicker and redder. Minor blood demon body separating great art. Holding the great sword in his right arm, Yuan Zongbo threw out a sword attack. Whoosh! The blood-red sword Qi expanded in the air, turning into 100 meters long sword Qi. It shattered Yi Qin's blue sword Qi and continued to fall down. The horrifying sword pressure made the ground collapse. A huge sword hole that was almost 1,000 meters long appeared. Yi Qin did not dare to hesitate. He threw out 3 different sword Qi with the sword in his right hand, while his left hand suddenly formed a fist and threw out a series of attacks. Then, his right hand suddenly straightened like a blade and suddenly pointed out his index finger in the air. All of those movements were done within a second. It was unbelievably fast and connected. If there were other top warriors here, they would have been shocked. In a battle between top warriors, doing 2 things at once was already the limit. Doing 3 things at once would only be possible if he had trained some kind of secret martial art. No one had ever seen anyone attack 6 times within a second, and all 6 times were different. It could be considered as doing 6 things at once. But of course it was still a long way from actually doing 6 things at the same time. The 100 meters long blood-red sword Qi started to wear out under the continuous attacks. Its power decreased drastically. When it got close to Yi Qin, it was only about 10 meters long. Oh. The bloody sword Qi that had been greatly weakened had been shattered. Yi Qin stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, leaving countless Jinqi shadows in the air. Some of these Jinqi shadows were very real, some were blurry and some were clear in the front but blurry in the back. There were all kinds of different shapes and sizes. The reason why he did that was to trick Yuan Zongbo so that he would not be able to tell where his real body was. I don't care how many Jinqi shadows you have, I will break them all with one sword attack. Yuan Zonghua had bought the minor blood demon body separating art from a top warrior. It was said that it was the simplified version of the blood demon body separating art from one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult. Although the simplified version of the minor blood demon body separating art was much less powerful, it did not have the danger of exploding, and it would not hurt his core either. However, the side effects were still not small. If nothing happened to his right arm, it would dry up like a piece of wood, and his blood would dry up. Without any medicine to help him recover, his arm would be useless. The arm that was getting skinnier and skinnier was surrounded by a blood mist. Yuan Zonghua's face looked extremely twisted as he waved out a sword attack towards the group of human shadows. It was like a blood-red sun, and all of the human shadows were cut into pieces within a second. After performing the Demon Dao secret martial art, your reaction speed has slowed down. All of a sudden Yi Chen's voice came from behind Yuan Zonghua. Release. Yuan Zonghua was shocked. His back suddenly cracked open, and his Jin Qi and blood threads combined into a blood-red Qi shield to protect his body. Yi Chen only threw out one finger attack, and a small hole appeared on the blood-red Qi shield. The finger power landed on Yuan Zonghua's back from a distance. Yuan Zonghua's body was blown away by that finger attack. He yelled, "Impossible! You broke my minor blood demon body separating great art with only one finger attack." Yi Chen shook his head as he quickly caught up with Yuan Zonghua. He thought to himself, I did not realize that the void-shattering finger had the effect of breaking Jin Qi. Right now, its power is not as powerful as the sword Qi, but in terms of breaking Jin Qi, the sword Qi is not as powerful as it is. Combined with the sword intent, this finger attack can be considered as the ace attack of breaking Jin Qi. Yi Chen had performed 6 different martial arts in that split second, and one of them was the void-shattering finger. To his surprise, he realized that when the void-shattering finger attacked Jin Qi, its power was even more powerful than the sword Qi. Unfortunately, it was not very powerful for warriors. Otherwise, with that finger attack, Yuan Zonghua would have been either dead or severely injured. Young warrior, you should be more lenient when it is possible. There is no need to kill all of them. Just as Yi Chen was about to catch up with Yuan Zonghua, a human shadow suddenly appeared in front of him and threw out a palm attack. Along with that palm attack, a huge Jin Qi hand appeared out of nowhere. It was extremely heavy and one could clearly see the fingerprints on it. It was about to grab onto Yi Chen's body and stop him right away. Yi Chen's face looked very dark. He kept on throwing out his void-shattering finger attacks at the Jin Qi hand. All of a sudden, the Jin Qi hand was full of holes and was completely destroyed. That person was a bit surprised, but he backed off with a smile on his face. Where do you think you are going? That palm attack was obviously aimed at him. How could Yi Chen not know? Killing intent rose in his heart. Yi Chen left Yuan Zonghua behind and chased after that person. He also took the chance to check him out. He was wearing a brown shirt and looked to be in his 50s. He had a calm smile on his face as if what he had just done was just a joke. Seeing Yi Chen chasing after him, that person frowned. Young warrior, I am here to stop the fight. Why are you chasing after me? That is so unreasonable. Chapter 196. Cut the crap. Leave something behind before you leave. Yi Chen pointed out his right index finger in the air. Streams of invisible finger power shot out, blocking his opponent from all directions. There was only one finger power left in the middle. The brown-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. This finger power could even penetrate his Jin Qi palm print, and if it landed on his body, it would be disastrous. However, he was wrong. The power of the void-shattering finger art could only slightly injure him at most, it couldn't even seriously injure him. Gold-shattering finger. The middle finger and thumb of his right hand turned into a golden color as he flicked out his finger. The two finger powers clashed together, and the Qi spread out in all directions. The power of the void-shattering finger art has been cancelled out. It should be a mid-rank Earth Realm finger art. Yi Chen understood. Although the void-shattering finger art was at a very high rank, Yi Chen had not even learned 1/10 of it. Therefore he could not do anything to a low-rank mid-rank finger art. If it did not have the effect of breaking Jin Qi, he might have been shattered by the finger power. Kill? His left index finger kept pointing out, breaking the Jin Qi while his right hand held the sword and waved out the sword. At this moment Yi Chen's fighting power had reached its limit, which he had never thought of before. The middle-aged man in brown kept stepping back. After a few rounds of fighting, he had roughly figured out Yi Chen's finger art. It should be a finger art that could break Jinqi, and its attacking power was not that high. With the strength of his protective Jinqi, it should be able to block out 60 to 70% of Yi Chen's power, and the remaining 30 to 40% would not be that powerful. At most, it would only slightly wound him. On the other hand, his gold-shattering finger art was very powerful, and it should be able to break through his protective Jinqi easily. However, Yi Chen obviously knew about this weakness. Yi Chen used his left hand to break through his protective Jinqi while his right hand used his sword art to attack his weak spot. Flower on finger. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man let out a low growl. His middle finger that was on his thumb flicked out, creating a blurry shadow. Countless light golden finger powers clashed with each other in the air, layer upon layer, and eventually formed a beautiful golden flower, attacking towards Yi Chen. This move is powerful. As soon as the golden flower appeared, Yi Chen immediately sensed its structure. That thin golden petal contained an extremely horrifying cutting power, and his protective Jinqi could not block it at all. He was afraid that even his King Kong Jade body would be crushed by it. He stuffed 3 Jinqi replenishing pills into his mouth, swallowed one, and hid the other 2 in his mouth just in case he needed them. The Jinqi inside Yi Chen's body started to circulate crazily in a mysterious way, and finally compressed together, pouring into his right arm and into his index finger through a special meridian. His whole index finger suddenly became illusory, and the air around it started to twist. Break! The illusory index finger enlarged by more than 10 times in the air. It was as thick as an arm, and like a shooting star, it struck the center of the golden flower. Bang 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 bang! The golden flower exploded, and the illusory index finger vanished into thin air. The brown-robed middle-aged man was shocked. The flower-blossoming finger was the last move of the gold-shattering finger. It was extremely powerful, but it had been blocked. What kind of finger art was that? Could it be that he had underestimated it? Mr. Jean, let's work together to kill this brat. Otherwise he will be a disaster in the future. Yuan Zonghua appeared next to the middle-aged man out of nowhere. There was still blood on the corner of his mouth, and the clothes on his right arm were fluttering in the air, as if there was no flesh or blood inside. The middle-aged man who was called Mr. Jean smiled. I am only here to stop the fight. I am not interested in your fight. Yuan Zonghua sneered. Mr. Jean, the others might not know about you, but I do. You have killed countless warriors and taken all their wealth. You do know a lot. The smile on Mr. Jin's face did not change. But in the eyes of Yuan Zonghua and Yi Chen, it was a very dangerous and creepy smile. Then what do you think? Although Yuan Zonghua said that, he was secretly on guard against Mr. Jean. He had been wounded quite badly. His right arm and his back had almost been sucked dry by the minor blood demon body separating great art. If he continued to perform the minor blood demon body separating great art, his whole body would turn into a mummy, and there would be no cure in this world. Working with Mr. Jean was because he wanted to kill Yi Chen for good. But he was more worried that Mr. Jean would kill him after killing Yi Chen. The good thing was that he had the power to protect himself, and he believed that Mr. Jean knew that. I wanted to stop the fight, but this brat was just too bloodthirsty. He would kill anyone he saw. One should forgive people when possible. God is kind to all living things. In order to prevent others from being harmed by him, I have no choice but to work with you and kill this little devil. Mr. Jean always appeared in the heavy mystery mountains. Whenever he saw warriors fighting, he would step in and help the wounded side by stopping the fight. Then he would take the chance to kill the other side. By then, the wounded side would not be able to fight with him for the wealth, and it would be easy for him. But of course, if there was a chance, he would not mind killing one of them and then killing the one who was cooperating with him. That way he would have 2 shares of the wealth. However, this time he had made a mistake. Yi Chen's battling power was not that powerful, but that finger art of his had scared him. Yi Chen looked very serious. Mr. Jin's power was just as powerful as Yuan Zonghua when he was at his peak. He was not a simple guy, especially that gold-shattering finger art, which was able to compete with his void-shattering finger art, which had taken away some of his advantages. As for his nonsense, Yi Chen did not care about it at all. The path of a warrior had always been to walk on mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. If people wanted to kill him, then he would kill them. After getting Mr. Jin's reply, Yuan Zonghua looked at Yi Chen with confidence. I have said it before. Today the heavy mystery mountains will be your burial ground. Yi Chen said lightly, the next time we meet, I will beat you until you become a mummy. Yuan Zonghua swallowed a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with killing intent. Mr. Jean shook his head. A life and death battle is not the solution. I will give you one chance. Put down the storage ring on your finger as compensation for Brother Yuan's injury. I will not ask for anything as long as you hand over this finger art manual and let me destroy it in front of everyone. Can't you say something normal? With a pellet that could instantly replenish his Jin Qi, Yi Chen was not afraid of wasting his Jin Qi. He performed his void-shattering finger art, and a shadow of his index finger attacked towards the two. Little devil, you are so stubborn. Mr. Jin flicked his finger at a fast speed, and a gold flower appeared. At the same time he said to Yuan Zonghua, I will block him, and you use your sword Qi to break his protective Jin Qi. Alright. Yuan Zonghua grabbed a bright red spirit plant and put it into his mouth. He chewed for a couple of times before swallowing it down. Feeling that his Qi and blood had recovered a bit, his body flashed, drawing a red arc in the air. He went around to Yi Chen's back and threw out a sword attack. Dang. The Star Scar sword appeared in his hand as Yi Chen blocked out the incoming attack with his sword. With the attacking power of the sword Qi, he increased his speed and shot towards Mr. Jin. His finger power seemed to have covered the entire surreal space. Perfect timing. Mr. Jin knew about the void-shattering finger art, so he was not afraid of close combat. He turned around and faced Yi Chen, finger against finger. They wanted to see who would be the first one to collapse. Pop, pop, pop. The two were exchanging attacks at an extremely fast speed. Within a second they had already exchanged dozens of finger attacks. Each finger attack had cancelled out each other, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Blood Eagle 3 sword attacks. Yuan Zonghua was having a headache. This brat was extremely cunning. Seeing that he and Mr. Jin had teamed up, Yi Chen had chosen to fight close combat immediately. Therefore, unless Yuan Zonghua chose to fight close combat as well, he would not be able to help at all. That sword attack had been stored for a long time before it could be thrown out. It was like he had eyes on his back. Yi Chen's real body walked out of the Zhen Qi shadow, letting the Zhen Qi shadow take that sword attack for him. Then he jumped towards Mr. Jin again. Whatever. With the two of us teaming up, can we still not beat him? Flashing his body, Yuan Zonghua also joined in the close combat area. One finger and one sword. The two's cooperation was not perfect, but it was not that bad either. They had locked Yi Chen in a controllable area. Separate. Yi Chen did not change his expression. His body shook once and 4 human shadows flew out. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. Kill. Yuan Zonghua had cut down 2 human shadows with one sword attack, while the other 2 had been blocked by Mr. Jin. After killing one of them, the remaining one would be the real one. Separate again. Swallowing a pellet that was hidden in his mouth, Yi Chen's Jin Qi recovered to its peak. He performed his separating shadow flying art again and again. 3 human shadows appeared one after another, stacking on top of each other. They attacked the 2 from different angles, not giving them any chance to team up. So tricky. How come his Jin Qi is never going to run out? Mr. Jin was quite regretful. If he had known that Yi Chen had so many tricks up his sleeves, he would not have been so greedy. If he could not kill Yi Chen today, then he might have to face crazy revenge in the future, which was not what he wanted. Yuan Zonghua yelled, Mr. Jin, do not hide your ace attacks anymore. You can see that he is quite troublesome. Alright, today I will start a massacre. Mr. Jin pointed at his body a couple of times with his finger. The Zhen Qi vibration suddenly increased. It seemed to be a secret martial art that could increase one's battling power. However, this martial art was obviously incomplete. After performing it, Mr. Jin could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale gold. After clashing with Mr. Jin's finger attack, Yi Chen was blown away immediately. He thought to himself, his opponent's battling power has increased by more than 10%. I cannot drag this any longer. Up until now, Yi Chen had been relying on his separating shadow flying art the most. Without it, he would not be able to dodge most of the attacks. Although the void-shattering finger art was effective in breaking Jin Qi, it was still not as good as the separating shadow flying art. Right now there was only one sword attack that he could use. The one sword attack had improved along with his cultivation, and it was still his biggest ace attack. Mr. Jin's Jin Qi protection was obviously not as good as Yuan Zonghua's. Forcing Yuan Zonghua away with one finger attack, Yi Chen's body kept shaking. Countless Jin Qi shadows shot out, blurring everything. Some of them were standing side by side, some were moving up and down, and some were flying at an extreme speed. What was more horrifying was that there were a lot of Jin Qi shadows that overlapped with each other, making it hard to tell which one was the real one. 2 Jin Qi shadows shot out towards Mr. Jin, with Yi Chen's real body hidden within. Break. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. One of the human shadows had been shattered, and the other one's surface had been shattered as well, revealing Yi Chen's real body. Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands, focusing all of his attention on the Star Scar sword. He threw out a sword attack from above, and the light blue sword light formed into a line. The one sword attack from a close distance. Mr. Jean sensed that something was not right, but it was already too late for him to perform his gold-shattering finger attack. He hurried to push his Jinqi protection layer, making it thicker than it had ever been. At the same time he put his right middle finger on his thumb, wanting to hit Yi Chen's body the second he blocked out his opponent's sword attack. Chapter 197. Swoosh. The sound of paper being cut open was heard. Mr. Jin's protective Jinqi layer did not last long under that sword attack. Soon it was cut in half. The light blue sword light drew a bloody line on his chest, slanted and clean. You dare to cut open my defense with one sword attack? You should die as well. His bloodied body was blown backward. Mr. Jin's face was twisted as he flicked out his middle finger that was on his thumb. The powerful finger power had also pierced through Yi Chen's protective Jinqi layer and landed on his chest. Boom. Yi Chen could only feel like his chest had been struck by lightning. The sound of his ribs breaking could be heard clearly. Then a huge wave of power blew him away. From Yuan Zongguo's perspective, he could not tell who was hit first. All he could see was Yi Chen waving his sword, and Mr. Jean flicking his finger. Both of them were blown away. It would be best if both of us were wounded. Blood Eagle 5 sword attacks. His powerful Jinqi was poured into his great sword. The second Yi Chen was wounded, Yuan Zongguo's arm turned into a shadow. He threw out 5 beams of sword qi within a blink of an eye. These 5 beams of sword qi, 1 in the front, 2 in the top, and 2 in the bottom, formed into the sharp beak of an eagle. Huge wings and a pair of sharp claws that could even pierce through steel, all of them were attacking towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. The air that it touched was instantly cut into pieces, and could not gather together again. I have been watching out for you. His body was still flying backward. Nobody knew when, but Yi Chen's index finger started to turn blurry. The air around his finger started to twist rapidly, creating a small pattern. Hit. Without even looking, Yi Chen pointed out his finger to his left. Boom, 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 boom. The sharp blood-red sword qi was shattered upon touching it. The index finger went through it and landed on Yuan Zongguo's protective Jinqi layer. His protective Jinqi layer exploded. Yuan Zongguo made a muffled sound as his skinny body fell onto the ground. All 3 of them were wounded. It seemed like all 3 of them were wounded and none of them had the upper hand. This kid is so fucking hard to deal with. Yuan Zongguo and Mr. Jean both had the same thought. If they were in Yi Chen's place, even if their battling power was increased by 30%, they would still not be able to win against the 2 of them. However, as the fight went on, they had fallen into their opponent's fighting style, and were being led by the nose. Their 5-point advantage had turned into 4 points, and then 4 points had turned into 3 points. Now the 3-point advantage had disappeared and it had become a draw. If this kid isn't killed, there will never be a day of peace. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mr. Jean sprinkled some healing powder on his wound. As soon as he landed on the ground, he dashed toward Yi Chen, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Yes, we can't let him leave alive even if we have to pay a small price. If Mr. Jean was not here, Yuan Zongguo would have run away a long time ago. Right now, with the power of the 2 of them, they still had the chance to kill Yi Chen. Once he escaped, they would have to worry about him in the future. Seeing Mr. Jean rushing toward Yi Chen, Yuan Zongguo did not care about his wounded body anymore. He formed a bloody Jinqi eagle outside his body, flapped its wings and drew a bloody arc in the air. The 2's attacks arrived almost at the same time, shattering Yi Chen's body. Not right. It was another Jinqi afterimage and it was 3 Jinqi afterimages stacked on top of each other, looking so real. Damn it, I got tricked by this brat again. Mr. Jean and Yuan Zongguo looked around, trying to find out where Yi Chen's real body was. Behind a dozens of meters tall hill. Yi Chen was standing there with his back straight. Wounding them is already the best I can do. Being greedy will only make me lose more than I gain. He understood very well that it was not because he was powerful enough to create such a situation. It was because he had controlled the battle very well, and the separating shadow flying art was the most important one. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen threw out a punch onto the hill. Boom. The whole hill was shattered into pieces, turning into hundreds and thousands of huge rocks that were thrown out, covering Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jin who were in front of the hill. After doing all that, Yi Chen left behind a Zhen Qi afterimage as his real body flashed into the distance. The sky full of rocks had been shattered. Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jin saw Yi Chen's Zhen Qi afterimage immediately. They were just about to make their moves when they suddenly stopped. I let him get away. Shattering the Zhen Qi afterimage with one finger, Mr. Jin's face looked very bad. Yuan Zonghua tried to comfort himself. Once a warrior reaches the clasping Yuan realm, it is not something that can be done in a day or two. There is no need to be afraid of him. After all, you and I are still more powerful than him. If it were not for the fact that he is so cunning, he would have been killed by us already. You are right. Next time we meet, we will not give him any chance. The two glanced at each other, and Yuan Zonghua suddenly backed out for dozens of steps. His wounds were way more serious than Mr. Jin's, and he would not be able to win against him alone. Mr. Jin felt a bit regretful. Being able to kill Yuan Zonghua was indeed a good thing. Thousands of miles away from the heavy mysterious mountain, there was a normal-looking mountain. It was thousands of meters tall and had a radius of 7 to 8 miles. It was a barren land with barely any people around. In the middle of the mountain there was a hidden cave. It was half blocked by huge rocks and was full of weeds. Mr. Jin's finger power was extremely aggressive. Even my King Kong Jade body was almost pierced through. Without half a month of rest, I would not be able to get back to my peak condition. Alright, I will rest in this cave for a while and see if I can train my mysterious great art to the 10th realm. The 10th realm of the mysterious Zhen Qi should be even more powerful than the Zhen Qi trained by normal mid-rank Earth realm martial arts. My attacking power should be even more powerful. Sitting on the dry ground, a lot of thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. The pure Jade body boosting spell was a low-rank Earth realm body training martial art, and Yi Chen had already trained the 5th spell, the King Kong Jade body. With this powerful body, Yi Chen dared to fight against his opponent. Although that finger art was powerful, it would not be able to pierce through his mysterious Zhen Qi layer and his King Kong Jade body. He believed that Mr. Jin's wounds were way more serious than his, since the one-sword attack was not that easy to handle. As for the mysterious great art, he had gotten it from the Heaven Dream ancient region. It was one of the top of the mid-rank Earth realm martial arts, especially the 11th realm, which would allow him to produce a mouthful of Zhen Yuan that only astral-reaching realm warriors could have. It would definitely become one of Yi Chen's new ace attacks. By then, killing Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jin would only take him 2 to 3 attacks. With his current peak level 9th realm, the quality of his Zhen Qi had already reached the same level as Mr. Jin, who had reached the late clasping Yuan realm. Let's not worry about that for now. Rest is the most important thing. Getting rid of all the distracting thoughts, Yi Chen swallowed a healing pellet and closed his eyes to meditate. There was no sun or moon in the mountain. 10 days had passed in a blink of an eye. On this day Yi Chen opened his eyes again. A sharp light flashed through his eyes, which looked like the sword light and sword chi of a sword artist, extremely sharp. I guessed it right. Only battles can help me to improve faster. After half a month of rest, Yi Chen's cultivation had been completely stabilized, and he was only one step away from the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Besides that, his mysterious Zhen Qi, which had been quiet for a long time, had finally started to show signs of breaking through to the 10th realm. It was indeed a very fast improvement. I should strike while the iron is hot. I might as well break through to the 10th realm here before I leave. A determined look flashed through his eyes. Yi Chen stood up and walked out of the half-closed cave. After taking a few breaths, he went back into the cave and completely sealed the entrance. Looking from the outside, people would only think that there was nothing in there, only a pile of rocks and weeds. No one would notice that there was a cave behind the rocks, and that there was someone training in the cave. He swallowed the spirit, chi and spirit pellets. Since he was not training his Zhen Qi, Yi Chen did not need to use the low-rank soul stones to absorb the Yuan Qi from them. The mysterious Zhen Qi followed the unique meridians of the mysterious art, slowly but powerfully running. With each cycle, Yi Chen could feel that he had absorbed a little bit of impurities from his Zhen Qi, and was getting closer to the 10th realm. The 36th cycle. The 72nd cycle. The 360th cycle. Only until his meridians started to hurt a little did Yi Chen stop running his Zhen Qi. He sat there with his legs crossed and closed his eyes to rest, not moving at all. The human body had the ability to repair itself, and a martial artist's healing ability was even more powerful than a normal human being's. Meridians would become tougher as their cultivation increased. It was said that once a martial artist reached the astral reaching realm, he or she would be able to run Jin Yuan continuously for a month without damaging his or her meridians. Once a martial artist reached the Sea of Souls realm, he or she would be able to run Jin Qi for 10 times longer, which would be more than enough for a year. As for what would happen in the life and death realm, normal people would not be able to understand. Even Yi Qin did not know if the training of life and death realm warriors was the same. Waiting until his meridians had almost recovered, Yi Qin continued to run his mysterious Zhen Qi. The spirit, qi and spirit pellets were consumed one by one, and the days passed by one after another. The weeds outside started to wither, and a layer of frost covered them. It turned out that the winter of the Black Dragon Empire had arrived, and everything was bleak. A woodsman was walking on the mountain road, carrying a huge wild boar on his shoulder. The huge wild boar was a rank 2 demonic beast, called the Red-Eye Battle Boar. Even Mortal Realm Stage 7 or 8 warriors would not be able to compete with it. This woodsman was able to kill a Red-Eye Battle Boar, so he must be at least at the Mortal Realm Stage 8. Anyone below the Mortal Realm Stage 5 is considered a normal human being. I could be considered the number 1 warrior in this village. The woodsman thought to himself, then found a pile of rocks and sat down. Yeah. The natural Yuan Qi here is strange. Why does it feel like it is going into a hole? As a Mortal Realm warrior, the woodsman was not unfamiliar with the natural Yuan Qi. He thought of a possibility, that there might be some kind of magical plant growing in that pile of rocks. A magical plant that could absorb the natural Yuan Qi was extremely valuable. It could easily be sold for thousands of gold, and if it could increase one's cultivation, it would be even more amazing. All of a sudden, the woodsman could not resist the itch in his heart. He also wanted to become a condensing reality realm warrior and explore the outside world, but he was too old. It would be impossible for him to do so within the next 10 years. If he could find a magical plant that could increase his cultivation, then it would not be a problem. The woodsman put down the Red-Eye Battle Boar and started to move the rocks. Halfway through, the woodcutter took a few steps back. Between the cracks of the rocks, there was actually a glaring blue light seeping out. Strand by strand, the blue light filled the air. That piercing aura caused the woodcutter to feel a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. It was several times more terrifying than the 4th-level demonic beast he had seen from afar. Whoosh! The air vibrated and a light ripple spread out. The frost on the ground cracked, turning into ice shards. The ice shards shattered and turned into a white mist. The white mist was blown away and spread out in all directions. Then the remaining half of the rock started to shake, making a crashing sound. Seeing this, the woodsman felt an invisible pressure on his heart. Chapter 198. Weird. Let's back off a bit first. Carrying the battle boar, the axeman took dozens of steps back and jumped onto a high ground. He then hid behind a huge rock, staring at the pile of rocks without blinking. Boom. The blue light exploded. Hundreds of rocks were blown away like they were caught in a terrifying storm, shooting out in all directions. Danger. The axeman's face was pale. He dropped the battle boar and lied on the ground. The high ground looked like it had been hit by an earthquake, shaking violently. Looking from the cave, one could see that the high ground was full of holes, not much better than a hornet's nest. The only reason it was still standing was because of the huge amount of iron minerals that no one had discovered before. After a long time, the axeman crawled up from the ground. Looking at the high ground that was full of cracks, he could not help but be shocked. He subconsciously looked at the pile of rocks. The pile of rocks had disappeared, and what appeared in his sight was a pitch-black cave. The air outside the cave was like a wave. Pow, 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 pow. Footsteps were heard, and a human figure walked out slowly. Finally reached the 10th level of the mysterious great art. The Zhenqi quality is indeed different. The human figure was indeed Yi Qin. He had been training in the cave, and had finally reached the 10th level of the mysterious great art. The 10th level of the mysterious Zhenqi was extremely powerful, much more powerful than the 9th level. Yi Qin started to wonder if the mysterious great art was really a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Why was it so much more powerful than normal mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts? Even the best ones should not have this kind of Zhenqi quality. Waving his hand, the pile of rocks on the ground were all shattered into dust. Yi Qin looked at the axeman. Did I hurt you just now? There was actually someone training in there. This person must be very powerful. The axeman stuttered. No. I'm sorry for disturbing your training. I will leave now, please don't kill me. Even though Woodcutter hadn't gone out to wander before, he had heard from some passing practitioners that high-level practitioners were most afraid of people disturbing their cultivation. Once they were provoked, they would kill at the slightest provocation without mercy. The other party had a friendly expression, so it couldn't be a sign that he was about to kill someone, right? Yichen smiled. If it was a few days ago, I might have been very angry. Now it doesn't count as disturbing me. Yichen wasn't joking. A few days ago was his opportunity to break through. If he was interrupted, he wouldn't kill anyone, but he would definitely be angry. As for the consequences of being angry, he didn't know. Oh, that's good. The woodcutter patted his chest and broke out in cold sweat. By the way, are you a woodcutter nearby? The woodcutter nodded. My house is in Huayang village, which is more than 20 miles away. It's not far from here. Usually, when I have nothing to do, I come here to hunt and share the meat with the villagers. Give it to the villagers. Yichen smiled. He could tell that the axeman was at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 8. If he was outside, he would only be a commoner, but in a remote village he would be considered as a powerful warrior. Not everyone had the opportunity to practice martial arts. I'm about to go down the mountain, let's go together. In a flash, Yichen appeared on the mountain path. Alright, wait for me. Carrying the red-eye battle boar, the woodcutter ran as fast as he could, following closely behind Yichen. To be able to talk to a powerful warrior, even if it was just walking with him, was already a rare thing. If the villagers knew about this, they would definitely worship him even more. After all, the most powerful warrior the villagers had ever seen was only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Judging from his chi, he was not even 1/10 as powerful as Yichen. The mountain was not very high, and the two soon reached the foot of the mountain. Yichen was about to leave, but he suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The woodcutter was a bit worried. He knew that Yichen was about to leave. Yichen said seriously, a very strong demonic chi covering the sky and the ground. It doesn't look like a single beast, but more like a lot of beasts gathered together. A lot of beasts? The woodcutter froze for a second, then said in shock, isn't that a beast wave? Is there really going to be a beast wave this winter? Yichen looked at him. Do you know what's going on? The woodcutter shook his head, then nodded. 2 months ago, a warrior who was passing by told me that there would be a lot of beasts this winter. He told me to go to the city as soon as possible, or else I would lose my life. At that time I thought he was joking. There hasn't been a beast wave in the past 300 years, how could it happen now? He was right, the beast wave is really coming. Yichen looked up at the sky. The clear sky had started to darken, and there was a gray chi flow hovering above, forming huge dark clouds, covering the sky and moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. That horrifying aura even shocked Yichen. Not good, there are only normal people in the village, I have to go inform them now. You are too slow, let me give you a ride. Grabbing the woodcutter's shoulder with his right hand, Yichen extended his body and flew out like a huge bird. He said, point me in the right direction. Thank you, this way. The woodcutter was very grateful. Yichen was obviously a top-rank warrior, but he did not have any arrogance at all, which was completely different from what he remembered of top-rank warriors. Yichen did not think too much about it. After coming to this world, he had already learned about the rule of power. But he still had the mark of that world in his bones. If he ran into someone who needed help and he had the power, he would not reject it. Otherwise, what would be the point of being a powerful warrior? Yichen's speed was extremely fast, and within dozens of blinks he had already traveled dozens of miles. Yeah, there are a lot of beasts in the sky. The beast wave was something that happened quite often in this true spirit continent. As for why it would happen, no one knew for sure. All they knew was that at a certain time, the beasts in a certain place would go crazy and start to attack the places where humans lived. The beasts that were closest to the place would undoubtedly arrive the fastest, especially the flying beasts. They were the ones that killed the most people in the early stages. They are coming. The woodcutter raised his head to take a look. Not far away, the sky was covered in darkness. Among them were Class 3 demonic beasts, red smelting bird, blood crow, flamingo, Class 4 demonic beasts, twin-headed bird, four-clawed eagle, flying lizard, Class 5 demonic beasts, ghost-head eagle, winged wolf. There were too many of them. Any one of the flying demonic beasts could tear him into pieces. Tornado broken clouds. The Star Scar sword appeared in his hand as Yichen threw out a sword attack towards the place with the most flying beasts. The next second, the tornado mixed with Zhen Qi swept over with a whistling sound, and the sword Qi shot out. It didn't matter if it was the 3rd grade flying demon beasts, the 4th grade flying demon beasts, or the 5th grade flying demon beasts, all of them fell from the sky one after another. It was as if a black rainstorm had fallen. He killed dozens of flying beasts with one sword attack. The woodcutter's eyes were wide open. He thought that Yi Chen was only at early clasping Yuan realm, and would be able to compete with normal rank 5 beasts. But now it seemed like even rank 6 beasts would not be able to compete with him. Plus, he looked so young, about the same age as his nephew. Actually, he had guessed it right. Yi Chen's cultivation had not improved that much, but with the entry-level sword intent, plus the 10th level of the Great Mysterious Art, Yi Chen's attacking power was already almost the same as the older late-clasping Yuan realm warriors. Right now, if Mr. Jin or Yuan Zhongguo were to fight against him alone, he would have 70% chance to wound them badly, and 20% chance to kill them completely. A huge beast with wings on its back and eagle claws dove towards the two. Its speed soon surpassed the speed of sound, which was even faster than Yi Chen. Not good. It is a rank 6 beast, the eagle tiger beast. In the city, one could buy a beginner beast book with 100 gold, which included all the beasts from rank 1 to 6. The eagle tiger beast was one of them, and its power could be ranked in the top 100. The woodcutter had bought one before and kept it in his house. Yi Chen did not care too much about it. Compared to the wind wolf, this eagle tiger beast was way too weak. Judging from its chi, it was just like a normal late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Shocking cloud. With a sword attack, a thunderous sound was heard. Swoosh. The eagle tiger beast came fast, but it died fast as well. Its head had been cut in half by the sword chi. It was killed just like that. The woodcutter's mouth was wide open. Soon the two arrived at the village. The beast wave is coming. Everyone go to the city. After landing on the ground, the woodcutter yelled out with all of his strength. What? The beast wave is coming? How is this possible? We haven't had a beast wave for 300 years. Brother Gao, are you kidding me? Yeah, although you are the #1 warrior in our village, you can't scare us like that. Hearing them, most of the energetic young men did not believe it. With one sword attack, Yi Chen cracked the small hill outside of the village and said with a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, go to the city. You won't be able to leave even if you want to." A high-level warrior? The villagers who ran out of their houses were shocked. The village head was an old man with white hair. He yelled, "A high-level warrior would not lie to us. Everyone go to the city now. Don't bring anything with you, just bring some food and valuables." The villagers screamed and ran back to their houses to pack their belongings. All of a sudden, the sound of shouting, crying, and rummaging made the atmosphere even heavier. Standing on top of the village wall, Yi Chen frowned. In the distance, a black mass of flying beasts was approaching. There were a lot of them, and with his power alone he would not be able to protect all of them. Plus, these were only some of the beasts in the early stages of the beast wave. The longer it dragged on, the more beasts there would be. By then, the number would not be calculated by thousands, but by tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. A village and a town would not be able to handle it. Only a huge city could hold on for a while. As for how long it could last, it would depend on whether it was a small beast wave or a medium one. Normally, there would not be rank 7 beasts appearing in a small beast wave, while a medium beast wave would send out rank 7 beasts one by one. Only astral-reaching realm warriors would be able to handle it. As for the large beast wave, Yi Chen did not even dare to think about it, because once it happened, even the royal city might not be able to handle it. Then, it would be a real disaster for humanity. Shoving 3 Jinqi replenishing pellets into his mouth, Yi Chen held his star scar sword with both of his hands, performing his tornado broken clouds a couple of times. Countless tornadoes were created, attacking towards the flying beasts in the distance. Swoosh. The flying beasts fell down one after another, clearing up the sky. Most of the beasts that had gathered here were from the mountains or the forests nearby, so there were not many of them. Under the lead of the village head, the villagers who had packed up their belongings started to head east. Hundreds of miles away there was a small city called the Iron City. Chapter 199. Young warrior, all the villagers are heading towards the Iron City. I think it will take them 2 or 3 days to get there. The axeman walked over to inform Yi Chen. Yi Chen jumped down from the wall and asked, "What are the villages within 10 miles of Huaiyang Village?" Anliyang Village, Big Mountain Village, Lu Family Village, Big River Village, Willow Village, and Yellow Mountain Town. The axeman said. Yi Chen said, "The beasts are very fast. I am afraid they will catch up before we reach the Iron City. You tell the villagers to go to the Yellow Mountain Town first. The more people there are, the safer it will be." In the early stage, the beasts would not be very powerful. Occasionally there would be rank 5 or 6 beasts that Yi Chen could handle by himself. But most of the villagers were normal people. Even a rank 1 or 2 beast would be able to tear them into pieces. They would need a large group of warriors to protect them. As a town, the Yellow Mountain town would not lack condensing reality realm warriors. If they were lucky, they might even be able to find a few clasping Yuan realm warriors. Young warrior, you are right. The axeman was not stupid. He knew that Yi Chen's power was limited, and it would be impossible for him to protect the hundreds of people in the village. In front of thousands of beasts, any random attack would be able to kill all the people in the village. Alright, let's go. After performing 4 tornado broken clouds in a row, the horrifying tornado had killed almost all of the flying beasts in the sky. Yi Chen grabbed the axeman and flew towards the direction where the villagers were heading. After an hour, they met the villagers of Liang village. After 6 hours, the villagers of the big mountain village had gathered. The number of people had grown from 300 to more than 1,000. This group of people was heading towards the Yellow Mountain town, which was 10 miles away. Xiaogao, who is this young man? He killed so many beasts by himself? The chief of Liang village asked the axeman. The axeman scratched his head and said proudly, he is a high-level warrior. As for his name, I did not ask. I didn't ask. Anyway, he's a powerful high-level martial artist. Yeah. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to survive. The big mountain village chief stared at the corpses of the demonic beasts in the distance and was shocked. This was already the 3rd wave of beasts that Yi Chen had killed. Each wave had hundreds of beasts, and the most dangerous one was from the front of the group. Obviously they were beasts that lived near the Yellow Mountain town. Yi Chen was able to fight against an experienced late-clasping Yuan realm warrior, and he also had a couple of wide-range attacks from his sky cloud sword art. Added with the Zhen Qi replenishing pellets, he was barely able to protect the group from harm. Even so, over 100 people had died during the 30-kilometer journey. There are more demonic beasts coming from that direction. There are so many of them, at least 1,000. Along the way, some warriors who were passing by volunteered to protect the group. Most of them were mid-condensing reality realm warriors, and there was only one late-condensing reality realm warrior. The one who spoke was a man in his 30s, holding a huge machete in his hand, which was dripping with blood. Yi Chen said, I will try my best to kill them, you guys protect the group. Alright, you be careful. The man knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, and the beasts in the early stage would not be able to hurt him. With a shake of his body, Yi Chen split into 3 Zhen Qi shadows and rushed towards the beast wave side by side. Kill. Yi Chen's real body created a tornado with his sword and attacked the beast wave, while the 3 Zhen Qi shadows blocked the other beasts with their bare hands. After killing hundreds of beasts, Yi Chen could not hold on anymore. He yelled at the group, everyone get ready to fight. Don't worry. We are not here for nothing. Dozens of condensing reality realm warriors stood in front of the thousands of people. Although there were only a few of them, their aura was not weak at all. Some of the villagers who had reached Mortal Realm Stage 5 and above also walked out. They might not be able to deal with beasts above rank 2, but they could still kill rank 1 and rank 2 beasts. All of the beasts in the sky had been killed by Yi Chen, and all that was left were the low-rank beasts that could not fly. These beasts rushed towards the group of people, their roars coming one after another. A lot of the children were so scared that they started to cry. The women were shivering, holding their children tightly. Kill. 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 Under the lead of dozens of condensing reality realm warriors, including the axemen, all of the villagers who were powerful rushed up, their eyes bloodshot. Boom. 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 In the first attack, an early condensing reality realm warrior had his chest pierced by a wild boar beast's tusk. He vomited blood and died. Soon after, another 10 villagers were trampled to death by the beasts. The axeman was quite lucky. The beast that was fighting with him was a rank 2 demonic beast, Mist Cow. It was not very powerful, but it was extremely huge. Therefore, the axeman did not have to worry about being trampled by other demonic beasts. Appearing in the middle of the beast wave, Yi Chen held his star scar sword with both of his hands, waving it in 4 different directions. Swoosh. For dozens of meters long sword chi sliced open the ground. Wherever it went, all of the beasts were cut in half, their blood spilling everywhere. Tyrant Millennium. Just as the sword chi passed through, Yi Chen threw a punch onto the ground. Rumble. The ground collapsed and a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters appeared. The beasts in the front could not control their bodies and fell into the pit. The beasts behind them were too fast, so they could not stop their bodies in time. All of a sudden, at least dozens of beasts were buried in the pit. Not caring about killing the beasts that fell into the pit one by one, Yichen rushed towards the group of people. Some of the beasts were rushing towards them. "Mom, I am so scared." Seeing a huge rat beast rushing towards them, the kid curled up in the woman's arms. "Don't be scared. Mom is here." The woman's face was pale, but she tried to comfort the kid in her arms. The huge rat beast was a rank 3 beast. Before this, dozens of villagers had already had their heads bitten off by it, dying horribly. Now that it was rushing towards them, no one could stop it. Right at that moment, a fist landed on the head of the huge rat beast. The powerful fist power blew it away, its body shattering into pieces. "Tell the others to stay together." Standing in front of the two, Yi Chen's sword was dripping with blood. "Thank you so much." Many of the villagers in this area had died, and the population was sparse. The woman hurried to run towards the crowd with her kid, wiping her tears from time to time. Her man had just died right in front of her eyes. Killing without tiredness. On this day, Yi Chen had killed 2,000 to 3,000 beasts, which was more than all the times he had killed before. The killing intent on his body had made some of the low-rank beasts afraid to face him. Their movements were stiff, and even rank 3 and 4 beasts were shivering in fear. Only 15 minutes later, the battle was over. Thousands of beasts had died and more than 200 humans had died. It was still because of Yi Chen's fast killing speed. Otherwise, no one would have been able to leave this place alive. "Let's go. Hurry up. We need to reach the Yellow Mountain town before nightfall." Among the group, Yi Chen was undoubtedly the leader. With one order, everyone left the dead bodies of their family members behind and started to run. That late condensing reality realm warrior sighed, "The beast wave is too horrifying. So many people have died in such a short time." Putting his star scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said with a heavy tone, "Let's not talk about it for now. When the real beast wave breaks out, the number of deaths would be in the tens of thousands. All we can do is try our best to protect the villagers and get into the city. Then we can rely on the city to fight against the beast. Yeah, with the protection of the city, it will be much safer." The sun was setting and the roars of the beasts could be heard everywhere. From afar, everyone could see the Yellow Mountain town standing on the ground. "We have arrived at the Yellow Mountain town. Let's work harder." The man stood next to Yi Chen and said with a tired voice. Yi Chen glanced at the man and the few condensing reality realm warriors who had survived. He was very impressed. Most of the passing warriors thought that the villagers were too slow, so they did not want to stay and protect them. Only these people were willing to help them. But after a few battles, half of them had been devoured by the beasts, and the rest of them were all wounded, some even disabled. Yi Chen could not help but ask, "Why did you choose to stay and protect them? If you ran by yourself, you could have made it to the town or the city first." The man asked back, "Then why did you stay? I remember that when we came here, you were the only one protecting the villagers." "I am a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Why wouldn't I help if I could? Hee, although I am not as powerful as you, I have the same idea as you. I believe they are thinking the same." The man took out a piece of cloth from his pocket and wiped his blade. Soon they arrived at the Yellow Mountain town. "Great. Another clasping Yuan realm warrior." When the gate of the town opened, a 21 or 22-year-old young man walked up to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the broken tall wall and said, "This place has been attacked by the beasts as well?" The young man nodded. "From this afternoon until now, we have been attacked by 5 demon beasts in total. The largest one had 5,000 to 6,000 demon beasts, covering the entire mountain. Many people have already rushed towards the Iron City. I am staying to protect those who have not left." "I'm Yi Chen and you are?" "Tian Hao. The Yellow Mountain town will not be able to hold on for long. But it is already late, we have to stay here for another night. Let's fight together." Being able to see a clasping Yuan realm warrior, Yi Chen was very happy as well. During the beast wave, only condensing reality realm warriors and above would be able to kill the beasts in a large area. One more person would mean one more layer of protection. Tian Hao laughed and said, "I am not the only clasping Yuan realm warrior in the Yellow Mountain town. The other clasping Yuan realm warriors are guarding the other 3 town gates. Including you, there are 7 of them in total, and 3 of them are mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors. I think it should not be a problem to guard for one night, since it has only been half a day, the real beast wave has not started yet. Yeah, 7 people should be enough." Yi Chen let out a breath in relief. Having 7 clasping Yuan realm warriors in one town was definitely a blessing in disguise. The town was not that big, but because a lot of people had left before, the three villages did not feel crowded at all. Of course, there were also people from other villages nearby who had arrived. However, they were not as lucky as the Huayang village and the Liang village. Because there were no clasping Yuan realm warriors to protect them, they had lost a lot of people. Less than 100 people had made it to the Yellow Mountain town. Inside all the restaurants. Everyone eat as much as you can. The owner of the restaurant has already escaped to the Iron City. All the food is free. In all the weapon shops. Everyone has a weapon. Don't take more but don't take less. Tonight we will be relying on them to kill the beast. Facing the beast wave, everyone had to work together. This was something that would never happen in a peaceful time. On the street. Looking at the crowd and warriors coming and going, Tianhao said, I will take you to meet the other clasping Yuan realm warriors. Tonight we will be partners. Yichen nodded. It was a pleasant meeting. Everyone was very confident about the addition of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. They knew very well that a clasping Yuan realm warrior could fight against dozens of condensing reality realm warriors. No matter in terms of attacking power or attacking range, it would not be on the same level. The night had shrouded the land. The atmosphere in the Yellow Mountain town had become very serious, including that of Yi Chen and the others. Brr, brr, brr. A beast roar was heard. It was not far from the Yellow Mountain town. No one knew how long it had been, but the rumbling sound could be heard everywhere. With the help of the moonlight, people with weapons could see a huge group of beasts in the distance. The ones running at the front were rank 1 and 2 beasts, followed by rank 3 and rank 4 beasts, and at the back were rank 5 and a few rank 6 beasts. These beasts were not rushing to attack the Yellow Mountain town. Instead, they were moving forward step by step. In front of the crowd, Tianhao said with relief, there is only one rank 6 beast here. Judging from the beast chi vibration, it should be equivalent to a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior. You and I will work together and kill it first. Yi Chen said, no need to be so troublesome. You help the others. I will handle the rank 5 beasts and rank 6 beasts. You alone? Tianhao looked confused. Yi Chen did not answer with words. He waved his hand and the star scar sword appeared in his hand. He took it out of the scabbard and threw a sword attack in front of him. Swoosh. The flat ground cracked open. The beasts at the front all fell down. The sword chi wave exploded in the group of beasts, killing another 7 rank 3 and 4 beasts. Such a powerful sword chi. Tianhao was shocked. Just like Yi Chen, he was also a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior. Although he did not make it into the top 72 in the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions, he thought that he would definitely be able to make it this time. He thought that Yi Chen would not be as powerful as him, but he did not expect that Yi Chen would be even more powerful than him. Brr. Seeing Yi Chen's arrogance, the rank 6 demonic beast roared in anger. As its demonic chi swept out, it quickly appeared in front of the group of demonic beasts. It opened its mouth and breathed out a huge fire wave, which rushed towards Yi Chen. Cut. From hundreds of meters away, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. The blue sword chi sliced through the air like a shooting star. It not only cut open the flame wave, but also landed on the rank 6 beast's body. Soon, this rank 6 beast's body was cut in half before it could even show its power. A huge amount of blood splashed onto the ground. Impressive. I thought it would be a tough fight, but it seems like I don't have to. Tianhao was shocked at first, then he was overjoyed. With Yi Chen's help, rank 6 beasts were no longer a threat to him. He only needed to kill beasts that were below rank 5. Before the beast group even got close, all the clasping Yuan realm warriors had already started their attacks. The rest of the warriors were ready to fight against the beasts at any second. Swirling winds and clouds, overlapping mountain ridges. Yi Chen had performed all of his wide-range sword attacks. Sword chi shot out in all directions and huge groups of beasts fell onto the ground. Night battle. Tianhao's power was not to be underestimated either. A pitch-black long blade appeared in his hand. As he waved the long blade, dozens of blade chi spread out with him as the center. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With only the power of the two of them, most of the beasts could not even get close. Once they got within 300 meters, they would be killed by countless sword chi and blade chi. Even the rank 3 and 4 beasts could not survive. Only the rank 5 beasts could break through the sword chi and blade chi and escape. What welcomed them was a fist. The powerful fist had attracted hundreds of meters of yuan chi, and then it was thrown out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 to 4 rank 5 beasts exploded in the air. So powerful. We could not do anything. At least hundreds of beasts had died in their hands. The beasts behind them had just arrived, but they were all killed immediately. Even the rank 5 beasts were no exception. It is dangerous over there. Why don't we go and help them? All of the warriors in the back started to discuss. Yi Chen heard everyone's discussion and said loudly, "You guys send half of your people to other places. We will be enough here." Tianhao said, "Brother Yi is right." Hearing him, half of the 100 people left and only about 50 people were left. There were not many beasts in the first wave. There were only 2,000 to 3,000 beasts on Yi Chen and Tianhao's side. After such a short while, half of them had already been killed by the two of them. Another rank 6 beast is coming. Is it an eagle-tiger beast? Tianhao was shocked. But just as Tianhao finished talking, that eagle-tiger beast had been cut into pieces by an extremely fast sword chi. It was as horrifying as thunder. Tianhao was speechless. This was way too horrifying. A rank 6 beast could not even take one sword chi attack from him. This eagle-tiger beast was equivalent to a normal late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Putting a pellet into his mouth, Yi Chen looked very calm. This eagle-tiger beast was different from normal rank 6 beasts. If he wanted to kill it with one sword attack, he would have to use his ultimate move, the last movement of the Sky Cloud sword art, Supreme Sky Cloud. As for the one sword attack, he would try not to use it unless necessary, as it would consume a lot of his energy. As the battle went on, Tianhao's Jin Qi was being consumed very quickly. However, he had quite a lot of pellets with him, some of which could instantly replenish 20 to 30% of his Jin Qi. He said, "Brother Yi, if you don't have enough pellets, I have some here. I am from the alchemist martial school and I have a lot of them." Yi Chen said, "No need, I have a lot of pellets as well." Besides the calabash of Jin Qi replenishing pellets, he also had hundreds of normal Jin Qi replenishing pellets, which he had spent hundreds of thousands of gold to buy. After all, normal Jin Qi replenishing pellets were more than enough for normal use. There was no need to waste Jin Qi replenishing pellets. When all the beasts in this direction had been killed, the battles in the other directions had not finished yet. Yi Chen said, "I will go help the others first. Are you okay by yourself?" "Sure, you go ahead. I don't think it's safe over there. Rank 6 beasts are still quite powerful for us." Tianhao sat on the ground with his legs crossed and started meditating. Hearing Yi Chen, he nodded. Swoosh. Extending his body, Yi Chen soon arrived at the south gate of the Yellow Mountain town. Without saying anything, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack and hit the rank 6 beast that was fighting with the clasping Yuan realm warrior. This rank 6 beast let out a cry and fell on the ground. Chapter 200. The one guarding the south gate was a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Before Yi Chen arrived, he was the most powerful warrior in the Yellow Mountain town. However, his opponent was a rank 6 beast, the four-legged flamingo, which was as powerful as a late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Even after using all of his ace attacks, he still could not do anything to it. Instead, his arm had been scratched. Seeing Yi Chen kill the four-legged flamingo with only one sword attack, he opened his eyes wide in shock. "I will leave the rest of the beasts to you. I will go check out the other two sides." Flashing his body, Yi Chen flew across the sky of the Yellow Mountain town and arrived at the east gate. The situation here was not good. There were 2 rank 6 beasts, and there were only 2 clasping Yuan realm warriors. One was a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior, and the other was an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. The early clasping Yuan realm warrior was about to be killed by the claw of the rank 6 beast. Performing his separating shadow flying art, Yi Chen's body became blurry. When he reappeared, he was already in between the beast and the human, throwing out a thunderous sword attack. The lightning-like blue sword light broke through the beast's protective beast chi and landed heavily on its chest. Then the sword light shone brightly, exploding violently. Blood splashed everywhere. This aggressive rank 6 beast had been blown away by the sword light. There was a huge sword hole in its chest which was quite chilling. "You go and heal yourself first," Yi Chen said to the middle-aged man who was quite badly wounded. "All right, thank you." The middle-aged man was just as shocked as the first one. However, it was obviously not the time for him to be shocked. He obediently stepped back, swallowed a pellet, and sat on the ground with his legs crossed to heal himself. He was trying to recover most of his fighting power before the next wave of beasts appeared. "Oh, little bro, you are quite powerful." The one who was fighting with the rank 6 beast was a beautiful lady in her 30s. She was holding a crescent blade in her hand, and seemed to be on par with the beast. From time to time, she would use her ace attacks to leave bloody marks on the beast's body. Yi Chen said, "The next wave of beasts could come at any time. You don't mind if I help you, right?" Clasping Yuan realm warriors were very confident in their own power. If they went up there recklessly, they might annoy the lady, since she had already suppressed the rank 6 beast. Sure. I couldn't ask for more. The beautiful woman smiled sweetly and didn't mind. Bang. The ground exploded as Yi Qin violently dashed towards the beautiful woman's opponent, the level 6 two-headed wolf king. Ow. One of the two-headed wolf king's heads spat out a ring of light at Yi Qin. The power of the light wave was unparalleled. Wherever it went, the ground would explode layer by layer, and the sky would be filled with rubble. Break! On the way, Yi Qin slashed horizontally with his sword. The light wave split in the middle, and the thick blue sword chi instantly hit the double-headed wolf king's body, protecting demonic chi. This two-headed wolf king is not simple. The blue sword chi had been blocked by the protective beast chi and could not break through. At this moment, Yi Qin finally realized how powerful that beautiful lady was. She seemed to be even more powerful than those mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors outside the south gate. Before, she had suppressed the double-headed wolf king all by herself. The beautiful lady reminded Yi Qin, "This is not a normal double-headed wolf king, it is a mutated one. Its beast chi is very dense, and even my arc light blade could not break through its protective beast chi. You will have to use your ace attack." It's broken. In the beautiful lady's eyes, the blue sword chi did not disappear just like that. Instead, it turned into layers of sword chi that continuously landed on the double-headed wolf king's protective Jin chi. Within 2 blinks of an eye, one of the double-headed wolf king's heads had been cut off by the sword chi. Blood spurted out for dozens of meters. Arc light cut. As soon as the double-headed wolf king's protective Jin chi was broken, the beautiful lady reacted quickly and threw out 3 blade attacks in a row, killing the double-headed wolf king for good. Interesting. Are you interested in joining our moon pavilion? Don't worry, we are not a martial institution, we are just an organization. You don't have to leave your martial institution if you join us. The beautiful lady would not be stupid enough to ask Yi Qin to leave his martial institution. With his age, Yi Qin must be the most talented one in the martial institution. Yi Qin said, "Not yet. You will be interested in it in the future." The beautiful lady laughed. The expression on her face was obviously one of excitement. After that, Yi Qin went to the north gate of the Yellow Mountain town to help. In fact, he did not need to go there since there was not even a single rank 6 beast there. After the first wave of beasts had been killed, no one dared to sleep. They sat outside the town to rest and chat, drinking wine. As for cleaning up the dead bodies, they could not do it even if they wanted to. Under the beast wave, there would be no whole bodies left. All they could see was the ground covered with minced meat and blood. In the middle of the night, the second wave of beasts had arrived. The attack this time was even more intense than the previous wave. There were dozens of rank 6 beasts, and there were 3 to 4 of them in almost every direction. There were hundreds of rank 5 beasts, and the number of low-rank beasts was even more horrifying. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were everywhere. After 2 hours, the second wave of beasts had finally been killed. The number of warriors in the Yellow Mountain town had been reduced from the original 700 to 300. More than half of them had died under the claws of the beasts. The normal people in the town were not spared either. Half of the thousands of people had died, and the survivors were either hiding in the cellars or being saved by Yi Qin and the others. Besides that, there were finally some clasping Yuan realm warriors who had been killed. An early clasping Yuan realm warrior had been killed, and 3 others had been wounded. One of them had lost an arm. One more wave and we will not be able to hold on anymore. Tianhao was covered in blood as he said sadly. Yi Qin's clothes were torn, but he was not wounded. He said, "The sun is coming out soon. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get everyone to the Iron City. That's the only way." After a quarter of an hour, more than 1,000 people left the broken Yellow Mountain town, walking towards the sun in the east. All of their faces were pale. Obviously, the beast attack last night had made them very tired and desperate. The good thing was that there was still hope in their eyes. Behind the crowd, Tianhao had changed into a clean set of clothes and said with a bitter smile, "I have killed more beasts tonight than I have in the past few years. How could there be so many beasts?" The beautiful lady said, "The beasts are very territorial, but there are at least hundreds of thousands of beasts in a 1,000 miles radius mountain range. We had only been attacked in a small area." "You're right. We can only hope that there will not be any rank 7 beasts in the beast wave." Yi Qin looked very serious. If it were top rank 6 beasts like the Wind Wolf, they would still be able to fight them with the number of people. But once there were rank 7 beasts, The human wave attack would basically be useless. Relying on the city would be useless as well. Only astral-reaching realm warriors of the same level would be able to make it. Tianhao looked into the distance. There are still 200 miles to the Iron City. We have to speed up. At the same time, in different directions, countless people were gathering towards the area where the Iron City was located. Iron City, inside the mayor's mansion. Mayor, right now the Iron City is already overcrowded. In the next few days there will be even more people gathering here. This will be a huge burden. An elder in luxurious clothes reported to the middle-aged man on the main seat. The middle-aged mayor said, "Normal people stay on the ground and let all the warriors go up to the roof. That way there will be more space. Right now it is not about the number of people, but what if there are not enough people? We should all gather in the Iron City." The elder said with admiration, "Mayor, you are so wise. I asked you to find out how many clasping Yuan realm warriors there are in the Iron City. Have you found anything yet?" The mayor asked. "I have. Although the Iron City is a small city, there are more than 240 clasping Yuan realm warriors, and it is still increasing. Among them, there are many clasping Yuan realm warriors from the big martial institutions. Yeah, the beast wave is indeed dangerous, but it can train the warriors' battling experience. The leaders of the big martial institutions should have plans for this. Alright, are there any astral-reaching realm warriors coming?" "Not yet." The mayor frowned and mumbled to himself, "This is not easy. Right now we are not sure if it will be a small beast wave or a mid-sized one. If there are rank 7 beasts, the Iron City would not be able to hold on. I hope it will not happen. I don't think it will be possible. Normally, rank 7 beasts would only be found in mid-sized mountains or forests. Within 10,000 miles of our Iron City, there are no mid-sized mountains or forests. The biggest mountain in the wasteland is only a small one, only a few thousand miles in radius. I hope so." After one day and one night of traveling, everyone was exhausted. A lot of normal people who were already injured had died on the way, and even more had died under the attacks of the beast. The number of people has decreased again. I wonder how many will make it to the Iron City. Looking at the crowd, Yi Qin sighed. Right now there were less than 1,000 people left, which was almost the same as the population of 3 villages. He then looked at the axeman who was not far away and smiled. He thought that he was quite lucky. He did not die in such a harsh battle, and even managed to break through from the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 8 to Stage 9. After this beast wave, there was hope for him to reach the condensing reality realm. Tianhao looked at Yi Chen with admiration. "You have killed 5,000 to 6,000 beasts by yourself, and I have only killed less than 1/3 of you." Every time the beasts attacked, Yi Chen would fight his way into the group of beasts by himself and kill the rank 6 beasts that were threatening. And every time he would be able to escape unscathed, which made Tianhao and the rest admire him. In their minds, there were people who were as powerful as Yi Chen or even more powerful than him, but none of them could do it as easily as he did. "Young man, if you join our moon pavilion, we will guarantee you more resources to increase your cultivation." The beautiful lady did not forget to recruit Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. "I'm not interested for now." "Then think about it. You won't lose anything anyway. If you think the moon pavilion is not good, you can leave anytime." The beautiful lady was very confident in the moon pavilion. She believed that after Yi Chen joined he would not want to leave. The problem was that he had not joined yet. Another half a day passed. A city with a circumference of 10 miles appeared in their sight. "We've arrived at the Iron City. We've finally arrived. Let's go in quickly. We'll be safe inside." The people who survived cherished their lives very much. All of them ran as if they had been injected with chicken blood, unlike before when they were on the verge of death. The beautiful lady flew into the air and shouted, "Open the city gate." Before the beautiful lady shouted a second time, the huge city gate opened. Groups of soldiers lined up on both sides. The leader said, "Everyone come in. Don't waste any time." After entering the Iron City, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Some of them had reached their limit and fainted. So many people. Looking at the overcrowded Iron City, Yi Chen was shocked. Tianhao said, "It seems like everyone has gathered here. Next we will have to fight against the beasts. I hope we can hold on. If there are no rank 7 beasts, it should not be a problem." An unknown clasping Yuan realm warrior nearby said. Roar. The second Yi Chen and the group entered the city, countless beasts were running in the direction of the Yellow Mountain town. It was dark and horrifying. Within the beast wave there were countless rank 5 beasts and hundreds of rank 6 beasts. What was even more horrifying was that behind the beasts, there was a huge shadow moving towards them. Wherever it went, the hills would collapse and the ground would start to rumble as if there was a small earthquake. It was a 1,000 meters long python with 2 long horns on its head. Its whole body was covered in greenish-yellow scales that were the size of basins. With a casual sweep of its tail, the ground would crack open and rocks would fly everywhere. From its mouth, a stinky smell would come out, forming countless dark cloud-like air currents that covered its entire body. Boom! The 2-horned python flew past the yellow mountain town. The whole town had been completely destroyed and turned into a flat ground within a second. It was impossible to tell that this town used to exist. Brr, brr, brr. The beast's roar was earth-shattering as it jumped towards the Iron City. What? There are rank 7 beasts here? A late-clasping Yuan realm warrior saw the 2-horned python from afar and was shocked. He hurried to perform his flying art and fly towards the Iron City. Swoosh! The 2-horned python stared at him without blinking. It opened its mouth and an endless amount of beast chi gathered at its throat. Then a pitch-black light column shot out. 10 miles of distance was covered within a blink of an eye. This late-clasping Yuan realm warrior did not even make a sound before his body was burned into ashes. As if it was not satisfied yet, this 2-horned python shot out a few more pitch-black light columns, which pierced through the mountains nearby. Rocks started to fall from the top and a loud rumbling sound was heard. The beast's speed was extremely fast, even faster than the crowd's traveling speed. Within half a day they had already reached 10 miles away from the Iron City. The 2-horned python straightened its upper body, which was almost as tall as a mountain. It opened its mouth again and shot out another pitch-black light column, shooting towards the Iron City's city wall that was 10 miles away. The city wall was shattered like tofu. Countless people had died under this black light column, including 3 clasping Yuan realm warriors. Some of the warriors recognized the 2-horned python and said in shock, "It is a rank 7 beast." Rank 7 beast, horned dragon python. How is this possible? How could there be a horned dragon python within 10,000 miles? How could we block the attack of a rank 7 beast? Let's just run. A lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors had pale faces as they started to think about running away. On the other side of the city wall, Yi Chen's heart sank. He had never thought that a rank 7 beast would appear out of nowhere and this early. Even all of the clasping Yuan realm warriors in the city combined might not be able to kill a rank 7 beast. After all, martial geniuses like Jianghu were not easy to find. Plus, this rank 7 beast's power was still unknown. It might be as powerful as a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. Even a martial genius like Jianghu would not be able to fight against it. I wonder if I can beat a rank 7 beast after I reach the late clasping Yuan realm. According to Thunder Freer, it seems to be very hard. Even with the completed sword intent, I would only be able to run away and would not be able to fight against it. Yi Chen had never seen a rank 7 beast before, nor had he seen an astral-reaching realm warrior fight against one another. So, he could not tell how powerful a rank 7 beast or an astral-reaching realm warrior would be. Chapter 201. Obviously, the Iron City did not have a horrifying martial genius like Jianghu, and could not fight against the rank 7 horned dragon snake with her late clasping Yuan realm power. When the horned dragon snake shot out the second pitch-black light column, some clasping Yuan realm warriors had finally escaped. For them, it was only a matter of time before the Iron City was destroyed. If they did not leave now, it would be hard for them to leave later, since they only had one life. Boom. Another pitch-black beam of light pierced through the void and landed on the huge city gate of Iron City. In the next moment, the 1-meter-thick city gate made of steel melted into ashes. The pitch-black beam of light didn't stop there. It went straight through the ground, all the way to the city lord's mansion in the center. The mansion was split in half, and everything within 10 meters of that line disappeared instantly. Not a single thing was left. The mayor is dead. Everyone run. What? The mayor is dead? What is the point of defending? Wait a bit longer. Maybe some astral-reaching realm warriors will come. The beast wave is not only around the Iron City. Other cities are also facing beast waves, and I am afraid there will not be any astral-reaching realm warriors to help. The beast wave had not even reached the city yet, but the people in the Iron City had already lost hope. We can't defend anymore. Let's run. Right next to Yi Chen, Tianhao and the rest forced a smile. Yi Chen nodded. Since it has already happened, staying would be suicide. In the Yellow Mountain town, because there were no rank 7 beasts, they could still try their best to protect more people. But right now, who could they protect if they stayed? In front of rank 7 beasts, clasping Yuan realm warriors would only be ants, unless there were enough of them to kill an elephant. The sky darkened and a pitch-black light column suddenly shot out towards Yi Chen's direction. Watch out! Yi Chen's body flashed, leaving a Zhen Qi shadow where he was standing. Tian Hao and the ladies' reactions were just below Yi Chen's. They pushed their flying arc to its limit, moving towards the right side at a high speed. Swoosh! The other clasping Yuan realm warriors did not manage to react in time before they were devoured by the black light column along with the city wall. Tian Hao's face was pale. He had reacted fast enough, but it was not fast enough. At that critical moment, Yi Chen had pushed him, allowing him to avoid the attack range of the black light column. Looking at the edge of the city wall that had been melted, Tian Hao was still scared. He turned his head and said to Yi Chen with gratitude, "I owe you a life. I will pay you back someday." Yi Chen did not say anything. He seemed to have sensed something, so he turned his head and looked towards the sky. Yi Chen said nothing. Astral-reaching realm warriors are coming. Yi Chen let out a breath. In the sky realm, Qin clan king, and the black clan Yi have city emperor and Yi clan have realm warriors. King Dragon King with clan Qin realm dragon, the speed of the flame was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was still thousands of meters away. In the blink of an eye, the figure in the flame was already clearly visible. It was like a huge fireball shooting over. Seeing that, Tian Hao activated his Zhen Qi and said with a loud voice, "Don't despair. The astral-reaching realm warriors from the alchemist martial school are here to help." It is true. There really are astral-reaching realm warriors in the Iron City. The firelight's momentum was so great that not long after, everyone could feel its astonishing aura and scorching temperature. The horned dragon python in the herd also noticed the firelight. Its eyes were cold as it locked onto the location of the firelight. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black pillar of light. Break! A voice was heard from within the fire. Right after that, a huge flame-like blade qi sliced through the air, clashing with the black light column. Boom! That horrifying blast wave brought up layers of dirt. A huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters and a depth of dozens of meters had appeared on the ground. The fire disappeared, and a human figure appeared right next to Tian Hao. It was an elder in his 60s, wearing a long robe with fire patterns on his sleeves. Tian Hao said with respect, "Great Master." The elder nodded and said with a serious tone, "Tell everyone to leave the Iron City and head to the Gold Tripod City. That is the only place we can defend." What? With the Great Master here, we will definitely be able to defend the Iron City. Tian Hao was a bit shocked. He did not expect the elder to say that. The elder sighed, "If it were other rank 7 beasts, I would have the confidence to fight with or even beat them. But this horned dragon snake is extremely powerful, almost equivalent to a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. I can only stall it for a while. Once it drags on, even I will have to run away." Even Grand Elder couldn't defeat it? Tian Hao gasped. Yi Chen was speechless. Running away to the Gold Tripod City with 1,000,000 people was definitely not a good idea. During the beast wave there would be beasts everywhere outside the city. Not to mention 1,000,000 people, even if there were 10 million people they would still be slaughtered. But the opponent had made it clear that he could only stall the horned dragon snake for a while, and would not be able to beat it. In other words, they would die either way. The fate of the Iron City's population had already been decided. As the two were talking, the horned dragon snake's second attack had arrived. The black light column flashed once before disappearing, and the sky started to darken. "Hurry up and get out of here. I can only hold it for 15 minutes. The old man rose from the ground, and a flaming machete appeared in his hand. The machete drew a stunning arc in the void and slashed at the pitch-black pillar of light. The black light column had been shattered once again, and the elder flew towards the beast with the blade in his hand. With Tian Hao's warning, everyone knew about this fact. They had to open the other 3 city gates and get ready to run towards the Gold Tripod City. Soon, everyone had returned to the Iron City. It turned out that there were beast waves coming from the other 3 directions as well. There were millions of them and they had completely surrounded the Iron City. Not to mention normal people, even late-clasping Yuan realm warriors might not be able to get out. This is bad. On the city wall, all of the clasping Yuan realm warriors looked pale. Before, they were still able to escape with their own power. But now, there were so many beasts everywhere and some of them were even top rank 6 beasts. There was no way they could escape. If they had known this earlier, they would have escaped earlier. Rumble. The beasts were running extremely fast. Within the time it took to drink half a pot of tea, the Iron City had been completely surrounded. In the sky, under the city wall, every inch of space was filled with all kinds of beasts. The first ones to suffer were the warriors on the city wall. Almost within a second, hundreds of them had been torn into pieces by the flying beasts, including an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. It was a rank 6 beast, the four-legged flamingo, that had killed him. Tornado broken clouds. Facing all of those flying beasts, Yi Chen chose to attack with a large area of effect. He threw out a sword attack and the sword chi twisted the air, forming a huge tornado. All the beasts below rank 5 would be sucked in once they got close to the tornado. They would be sliced into pieces. Although the rank 5 beasts had a high defense, they still could not keep their bodies steady. They were shakily spinning around the tornado, and were eventually killed by the sword chi. Whoa! An earth-shattering wolf howl was heard, which shocked Yi Chen and the rest of them. They could not help but look into the distance. Above the crowd of beasts, a gigantic demonic wolf was flying towards the Iron City. It was indeed one of the tyrants of the rank 6 beasts, the Wind Wolf. Before the rest of them could react, another roar was heard. The ground started to shake violently, and a demonic bear that was even bigger than the Wind Wolf jumped into the air. It was like a dark cloud pressing down on the Iron City. The aggressive chi made all of the flying beasts in the sky scatter, not daring to come closer. Top rank 6 beast, Wind Wolf. Top rank 6 beast, Black Bear. The lady mumbled. Tianhao took a deep breath and said, "Guys, if we don't run now, we will not have another chance." The Wind Wolf and the Black Bear were both tyrants of the rank 6 beasts. With their power, they would not be able to fight against them at all. Plus, as more and more beasts appeared, no one could tell if there would be more top rank 6 beasts. Yi Chen glanced at the Iron City behind him and said helplessly, "Let's run." While they were talking, most of the clasping Yuan realm warriors in the Iron City had performed their flying arts, running towards the place where there were fewer beasts. Yi Chen and the other two followed closely behind the rest of them. The few clasping Yuan realm warriors in the front were suddenly entangled by a long and thin tongue. The tongue was covered with thorns and with a slight pull, their bodies were torn apart. "It is a top rank 6 beast, the three-eyed toad. Run." Hearing him, everyone, including Yi Chen, increased their speed to their limit. They did not dare to stay for even a second longer. This place was no longer a place where clasping Yuan realm warriors could run freely. Only astral-reaching realm warriors could come and go as they pleased. In the next 10 minutes, 200 clasping Yuan realm warriors were either injured or killed. There were less than 100 left, and most of them had died under the claws of the rank 6 beasts. Some of them had been badly wounded and had fallen into the beast groups, killed by countless low-rank beasts. Supreme Shocking Cloud. Burning Field Cut. Are cut. Yi Chen and the other two were not having a good time either. Although they had carefully avoided the top rank 6 beasts, they were soon surrounded by a group of rank 6 beasts, falling into a crisis. On the other side, the battle between the great master of the alchemist martial school and the horned dragon snake had reached its climax. The horned dragon snake was not only extremely powerful in long-range attacks, but also in close combat. Its 100-meter-long tail swept across the air, blowing away all the air within 1,000 meters radius, turning it into a vacuum world. In this vacuum world, everything seemed to be weightless. The elder yelled, the flame on his body burning fiercely. It was more than 50% stronger than before, and his whole body looked like a human-shaped fire pillar. Boom. A blade attack landed on the horned dragon snake's tail, and the elder was blown away. With that momentum, his body flashed, jumping towards Yi Chen and the other two. Go. He waved his hand to kill all the rank 6 beasts surrounding them, then grabbed Tianhao and rushed out of the encirclement with a speed that was a couple of times faster than the speed of sound. Yi Chen and the lady looked at each other and forced a smile. They did not have that kind of insane speed, and they did not dare to follow behind the elder. Who knew if the horned dragon snake would launch a long-range attack after them? Just as they had expected, a pitch-black light column shot over, shooting towards the elder. Along with a loud boom, the elder and Tianhao's bodies disappeared. Let's leave as well. If the horned dragon snake catches up with us, we will definitely die. Yeah. Yi Chen and the lady flew side by side, trying their best to avoid the top rank 6 beasts. They did not dare to kill too many of them, as they were afraid that the horned dragon snake would notice them. Chapter 202. There are too many beasts and we can't make too much noise. Looking at the horde of demonic beasts and the demonic energy that blotted out the sky, the beautiful woman could not help but frown. Yichen also felt troubled. The horned dragon snake was not far behind them. Once they made too much noise, it would definitely notice them. By then, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to escape death. Then they could only use their separating shadow flying art. Without much hesitation, Yichen reached out his hand and grabbed the lady's slim hand. His body shook a little and a series of Jinqi shadows appeared in the air. His real body had already carried the lady and rushed out. His speed was not that fast, but he was like a fish swimming in the water, avoiding the beast's encirclement. You. The lady subconsciously wanted to take back her hand, but she realized that Yichen was performing a special flying art, so she gave up. She used her Jinqi to talk to Yichen. Although this flying art is special and can create Jinqi shadows, it can also attract the attention of the surrounding beasts. You should know that some of the beasts can see through you. Yichen said, "How would you know if you don't try?" The two silhouettes flickered in and out of existence. A lot of low-ranked beasts were dazzled and bumped into each other. Right at this moment, a slender object swept over with a speed as fast as a spark. Watch out. The lady held her breath. She was not unfamiliar with that long and thin object. It was the tongue of the top-ranked 6th beast, the three-eyed toad. The three-eyed toad's third eye could see through reality. As long as one's cultivation level was not too much higher than its own, no matter how many tricks one used, one would not be able to fool it. The tongue that was covered in barbs was too fast. The moment the lady's voice was heard, the tongue had already wrapped around the two's bodies and slightly tightened. Swoosh. The two's bodies were torn apart, but they were Jinqi shadows. The lady was surprised. How did you avoid it? Yichen said, as long as the speed of the tongue is not faster than my reaction speed, I have a way to avoid it. You do not have to worry about that. Hehe, you really don't want to consider joining our moon pavilion? The lady tried to persuade Yichen to join their organization. Let's get out of here first. Yichen had consumed a lot of his true qi shadows. After all, these shadows needed true qi to maintain, and in a short period of time, he had already lost dozens of true qi shadows. Shoving a pill into his mouth that could instantly replenish his Jinqi, Yichen increased the output of his Jinqi, pushing his speed to the limit that he could reach. Shio. With the help of the Jinqi shadows, the two of them passed through the dense demonic qi and arrived at the edge of the beast tide. We've finally escaped. The beautiful woman took a deep breath. Yichen had no intention of letting go of her hand. He took her and flew towards the nearby mountains. The beautiful woman said with a smile that was not a smile, "Little brat, we have already escaped from the encirclement. How long are you going to hold my hand? Although I don't mind." Yichen said calmly, "If you want to die, you can let go." What do you mean? The beautiful woman knew that Yichen would not speak without thinking. It's simple. We have been targeted by the horned dragon snake. Luckily it did not catch up. The horned dragon snake was a rank 7 beast. Speed was not its specialty, but for it to chase after 2 clasping Yuan realm warriors, it was as easy as drinking water. I guess it did not want to chase after 2 small fries like us. The beautiful woman indeed did not dare to let go of her hand. Without Yichen's separating shadow flying art, it was very likely that she would die. After all, she had seen how Yichen had brought her out of the encirclement with her own eyes. Among the beasts, the horned dragon snake's upper body stood straight up like a sky pillar. A pair of cold eyes pierced through the demonic qi, locking onto Yichen and the beautiful woman who were in the distance. Just like the beautiful woman had said, as a rank 7 beast, it did not want to chase after the two personally. All it needed to do was let out a beam of demonic qi. It opened its huge mouth, and an endless amount of demonic qi gathered. The horned dragon snake shot out a pitch-black light column, which broke through the demonic qi blockade within a second and appeared miles away. Yichen was as calm as still water as he yelled with a low voice. Explode. The two's bodies suddenly exploded, and a huge amount of afterimages shot out in all directions. More than 80% of the afterimages did not manage to escape the attack range of the pitch-black light column, and they all disappeared within a second. The power of the pitch-black light column did not decrease at all, and it even pierced through a steep mountain that was even further away. Amidst the layers of mountains. Because of the beast wave, there were no more beasts in the places where the beasts used to gather. Yichen could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood anymore. His body started to wobble. Grabbing Yichen's arm, the beautiful woman brought him down onto the rugged mountain road. "You are wounded." The beautiful woman was still shocked before, but now she knew what kind of price she had to pay to perform that attack. Shoving an expensive healing pellet that was worth tens of thousands of gold into his mouth, Yichen sat on the ground with his legs crossed and said with a pale face, 3 Jinqi afterimages is my normal limit. 5 Jinqi afterimages will make my Jinqi chaotic. Just now, I had used so many Jinqi afterimages at once, and my meridians and internal organs were injured quite badly. Help me, protect me, I need to adjust my condition first. Alright, aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? Yichen said, you can try. Never mind, you are so calm. You must have a backup plan. The beautiful woman shook her head. She had not known Yichen for long, and no matter what kind of danger he had encountered, she had never seen him panic. With her experience, she naturally knew that Yichen was not someone to be messed with. Plotting against him would be extremely difficult, not to mention that she had never really thought about killing him for money. Closing his eyes, Yichen quickly entered the healing state. 2 hours later, Yichen let out a breath that had a slight smell of blood and slowly stood up. This is not a good place to stay. Let's go to the big city. The beautiful woman nodded. During the beast wave, there will be endless amounts of beasts coming. This time it will not be a simple small beast wave. The two of them used their qinggong and flew far away. Not long after the two of them left, 2 human figures appeared in the Iron City that had been razed to the ground. We are late. Including the Iron City, there are already 20 cities that have been destroyed. The death toll is over 30 million. Judging from the degree of destruction in the cities, there should be a rank 7 beast that passed by. Luckily there were no rank 8 beasts. Otherwise, even some medium-sized cities would not be able to hold on. A small beast wave will not have many rank 7 beasts. This time it is a special case. There were more than 10 rank 7 beasts. There is no sign of a beast wave, and those martial institutions that are too far away have not received the news yet. We will have to be busy and kill this rank 7 beast first. Yeah. It doesn't matter if we are busy. The two of them flashed and disappeared. Their speed was much faster than the great master of the alchemist martial school. During the beast wave, there would be no safe zone within 10,000 miles. Usually, the moment one got out of danger, another group of beasts would arrive. Are cut. After killing a rank 6 beast, the beautiful woman forced a smile, going through dozens of battles in one day. I am afraid we will be exhausted to death before we even reach the big cities. Yichen did not say anything. In the past couple of days they did not dare to fly in the sky, since it would be too obvious. It might even attract the top rank 6 beasts and rank 7 beasts. However, their traveling speed was extremely slow. On average, they could only travel 1 to 2,000 miles a day, and it was still not completely safe. They would be discovered by small groups of beasts from time to time. In a couple of days, when the astral-reaching realm warriors from other areas arrive, the situation should be much better. The beautiful woman said, indeed, the beast wave had happened too suddenly. If there had been a sign, then there would not have been so many deaths. On their way, countless villages and towns had been ravaged by the beasts. The smell of blood was everywhere, making it look like hell on earth. Yichen sighed slightly. Before, he had tried so hard to bring people from 3 villages to the Iron City, but they still could not escape death. In front of the beast wave, warriors below the clasping Yuan realm would not be able to protect themselves at all. Once they were surrounded by a huge amount of beasts, even clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to escape. According to the beautiful woman's analysis, this was only a small beast wave with a lot of rank 7 beasts. A medium beast wave would be 10 times bigger than a small one, with a lot of rank 8 beasts and even rank 9 beasts. A demonic cow with wings on its back dove towards Yichen. That powerful beast chi had shaken up the air, bringing up patterns everywhere. Lone peak kill. Facing the beast's attack, Yichen looked normal as he stabbed out a sword attack. The beast could feel the power of that sword attack and was about to dodge it. But then, it realized that no matter how hard it tried, it would not be able to get out of the attacking range of that sword attack. It was like Yichen was standing on top of a tall mountain. With the height of the mountain, that sword attack was filled with killing intent. Swoosh. A sword hole appeared on its forehead. The beast's body shook a little before it fell down. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. I don't remember you performing this attack before. It is not that powerful, but it would still be hard for me to dodge it. I just learned it, Yichen said vaguely. The Lone Peak kill was actually a combination of the 7 movements of the Lone Peak 13 swords. It was a combined sword movement. A long time ago he had tried to combine sword movements, but he realized that the rank of the Sky Cloud Sword art was too high. With his current cultivation and knowledge he would not be able to combine it. Therefore he had to start with the top-rank Mortal Realm Sword art, the Lone Peak 13 Swords. Before the Beast Wave he had only combined 4 movements of the Lone Peak Kill. Its power was only about the same as the last third movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art, which was not that powerful. In the past couple of days of killing he had killed thousands of beasts. Finally he had combined 3 sword movements again. His power had instantly surpassed the Sky Cloud Sword art, and was only weaker than the one-sword attack which consumed his mind power. Compared to the one-sword attack's extreme speed and high attacking power, the Lone Peak Kill's poetic perspective was even higher, and it complemented his entry-level sword intent. As for why, Yichen knew it very well. When he first learned the sword intent, it was actually because of the poetic perspective of the Lone Peak 13 Swords. Therefore, the sword intent and the poetic perspective of the Lone Peak 13 Swords were more or less related. As long as I combined the Lone Peak 13 Swords into one movement, its power would definitely be more powerful than the one-sword attack. But of course it would only be temporary. The one-sword attack would improve along with my cultivation, and its power would increase as well. Sooner or later it would surpass the one-sword attack. Killing beasts after beasts, Yichen thought to himself. Swoosh. Another mid-level level 6 demonic beast was assassinated without the slightest bit of resistance. Chapter 203. As the days passed, the number of demonic beasts increased. Within a radius of more than 20,000 li, there were traces of demonic beasts everywhere, covering the sky and covering the earth. The Gold Tripod City was the only big city within the Beast Waves area. It was more than 100 miles in both width and length, which was even bigger than the Wind City and the Happy City in the Windy Nation. The population had reached an astonishing 15 million, which was equivalent to the total population of 20 small cities. On the streets, clasping Yuan Realm warriors could be seen everywhere, and condensing Reality Realm warriors were everywhere. As for the Astral Reaching Realm warriors, they were not that rare anymore. Look, isn't that the inner master of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, the Black Crow Man? The one beside him should be the Fire Spirit, right? The two of them used to be enemies decades ago. I did not expect that they would become good friends walking side by side today. Martial geniuses would usually compete with each other. The Black Crow Man and the Fire Spirit were both considered mid-level martial geniuses back in the day. It was because they did not want to lose that they managed to break through to the mid-astral reaching realm together. You are right. If a martial genius does not have a martial genius opponent, they would lose their passion very soon. Once there are a lot of martial geniuses, it would be easier for a martial genius to appear. As for the discussions, the Black Crow Man had always chosen to ignore them. He laughed and said, "Fire Spirit, you have killed one less rank 7 beast than me. It seems like I still have the advantage." The Fire Spirit said seriously, "You have only killed 3 rank 7 beasts. One of the 2 beasts I have killed was a top rank 7 beast. Regardless, it is a fact that I have killed more rank 7 beasts than you." The Black Crow Man did not let go of this point. The Fire Spirit was filled with a battling intent. "Why don't we fight again? A couple of months ago we did not have a winner. This time we might have to fight for a winner. Who is afraid of you? After the Beast Wave you can choose the location." The two entered a restaurant and were still bickering. The manager did not dare to disturb the two, so he followed behind with a smile. "Manager, let's sit here. Give us some dishes that go well with the wine and some good wine." The two of them sat by the window and the Black Crow Taoist ordered the manager. "All right, it will be ready soon." The shopkeeper nodded and bowed as he retreated. Looking at the warriors walking on the street, the Fire Spirit suddenly sighed. Time flies so fast. Decades have passed in a blink of an eye. Yeah. Being able to reach late astral reaching realm in this lifetime is already our limit. We won't be able to reach higher realms. To be able to reach late astral reaching realm, I am already very satisfied. Speaking of which, we are not considered powerful geniuses. The powerful geniuses are mostly Sea of Soul realm experts. Not at all. I thought Xuanho's generation was the peak of all the martial geniuses. But now, it seems that the current generation of martial geniuses is the real peak, even comparable to the ancient era. For example, the Fire Spirit Prince of your Fire Spirit Martial School, he has already reached the peak level late clasping Yuan realm at the age of 22. He is even more talented than the head disciple of my Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Black Crow Man complimented. The fire spirit shook his head. There is still a long way to go. I think only the last hidden dragon rank warrior from the South Rudra region could catch up with Xianhou. But it is only a possibility, since Xianhou had already reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 18. No one in the whole True Spirit continent had ever broken this record. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been able to do it. No one had been able to do it in the past 1,000 years. It is indeed the highest honor. But Xianhou is a special case after all. Judging from the number and quality of the martial geniuses, this generation is indeed the peak. Soon the food and drinks were served. The two ate and chatted at the same time. They were only 500 miles away from the Gold Tripod City. Yi Qin and the beautiful lady had once again fallen into a crisis. This time they were facing a top-rank 6 beast, the Iron Scale Beast, which looked like a dog and was covered in black scales. Arc-light rain cut. The lady extended her body, waving the curved blade in her hand for hundreds of times within a second. Countless arc-shaped blade chi landed on the Iron Scale Beast's body like a heavy rain. Ding, ding. Countless sparks appeared. The lady's blade chi could only leave a slight mark on the Iron Scale Beast's body. She could not even break its scales. We can't do it anymore. This Iron Scale Beast is not as powerful as the Wind Wolf, but it is still not something we can handle. Yi Chen's body kept moving, looking for the weak spots of the Iron Scale Beast. Hearing her, he said, 500 miles is not that far. You go to the Gold Tripod City first, I will stall the beast. The Iron Scale Beast did not have the bloodline of an ancient beast, so it could not be counted as a tyrant of the rank 6 beasts. But, normal peak-level late-clasping Yuan Realm warriors would have a high chance of dying if they encountered it. Only martial geniuses who had trained even more powerful martial skills would be able to beat it. Of course, some peak-level late-clasping Yuan Realm warriors who had no hope of reaching the astral reaching realm and had spent a lot of time studying powerful martial skills could also beat it or even kill it. However, one of them was a mid-clasping Yuan Realm warrior, and the other was a peak-level early-clasping Yuan Realm warrior. In terms of cultivation, they were completely suppressed by the Iron Scale Beast. In terms of power, they were also completely suppressed. If it were not for Yi Chen's flying art, which allowed him to create Jin Qi shadows to confuse his opponent, he would have been torn into pieces already. The lady was shocked. You can handle it by yourself? I have more than 50% chance of escaping. Yi Chen said. After hesitating for a while, the lady said, My name is Guolan, one of the attendants of the Moon Pavilion. This time I owe you a favor. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come find me at the Moon Pavilion. She knew that Yi Chen's flying art was very powerful. If he was alone, he would have a great chance of escaping. If he brought her along, it would be troublesome. You be careful. Pushing her Zhen Qi, Guolan extended her body and flew out like a flying bird. Brr. The Iron Scale Beast was annoyed by Yi Chen. Seeing that Guolan had escaped from the battle, a red flame flashed through its eyes. It opened its mouth and let out a pile of burning beast chi. Oh. The air twisted intensely as the red beast chi followed right behind Guolan. Guolan had performed some kind of flying art. Her body flashed once and she suddenly changed her trajectory. The red beast chi brushed past her and destroyed all of her protective Jin Qi. Luckily, it was only the aftermath of the beast chi which did not hurt her at all. After flashing a couple of times, she had already appeared miles away. Lone Peak Kill. While the Iron Scale Beast was distracted, Yi Chen lifted up his Star Scar sword and stabbed right into the beast's neck. There was a gray spot there which was indeed its weak spot. Not good. Separate. The Star Scar sword was stuck after piercing 5 inches in. Yi Chen's body shook a little as he separated into 3 Jin Qi shadows, while his real body backed out quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The Iron Scale Beast had only used 1 claw attack to tear apart Yi Chen's 3 Jin Qi shadows. These days, the Lone Peak Kill has combined another 2 sword movements. Its power has increased tremendously, but it is still not enough to hurt the Iron Scale Beast. The merging speed of the Lone Peak Kill was getting slower and slower. In the first couple of days he had combined 3 movements in a row, but now he had only combined 2. Without Yi Chen's expectation, it would be even more difficult for him to combine the 10th and 11th movements. It would not be surprising if the difficulty was doubled. No matter what, with that sword attack, the Iron Scale Beast had still been slightly wounded. Although it was not a big deal, how could it not be angry? It opened its mouth and spewed out beams of red beast chi towards Yi Chen. The huge amount of red beast chi looked like a perfect balsam flower in the air, with a huge attacking range. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Yi Chen bit on his teeth as he pushed his mysterious Zhen Qi with all of his power. He built layers after layers of Zhen Qi barriers in front of him, each 1/2 inch thick. Pop, 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 pop. The speed of Yi Chen's Zhen Qi barriers could not keep up with the speed of the red beast Qi breaking through. In a split second, only the last 3 Zhen Qi barriers were left. The remaining power of the red beast Qi had not disappeared yet, and it continued to break through the defense. Meanwhile, the iron scale beast had already jumped over. It raised its right claw and attacked towards Yi Chen. One sword attack. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen had never been so focused before. His whole soul seemed to have been infused with the sword aura and sword intent. He threw out a sword attack towards the red beast Qi and the iron scale beast. Chen. The second the Zhen Qi barrier disappeared, the sword light shone even brighter. It was like a blue lightning striking down, clashing with the iron scale beast's huge claw. Sparks flew everywhere as Yi Chen was blown away, puking out a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly, the iron scale beast could not stop its body either, and was forced to move back 1/2 meter. Before, Yi Chen's attack could only shake its body slightly, and this time the sword light was even more powerful. Even Yi Chen did not expect that he would be able to throw out a sword attack like this. I can feel that my sword intent has improved again. If 30% of the sword intent is the entry-level sword intent, then I should be at 40% now. 99% would be the entry-level sword intent, and 100% would be the completion-level sword intent. While his body was being pushed back, many thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Sword intent was a very mysterious thing. Only those who had the sword intent would be able to sense the level of their own or other people's sword intent. The others could only analyze it through comparison. Just then, when he had completely infused his mind into the sword intent and the sword aura, Yi Chen's sword intent had improved. It seemed to be more concentrated and condensed, and the sword light had become even more powerful. Alright, although a lot of people had died in the beast wave, it was also a good training for me. I might be able to learn the entry-level sword intent in a shorter time. There was no difference in the power of the entry-level sword intent and the completion-level sword intent. However, the completion-level sword intent was the only way to reach a higher level. I made a breakthrough. After realizing what had just happened, Yi Chen suddenly realized that his Zhen Qi had been circulating faster. The Zhen Qi spiral inside his dantian had expanded, and the color in the center had become even darker. Gradually, it looked like a star, which was the sign of reaching the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Only those who walked out from mountains of corpses and oceans of blood are truly powerful warriors. This saying was not wrong at all. After 1/2 month of killing, Yi Chen had accumulated a lot of power. If he had trained for a while, he would have reached the mid-clasping Yuan realm sooner or later. However, under the pressure of the iron scale beast, his speed had been pushed forward. There was only a slight difference between the mid-clasping Yuan realm and the peak-level early-clasping Yuan realm. However, Yi Chen was already one of the top warriors in all aspects. Even the slightest improvement in his cultivation would have a great impact on his power. With his current power, he could easily beat the iron scale beast before. Right now, the iron scale beast was extremely furious. Burning red beast Qi gathered around its body as it jumped towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed, trying to kill Yi Chen with one claw attack. Its huge body turned into a shooting star. The iron scale beast's speed had suddenly reached beyond the speed of sound. The black scales on its body started to shine with a red light. Great, I also want to see how powerful I am now. Without stepping back, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack with all of his power. As the sword attack was thrown out, a bright blue sword light shone brightly. Even the air had been torn apart and the space in front of Yi Chen turned into a vacuum. Chapter 204. Boom. Under that sword light, the scales on the iron scale beast's chest had been torn apart. Dark red blood splashed everywhere and its whole body was blown backwards. While flying backwards, the beast's cold eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. It could not understand why Yi Chen, who was not its opponent before, had suddenly become so powerful. The power of that sword attack had reminded it of the Wind Wolf, which had the bloodline of ancient beasts. Once, when they were fighting for territory, Yi Chen had broken through its defense with only one claw attack and forced it to run for its life. No matter what, the iron scale beast was still a top-rank 6 beast. It twisted its body and stopped its retreat immediately. The fist-sized scales on its body started to shake together, looking like countless sharp blades. Its already huge body looked even more powerful than before. The iron scale beast roared 3 times and its neck suddenly thickened. It opened its mouth and shot out an extremely condensed red beast chi towards Yi Chen. The beast chi was like a spear with the tip of the spear in a spiral shape. Separate. Leaving a Zhen Qi shadow where he was standing, Yi Chen's real body drew a perfect arc in the air, attacking the iron scale beast from the side. That kind of speed and smoothness was way beyond what it had been before. Even the iron scale beast thought that the Zhen Qi shadow was its real body. The second the Zhen Qi shadow was shattered, Yi Chen's attack had also arrived. His star scar sword carried a sharp light as it pierced through the beast's neck. Blood puked out. The iron scale beast felt like its throat was blocked by someone. It wanted to scream but it could not. Its body was like a sieve shaking non-stop. Cut. With the increase of his cultivation, the power of his one-sword kill had increased drastically. The sword sliced through the wound of the iron scale beast, leaving behind a 3-foot-long wound. That sword attack should have been enough to blow away the iron scale beast, but it was unexpectedly able to withstand the impact and raise up its 3 to 4 meters long right claw, attacking towards Yi Chen. That sharp claw light tore through the air, and the sharp screeching sound could almost shatter people's eardrums. Yi Chen turned his left palm into a fist and performed the 4th movement of the Tyrant Fist art, attacking towards the right claw of the iron scale beast. With a thunderous sound, the human and the beast backed out at the same time. The difference was that the iron scale beast's body was rolling backwards, while Yi Chen's feet were rubbing against the air, leaving a light white chi wave in the air. Looking at the claw mark on his fist, Yi Chen was shocked. Demonic beasts were best at close combat, and only a small portion of them were good at long-range attacks. The iron scale beast's claw was as hard as a low-rank great weapon, and it contained an extremely hot beast chi. Under one claw attack, even a peak-level late-clasping Yuan Realm warrior would be killed. If it weren't for the fact that the 4th movement of the Tyrant Fist art was as powerful as a mid-rank Earth Realm martial skill, and that he had trained the King Kong Jade body and added the sword intent to his fist, that claw attack would have shattered his left arm completely. I mainly train sword arts, so I don't need a lot of fist arts. But the Tyrant Fist art is obviously not able to keep up with me. I have to find another high-rank fist art to replace it. Or when I have enough knowledge, I can combine the 4 movements of the Tyrant Fist art into one. That way it would have the power of a high-rank Earth Realm martial skill. Thinking about that, Yi Chen's body kept flashing. 4 Zhen Qi shadows appeared one after another, and his real body appeared on the right side of the iron scale beast within a second, stabbing into its eye. The killing intent of the lone peak kill was way too sharp. The iron scale beast was confused by the Zhen Qi shadow for a second, then under the effect of the killing intent, it could not move at all. By the time it was able to control its body perfectly, the sword tip had already pierced into its eye socket. Swoosh. Pulling out his star scar sword, Yi Chen backed out quickly. He knew that the iron scale beast, which had lost one eye, would definitely go crazy for a while, so it was not a good idea to get too close to it. He decided to wait for it to use up some of its energy before finishing it off. Just as expected, the pain of having its left eye pierced enraged the iron scale beast. Its remaining eye instantly turned red, glowing with a blood-red light. Immediately after, the red demonic aura on its body was like boiling water, violently fluctuating and soaring into the sky. A red light flashed in the air, and the iron scale beast appeared in front of Yi Chen within a second, landing a claw on his head. His head had been shattered, but it was not Yi Chen's real body. Yi Chen's real body was behind the iron scale beast, and he stabbed into its back leg. The iron scale beast was about to go crazy. The wind wolf could beat it because it was powerful enough, while Yi Chen's power was obviously not that much more powerful than it, but he was still able to suppress it completely. The scales on its body suddenly stood up. The iron scale beast shook its body, and countless sharp scales shot out in all directions, making a continuous swooshing sound. After stabbing the beast's hind limb, Yi Chen had already stepped back 100 meters away. Although the scales were still flying at him, they were still too far away. Therefore they were blocked by Yi Chen's sword light and his protective Zhen Qi layer. The scales fell down in all directions, unable to hurt him at all. The iron scale beast had not reached the point where it could grow scales all at once. With so many scales shooting out at once, many parts of its body were bare, and its defense had dropped drastically. Following the muscles and bones, Yi Chen found the second fatal weakness of the iron scale beast, which was a light-colored line on its back. Tornado broken clouds. With this discovery, Yi Chen came up with a battle plan. He waved his star scar sword in the air, and the sword chi rose up, bringing up a tornado that was powerful enough to cut through steel. It wrapped around Yi Qin and attacked towards the iron scale beast. After shooting out the scales, the iron scale beast's body froze, and it was sucked into the tornado. Kill? In the upper half of the tornado, Yi Qin held the sword with both of his hands and stabbed into the light-colored line. It went 3 feet deep, and then he pulled it back, cutting open the back of the iron scale beast along the light-colored line. The iron scale beast screamed into the sky. It tried its best to struggle, trying to get rid of Yi Qin. However, the Star-Scar sword had been stabbed deep into its body, so how could it get rid of Yi Qin easily? Its life force and stamina started to leak out like a broken balloon. After a few blinks of an eye, the iron scale beast's body softened and fell from the sky. Finally dead. Yi Qin could sense that the iron scale beast's life force had been completely drained. Its body was not as tough as before but a bit soft. It was the sign of losing a huge amount of its beast chi and life force. Without the support of its life force and the powerful beast chi, the iron scale beast's defense was not even as powerful as a rank 4 beast. Boom. The dead body of the iron scale beast smashed a hole on the ground. Yi Qin jumped aside. Waving his Star-Scar sword, Yi Qin soon took out the beast's inner pellet. After thinking for a while, he also pried out the beast's claws. It was a pure sharp weapon, and with the beast chi it contained, it would not be any weaker than a low-rank great weapon. In this true spirit continent, there were some great weapons that were made from the bones of beasts. Under special circumstances, they could trigger some unexpected effects. Whoa. Whoa. After collecting all the materials, Yi Qin's ears twitched. From 1,000 miles away, there was a sky-shaking roar. Vaguely, he could even feel that the airflow in the surreal space had increased a lot. It is a rank 7 beast. No, it is a rank 8 beast. Yi Qin's expression changed drastically. A rank 7 beast would be able to kill him within a second, and a rank 8 beast would only need to roar once, and it would probably be able to shatter his soul completely. This small beast wave was indeed not that simple. Not only were there a lot more rank 7 beasts, even rank 8 beasts had started to appear. It looked like it was going to become a mid-sized beast wave. Extending his body, Yi Qin flew towards the gold tripod city. On the wall of the gold tripod city, there were a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors standing on top of it. The Black Crow man frowned. That roar just now even made me feel a little bit scared. I am afraid it is not a rank 7 beast but a rank 8 beast. The fire spirit said, as long as the rank 9 beasts do not show up, the gold tripod city will be as stable as a mountain. As for the rank 8 beasts appearing in this small beast wave, it is indeed confusing. Perhaps this 100 years is the peak of the beast wave. From the ancient times until now, there had been countless beast waves. From the records, there was a pattern. The beast waves of the same rank would increase or decrease by a certain amount. Once it reached a certain level, it would suddenly increase again, reaching a certain peak. It should be. Besides a few astral-reaching realm warriors on the wall, most of them were clasping Yuan realm warriors. Look, the young generation has finally arrived. The beast tide this time isn't that dangerous. The surrounding large sects will definitely send the best of the younger generation to participate in the battle. Only through endless battles can one make breakthroughs faster and improve further. That is the head disciple Meng Chao and the second disciple Tian Hao from the rank 7 martial institution, the Alchemist Martial School. Meng Chao was ranked 40 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. His power is even more powerful than a lot of older clasping Yuan realm warriors. The head disciple of the Green Eagle Palace is here as well. And the 4th Knight and the 6th Knight of the Moon Pavilion 7 Knights are here as well. These two do not belong to any martial institutions. They are purely young warriors trained by the Moon Pavilion. However, they did not make it to the last Hidden Dragon rank. I heard that their power is not below the top 40, and they might be able to make it to the top 30. As time went on, the young warriors started to show up one after another, including Tian Hao, who had just parted ways with Yi Qin. His power was considered average among this group of people. A few of them had even shocked the clasping Yuan realm warriors on the wall. The most outstanding ones would be the 4th Knight and the 6th Knight of the Moon Pavilion. These two were both mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors. They had a cold expression on their faces, and the chi coming from their bodies was extremely sharp. What a disappointment. I thought I would be able to find some interesting young warriors in the Gold Tripod City. The 6th Knight was a teenager. His eyes were slightly squinted like a poisonous snake. Guolanhue chuckled. The news of the beast wave had just spread out not long ago. I am afraid those who are far away would not be able to come. As she spoke, she thought of Yi Qin. This guy was not even 18 years old and he was extremely talented in battling. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still a bit low and he did not have enough experience. If he could join the Moon Pavilion, he would only be a backup member of the Seven Knights. Once he was powerful enough, he would be able to compete for the official members. The Seven Knights was a group of 7 young warriors. Every one of them was a top warrior among the young generation. Right now, 3 of them were from other martial institutions, and the other 4 were trained by the Moon Pavilion itself. The 4th Knight and the 6th Knight were indeed the young warriors trained by the Moon Pavilion. They were quite valued by the leader of the pavilion. This time, when the beast wave broke out, they had been sent over immediately. The tall and cold-looking 4th Knight said lightly, "Our battle will be in the next hidden dragon rank. This is just an appetizer. No need to care too much." Chapter 205. Guolanue said, "All right, let's go into the city first." She had come out of the city to greet the 2 when she saw them coming. After all, in the Moon Pavilion, Chiye's status was even higher than the manager, which meant that he did not care about anything. The 3 of them extended their bodies and flew onto the city wall directly. "Tianhao, you said that the person who saved your life was almost as powerful as me. Are you kidding me? What was his rank in the last hidden dragon rank?" Meng Chao looked at Tianhao with a sneer. In the alchemist martial school he was always the one with the most power. Therefore he must be jealous of him and wanted to find someone to beat him up. Tianhao said, "If I am not wrong, he will definitely come to the Gold Tripod City as well. By then we will know for sure." Meng Chao said in disdain, "If it were 2 years ago, I might not be his opponent. But after 2 years, my power has not only increased by a little but more than 2 times. The top martial art in our martial school, the high-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Red Burning Great Art, has also been trained to the 9th level by me. What does he have to compete with me? As for the sword intent you mentioned, it is not even worth mentioning. In the last hidden dragon rank competitions, I had beaten a sword artist who had the sword intent. Perhaps for most of the people, the sword intent was very rare and powerful. But for the young warriors who were ranked in the hidden dragon rank, there were way too many people who had the sword intent. Not to mention the older generation, there were already more than 10 young warriors who had the sword intent. There might even be some of them who did not participate in the competitions because they were not powerful enough. Therefore, for Meng Chao, what he cared about was power. He did not care about the sword intent or the blade intent or anything else. Tianhao said, "You will know when you see him." Actually, he was not sure if Yi Chen could win against Meng Chao. As the head disciple of the alchemist martial school, Meng Chao had trained all the top martial arts in the martial school, such as the high-rank Earth Realm martial art, Red Great Art, which only a few core elders were qualified to train. Even he was not qualified. Besides that, Meng Chao's martial art was the Red Great Palm Art, which came with the Red Great Palm Art. Both of them complemented each other, and their combined power was far more powerful than 2 high-rank Earth Realm martial arts. As for mentioning Yi Chen's name, it was a slip of the tongue. Therefore he had no choice but to keep it up. After all, Yi Chen was indeed powerful. A normal rank 6 beast could not even take 1 sword attack from him. The supreme elder of the alchemist faction said, "All right, stop talking. Tianhao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your first senior brother's strength is obvious to all. Not everyone can surpass him." Yes. Since the Grand Elder had spoken, Tianhao didn't dare to talk back. Dozens of famous young warriors landed on top of the city wall. They looked at each other with a strong fighting intent. The 6th Knight glanced at Meng Chao and said with an evil smile, "Among all of us, he is the only one with some power. I wonder if he can exchange a few attacks with me." Guolanue smiled helplessly. The 7 Knights in the Moon Pavilion all had their own characteristics. The 6th Knight's specialty was his coldness and arrogance. However, he was indeed powerful. Even Guolanue couldn't handle 3 attacks from him, and that was when he had not used all of his power. The 4th Knight said calmly, "The powerful one is here." Yeah. The 6th Knight and Guolanue followed his gaze and looked out of the city. In the wilderness, a figure with a pair of black wings was flying towards them at an extreme speed. That pair of wings was about 4 to 5 meters long and it looked so real. The sharp feathers were clearly visible. Wherever it went, the air around it was cut open. Its speed was even faster than the speed of sound, and it was not just a little bit. The fire spirit focused his eyes and laughed, "Black Crow, your disciple is here." The Black Crow man laughed, "This brat, he is just hanging around." I thought he was training hard in the sky-flying demon martial school. Don't be so dissatisfied. Your disciple has trained the same martial art as you, the Black Crow Great Art. He should have reached the 10th realm by now, right? He was only at the 10th realm 3 months ago. The Black Crow Great Art is a high-rank Earth realm martial art. It has 13 realms in total. Training to the 10th realm would almost be able to reach the top 20 of this year's Hidden Dragon rank. While the two were talking, the battling intent of the young generation had been ignited. Meng Chao stared at the winged teenager and said word by word, the 25th of the Hidden Dragon rank, Wu Liangyu. This time I will definitely fight you to see who is better. In the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions he had lost to 3 people. One of them was indeed the disciple of the Black Crow man, Wu Liangyu, who was ranked 25th in the Hidden Dragon rank. He was a famous warrior in the whole South Rudra region. The great master of the alchemist martial school said, I am afraid his Black Crow Great Art has been trained to the 10th realm. If you can also train your Red Burning Great Art to the 10th realm, you will have a great chance to beat him. Meng Chao said, my Red Burning Great Art and Red Burning Great Palm Art are a set of martial arts. The power they can bring out is extremely powerful. With my current power, I might be able to beat him. The elder shook his head. It would be difficult, very difficult. The Black Crow Great Art was different from the other high-rank Earth realm martial arts. Not only was it extremely fast, but the attacking power of that pair of wings was also very high. It was way harder than the Great Steel, only slightly weaker than a low-rank great weapon. Among the same rank martial arts, it was almost one of the top ones. On the other side, Wu Liangyu, I am not his opponent. Out of Guolanyue's expectation, the 6th knight admitted that he was not Wu Liangyu's opponent. Guolanyue said, although our Moon Pavilion is not a martial institution, we are way more powerful than the normal rank 7 martial institutions. In some aspects, we are even more powerful than the rank 6 martial institutions. As long as you guys work hard enough, the Moon Pavilion will definitely support you with all of our power. We will spread the name of Wu Liangyu across the whole South Rudra region, and even the whole True Spirit continent. The 4th knight did not say anything. She was trying to figure out Wu Liangyu's power from his qi. Eventually, she came to the conclusion that Wu Liangyu's power should be able to compete with the 3rd knight. As for herself, she might not lose to him either. Half a year ago she had battled with the 3rd knight, and she had only lost to him by 1 attack. The pitch-black wings retracted, and Wu Liangyu appeared right next to the Black Crow man. He said with respect, teacher. The Black Crow man nodded, you came at the right time. After this Beast Wave battle I hope you can learn more. I will. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competition, my goal is to be in the top 10. Good. Ambitious. But ambition alone is not enough. There are countless martial geniuses in the whole South Rudra region, and you are not the only one who has improved. Everyone is working hard to train. Also, let me introduce you. This is the fire spirit that I have always told you about. He is my opponent. Greetings, fire spirit. After greeting, Wu Liangyu looked around. Other than pausing slightly on the 4th knight, he completely ignored everyone else. Wu Liangyu is here as well. He is the 3rd disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School. His talent is only below the head disciple, the Demon Eye, and the 2nd disciple, Murong Qingqing. What I am curious about is that Murong Qingqing's rank is even lower than Wu Liangyu's. Why is she the 2nd disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School? Normally the 2nd disciple should be Wu Liangyu. I do not know about that either. Maybe there is something else. Do not underestimate Murong Qingqing. I have watched the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, and Murong Qingqing did not seem to use all of her power. Plus, the martial art that she has trained is even more powerful than the Black Crow Great Art. It is one of the top 2 martial arts of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, the Sky Demon Great Art. Wu Liangyu's arrival had raised the discussion on the city wall. Another young warrior has come. Who is that? His cultivation is quite good at the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Some of the people had sharp eyes. They immediately saw a very young figure flying towards them from 8 miles away. Although his speed was not as fast as Wu Liangyu, his cultivation was not that far off. I have never seen him before. I think he is a new warrior who has just appeared out of nowhere. Yeah, his cultivation is quite good. I wonder about his battling power. Among the young generation, battling power is the most important thing. Cultivation is the last thing. Hearing the people talking, Tianhao could not help but look over. He could not help but say, he is Yi Chen, brother Yi. Meng Chao said, "No wonder you are so impressed with him. He is a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior. But cultivation is nothing." Without arguing with Meng Chao, Tianhao waved at Yi Qin, "Brother Yi, over here." Flying in the air, Yi Qin heard Tianhao's voice. He hesitated a little bit but still shot towards that direction. His body dragged out an extremely thin chi wave in the air. The second Yi Qin got close to the city wall, Meng Chao took a step forward and said lightly, "Let me test him. I want to see how weak the person you admire is." Boom. A red fire wave shot out of Meng Chao's body, attacking towards Yi Qin. Wherever the fire wave went, the air was evaporated, turning into a vacuum. Break. Yi Qin did not change his expression. His palm was like a blade cutting on the fire wave. Swoosh. The fire wave was cut open, and Yi Qin's body had already landed next to Tianhao. Tianhao said to Meng Chao with a bit of anger, "Meng Chao, what is the meaning of this?" Meng Chao did not care about Tianhao's attitude. He studied Yi Qin and said, "Not bad. You managed to break through one of my random attacks. You do have some skills." Yi Qin said lightly, "I see. No wonder you are so weak." Meng Chao's eyes darkened. How could he not understand what Tianhao meant? He was saying that his random attack was very weak. "Brother Yi, let's talk over here." Tianhao did not want Meng Chao and Yi Qin to have a conflict because of him. He had already blamed himself for spilling the beans earlier. "Alright." Yi Qin walked past Meng Chao and stood next to Tianhao. "I hope you can be just as powerful on the battlefield." Meng Chao was not the kind of person who would try to beat his opponent out of impulse. For him, the main purpose of this trip was to fight against the beasts. During the battle, everyone's power would be revealed. After all, there would not be millions of beasts but millions of them. Without a certain power, it would be very hard for them to win. Who was weaker and who was more powerful would be revealed. How is this possible? That little brat has reached the mid-clasping Yuan realm. As someone who had been with Yi Qin for half a month, Guolanyue was very shocked. A couple of hours ago he was still at the peak level early clasping Yuan realm, but after a couple of hours he had reached the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Judging solely on his training speed, it was definitely shocking. He had probably reached his limit during the tough battle against the Iron Scale beasts. Alright, the 4th and 6th Knights of the Moon Pavilion are here. With them here, this little brat would definitely feel a lot of pressure. He might even join the Moon Pavilion and try his best to become an official member of the 7 Knights to prove his power. A smile appeared on the corner of Guolanyue's mouth. She was in a good mood. Chapter 206. Everyone thought that the beasts would arrive one after another. However, after waiting for 3 days, besides seeing 1 or 2 groups of beasts, nothing had happened. It seems like the beasts have learned to be smart. They know that coming in batches would not help and would only give us time to breathe. Without any surprises, the beasts are preparing for a big battle. They will gather all the beasts to attack the Gold Tripod City. Although this small beast wave is not simple, there are dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors gathered in the Gold Tripod City, thousands of clasping Yuan realm warriors, and countless condensing reality realm warriors. Even if there were millions of beasts, they would not be able to take down the Gold Tripod City. You are right. Before, a lot of rank 7 beasts had already been killed. There should not be more than 5 rank 7 beasts left. Adding a rank 8 beast, the Gold Tripod City would still have the upper hand. Later on, the Gold Tripod City would become the training ground for the young generation. I can't wait. Not only the young generation, but we will also have the chance to reach the next level. Yeah. Although we will not be able to have the same achievement as the young generation, there is still hope for us to reach the next level. The beast's strange behavior did not make the warriors in the Gold Tripod City feel depressed. Instead, they were all excited, looking forward to the big battle. On the 7th day, a small amount of warriors went up to the top of the wall to check out the situation. There were more than 2 million warriors in the Gold Tripod City, and even a small part of them would be around 300,000 to 400,000. The good thing was that the Gold Tripod City's wall was more than 100 miles long, and the 4 sections of the wall added up to more than 400 miles. If they stood side by side, it would be able to fit 200,000 warriors. Adding the width of the wall, it would not be crowded at all. On the west side of the wall, Yi Qin and Tianhao stood side by side. It is already the 7th day, and I have not even seen a shadow of the beasts. Compared to Yi Qin, Tianhao was more eager to increase his power, since the next Hidden Dragon rank competition would start in 8 or 9 months. Yi Qin said, it will take a while for the beasts to gather. No rush. Tianhao said, the small beast wave is hard to come by in 30 years. Every time it happens, there would be a group of people who would be able to increase their power. I hope it will be my turn this time. If you're too impatient, it'll be counterproductive. It's most important to correct your mentality. Yi Chen had already increased his cultivation, and it would be very hard for him to improve again. But that was not his goal. He had only combined the 9th movement of the lone peak of 13 swords, and every movement after that would be extremely difficult. This battle with the beasts would be a great opportunity. As for Tianhao's feelings, Yi Chen could understand. But he knew very well that on the path of martial arts, impatience was a big taboo, and he needed to have the right mentality. Tianhao exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master said this to me before. It's exactly the same. Yi Chen didn't say anything. There were many things that needed to be comprehended by oneself. Only when one had comprehended it would it be considered one's own. Others could only guide you from the side. Suddenly, a series of beast roars came from the silent wilderness. The roars were continuous, covering the sky and covering the earth. Even the air was boiling, creating ripples. As far as the eye could see, dozens of miles away, black beasts were approaching. It was like the water in a pond had been dyed black by ink, and the gold tripod city was the only clean place. The beasts are here. Along with the screams of many warriors, the warriors nearby were all woken up. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon all the warriors rushed out of the streets, rushing to the top of the city wall. That kind of oppressive feeling made the normal residents of the gold tripod city nervous. Their hearts were beating fast. Actually, without the warning from the warriors on the city wall, everyone would have noticed the arrival of the beasts soon. It was because the sunny sky had suddenly darkened, and the beast chi had spread out everywhere, forming huge dark clouds. The clouds were covered with lightning and there was a vague sound of thunder. Running up to the city wall to take a look, a lot of people gasped. So many beasts. There must be at least 10 million. More than that. I think there must be 20 million of them. I can't even see the end of them. If there were no astral-reaching realm warriors, to be honest, I would be a bit scared. Who wouldn't be scared? 20 million beasts. It would be more than enough to destroy the gold tripod city. Among the endless demonic beasts, the most eye-catching ones were without a doubt the 6 huge demonic beasts. 5 of them were the size of small hills, and the one on the far left was the horned dragon snake that Yi Chen was familiar with. This horned dragon snake was covered in wounds, and one of the horns on its head was broken. It seemed like it had been through a huge battle and was badly wounded. Besides the horned dragon snake, there were 3 wolves, a mountain-like 6-eyed spider, a 3-tailed one-horned cow, and a silver lightning giant eagle that was covered in lightning. All of them were rank 7 demonic beasts, and the demonic chi on their bodies shot up into the sky, merging with the dark cloud-like demonic chi. In the middle of the 5 7th-level demonic beasts was a ferocious ape. This ape was over 100 meters tall, and in terms of size, it couldn't even compare to the smallest 6-eyed spider. However, its aura completely surpassed all the other demonic beasts, and its ferocious aura was like a tsunami. It was a rank 8 beast, the King Kong demon ape. Let's go first. We don't want to get too close and damage the gold tripod city. The astral-reaching realm warriors had made their moves. Once they made their moves, they attacked right at the 5 rank 7 beasts and that rank 8 beast, the King Kong demon ape. In their eyes, only rank 7 beasts and rank 8 beasts were worth their time. Everything below rank 7 was just like ants, and it would be best to leave it to the young ones. Attacking the King Kong demon ape were 3 mid-astral reaching realm warriors and 1 peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior. With the combined power of the 4 of them, even if the King Kong demon ape was extremely aggressive, it would not be able to do anything. As for the remaining 10 astral-reaching realm warriors, they had also teamed up, each finding a rank 7 beast and starting to fight with it. A fire in the city would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Usually, when a rank 7 beast and an astral-reaching realm warrior clashed, thousands of beasts would be killed by the shockwave, without leaving any bones behind. The King Kong demon ape was extremely intelligent. It knew that if it continued like this, even the 20 million beasts would not be able to handle it. It would have to fight outside of the beast group. Boom. The ground cracked open as the King Kong demon ape jumped a couple of miles away. Chase. The 4 astral-reaching realm warriors chased closely. Seeing the King Kong demon ape's actions, the horned dragon python and the other level 7 demonic beasts knew what was going on. They summoned their demonic chi and rushed in the direction the King Kong demon ape had left. You don't want to hurt the beasts, but we don't want to hurt the gold tripod city either. That's exactly what I want. Haha, just now we exchanged a few moves, and at least tens of thousands of demonic beasts died. No wonder the adamantine demon ape wanted to leave and find an open space to fight again. If it were a one-on-one battle, none of the astral-reaching realm warriors would have the confidence to win against a rank 7 beast. But if the two of them joined hands, they would have a much higher chance of winning. At least, they would be able to guarantee that they would not die. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Once the rank 7 beasts, rank 8 beasts, and astral-reaching realm warriors had left, it would be the final battle between the Gold Tripod City warriors and the beasts. When the beasts were less than 3 miles away from the Gold Tripod City, a warrior rushed down the city wall and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Countless warriors rushed down, their aura increasing drastically. The first one to attack was none other than Wu Liangyu, who was extremely fast. Both of his hands shook and his body was like lightning. His speed was even faster than the speed of sound. The warriors with lower cultivation could not even see his shadow. They could only see the black chi waves forming into a line. Death cut. His body turned from extreme movement to extreme stillness. Wu Liangyu flapped his wings in front of him. 2 black cutting waves intersected with each other, turning into a 10 meters huge cross-cutting wave. It was only one attack, but 60 to 70 beasts had been torn into pieces. The aftermath of the attack left a huge cross on the ground, which was extremely shocking. After that, Yi Qin and the rest of the warriors also started to attack. Taking out his Star Scar sword, Yi Qin did not try to show off on purpose. He performed his Sky Cloud Sword Art's Tornado Broken Clouds, which had the widest attack range towards the beast wave. The sword chi twisted the chi flow, forming a light blue tornado. The tornado carried a horrifying aura as it roared and attacked the beast wave within a second. All the demonic beasts below level 5 were sucked into the tornado and sliced into pieces. The level 5 demonic beasts couldn't help but get closer to the tornado under the powerful rotating force. They revolved around the tornado and were pierced by the sword chi that shot out. A 2-headed wolf king rushed out of the tornado's range, jumping towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin did not even look at it as he raised his Star Scar sword up high. A huge amount of blood spilled out. The 2 heads of the 2-headed wolf king had been cut off. Its body fell down from the sky, sliding on the ground. Red cut godly palm. Not far away, Ming Chao's whole body was covered in fire. He threw out a palm attack, and that burning fire Jin Chi condensed into a 10 meters huge palm. There was a red flame burning on the surface of that palm. The horrifying temperature had evaporated a huge part of the air as it slammed down towards the beast wave. Boom. The ground shook and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. All the beasts within its range had been crushed into ashes, merging into the ground. Meng Chao took a look at Yi Qin. Yi Qin did not pay attention to Meng Chao. He had his own goal, which was to completely merge the Lone Peak kill. By then, judging solely on attacking power, the Lone Peak kill would be way more powerful than the one-sword attack. 100 Snake Attack. The 6th Knight's martial skill was very strange. He stretched out both of his arms, and Jin Chi poured out from his palms, turning into huge snakes that were as thick as a human's thighs. Those Jin Chi snakes made a hissing sound as they slithered on the ground. Their speed was unbelievably fast, piercing through all the beasts that jumped on them. Compared to the 6th Knight, the 4th Knight, who was a female, looked more masculine and violent. She lifted up her right arm, bent her upper body, and threw out a punch onto the ground. Boom. With the 4th Knight as the starting point, 3 mud mounds shot out, exploding in the beast wave. The number of beasts killed was even more than the 6th Knight. However, she was not that lucky. 3 rank 6 flying beasts were attracted by her attack. They screamed and dove towards her at the same time. Break! The 4th Knight's eyes were like lightning. Her right arm disappeared all of a sudden. Then hundreds of fist shadows appeared in the air. The protective beast chi of the rank 6 beasts was as fragile as a piece of paper under the fist shadows. Even their owners were blown into pieces. So powerful. It was the first time for Guolanyue to see the 4th Knight attack, so she could not help but feel shocked. Chapter 207. Turning her head to look for Yi Qin, Guolanyue thought to herself, "Did you see that?" This was the power of the 7 knights. Every one of them was a top warrior among the young generation. In the South Rudra region, even the rank 6 martial institutions would not be able to compete with the Moon Pavilion in this aspect. The 7 knights would be famous one day. Hey, attendant Guo, don't get distracted. The 6th knight had taken care of a rank 6 beast that was attacking Guolanyue, reminding her, who was still looking for Yi Qin. Guolanyue smiled apologetically. There were too many people and beasts, and Yi Qin did not seem to like being high profile. She could not find him no matter how hard she tried. Death Tornado. Among the young generation, the one with the highest profile was without a doubt Wu Liangyu, who was ranked 25 in the last hidden dragon rank. He flapped his wings and the pitch-black light shone brightly. Countless arc-shaped cutting waves stacked on top of each other, forming into a tornado-like attack wave, attacking the beast waves again and again. This is way too exaggerated. This attack has killed at least 100 beasts, including 3 rank 6 beasts. Back in the day, the Black Crow Man had become famous in the South Rudra region with his Black Crow Great Art. Right now, Wu Liangyu is way more powerful than the Black Crow Man when he was young. Normal peak-level late-clasping Yuan Realm warriors might not even be able to compete with him. The 10th realm of the Black Crow Great Art? How despairing. Looking at the crisscrossing cracks on the ground, a lot of the warriors around could not help but click their tongues. So powerful. He is indeed the #1 warrior among the young generation in the Gold Tripod City. In this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, he might be able to make it into the top 20, or even the top 15, shocking the whole South Rudra region. Murong Qingqing, in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, I know that you did not use all of your power, and only used the 6th realm of the Sky Demon Great Art to fight. You had already reached the 7th realm and right now you should be at around the 8th realm. Although the Sky Demon Great Art is a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, the difference should not be that big. With my 10th realm of the Black Crow Great Art, I will definitely be able to beat you and make you my woman. As for this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition, I will definitely be able to get into the top 10. With the secret martial art that I have prepared for so long, who would be able to beat me after the top 10? Wu Liangyu was in high spirits. The Black Crow Man had 3 disciples, and the other 2 had only trained their Black Crow Great Art to the 7th and 8th realm. Only he had trained it to the 10th realm. In just 2 years he had trained a high-rank Earth Realm martial art to the 10th realm. This speed was definitely super fast. Thinking about what happened in the Hidden Dragon rank competition, Wu Liangyu could not help but yell out loud. Boom. A circle of black shockwaves spread out from Wu Liangyu's body, blowing away all the demonic beasts nearby, their bodies disintegrating in the air. Lone Peak Kill. Giving up on the wide-range attacking sword art, Yi Qin started to focus on preparing for the merging of the Lone Peak 13 swords. His body kept moving and with every step he took, the Star Scar sword in his hand would throw out a sword attack. With each sword attack, another demonic beast would be killed, even rank 6 beasts were no exception. Faster, faster. I need to be faster. Directly starting from the sword movement, the merging speed would be very slow. Yi Qin had to find another way, which was to perform the Lone Peak Kill at an absolute speed, and then learn that bit of extreme silence from that extreme speed. The Lone Peak Kill needed that bit of extreme silence, and only by learning the extreme silence would he be able to merge the Lone Peak Kill faster. In front of everyone's confusion, Yi Qin pushed his separating shadow flying art to its limit. The sword light kept flashing like a flying horse in the sky. Every time he threw out a sword attack, the angle was completely different, but it was still possible to see the similarities between each sword attack. One after another, the demonic beasts fell down. All of their wounds were fatal. This guy's sword art is so sharp, killing a demonic beast with one sword attack. Yeah, you are right. If he was aiming at me, I would not be able to dodge that sword attack. That sword attack was not that fast, but it still made my heart skip a beat. It is not that fast, but why do I feel that it is so fast? So fast that my eyes could not even see it. Yeah, it is indeed fast. Not fast. The demonic beasts in the front would not be that high in rank. Occasionally, the rank 6 beasts would be killed by the powerful warriors one by one. A lot of warriors did not feel that much pressure, so they focused on the young generation. There were also a lot of people who were paying attention to Yi Qin. But soon they had different opinions. The reason was whether Yi Qin's sword was fast or not. Some said it was super fast, while some said it was not as fast as the others. Wait, I feel that his sword is getting faster. Me too. Weird, why do I feel like it is getting slower? Soon the two sides had different opinions again. Yi Chen did not pay attention to the discussions around him. He was still doing what he wanted to do. A rank 6 beast did not manage to react in time. A bloody hole appeared on its neck and blood poured out. Indeed, it is starting to work. That sword attack of Yi Chen's was very casual, but its speed and power were surprisingly powerful. The rank 6 beast did not even have the time to react. However, I have reached a bottleneck in my comprehension of the extreme stillness. Now it is time to think in reverse and comprehend faster from the extreme stillness. Thoughts flashed through his mind from time to time, but Yi Chen had never felt this peaceful before. It was like he was just a passerby watching himself perform his lone peak kill and listening to the voice in his head. His heart was calm and peaceful. In most people's eyes, the sword in Yi Chen's hand had disappeared, and the eyes of the beast in front of him had lost the color of life. The beasts next to it had become very slow. The only thing that was not slow was Yi Chen's sword. His sword had already disappeared. If it were not for the slight pattern that appeared in the air when he threw out his sword, they would not even know if Yi Chen had thrown out his sword or not. But the most annoying thing was that a lot of people could see the trajectory of that sword, and the beast's speed seemed to be even faster. It seemed like those beasts had rushed to the tip of the sword themselves. So weird. Did you notice? There were a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors in the gold tripod city. Among them there were many peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Their power was even more powerful than most of the young warriors in the hidden dragon rank. Some of them could even kill the tyrant rank 6 beasts like the wind wolf and the black bear. Dozens of meters away there were 2 warriors like that who had noticed Yi Chen. The one on the left had casually killed a rank 6 beast, so he frowned slightly. His sword art is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. He must be learning something. Old buddy, you are wrong this time. His sword art has always maintained the same speed. Only one sword attack would be unexpectedly fast. Let me see. After being mentioned by his partner, the one on the right was interested. Soon he forced a smile and said, "Indeed. I have been fooled by the poetic perspective of his sword art. His sword will not change under most of the circumstances. I wonder what kind of poetic perspective it is. It makes people feel that it is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It should be the poetic perspective of the mountains and rivers." The poetic perspective of the mountains and rivers. That person looked at him with surprise. The two of them had almost the same cultivation, both at the peak level late clasping Yuan realm. However, Yi Chen was able to kill the wind wolf, which had the bloodline of an ancient beast. He was way more powerful than him. With his eyes he could indeed tell something. Therefore he wanted to hear an explanation. The man shook his head. The mountains and rivers can be far and close. The sword art is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Putting it all together, it is actually the mystery of space. When you stand close, the sword will of course arrive first. When you stand far away, the sword will arrive one step later. He uses the poetic perspective of the mountains and rivers to push his sword art. It will make people feel like the space is messed up and they will lose their ability to judge. This is very scary. If a warrior's space sense is messed up for a short period of time, what do you think will happen? The one on the right let out a breath. Then of course they will die. Indeed. Not to mention anything else, if this guy continues to grow, his sword art will reach an extremely horrifying level. It will be way beyond our imagination. Is it really that mysterious? You can't see it with just one look. I am ashamed. I was lucky enough to talk to a sword artist who had mastered the completed sword intent. He said that holding a sword in one's hand will extend a certain distance compared to a bare-handed person. This distance is space. Therefore, sword artists especially need to train their space sense. If they don't make progress in the space sense, their sword intent will be like a beast locked in a cage. They will be trapped inside for the rest of their lives. A sword artist who has mastered the completed sword intent. TSK, this group of people are so abnormal and rare. Although there are 3,000 great Daos, each of them has a different direction of development. The sword art is undoubtedly the main killing art. One sword can kill one person and 10 sword can kill 10 people. It is truly a killing weapon. A sword artist who has mastered the sword intent is a real sword artist. Only they can push their sword art to a higher level, and they are qualified to learn the profound meaning of the sword art. Yi Chen did not hear what the two were talking about. If he did, he would be very surprised. He had only realized the importance of the space sense after he had mastered the Lone Peak 13 swords. He did not expect that there would already be a sword artist who knew about it, and it was even more detailed than him. Actually, Yi Chen did not know how powerful he was. Normally, a real sword artist would only realize the importance of the space sense after they had mastered the completed sword intent, or even the completed sword intent. Right now, his sword intent was only at 40%, and he had already mastered the space sense. If that sword artist who had mastered the completed sword intent knew about it, he would be even more surprised. As for people who did not use swords, they would not know much about it. There is a slow poetic perspective in fast and a fast poetic perspective in slow. Right now, I have almost achieved it. All I need is to make a breakthrough and combine the two. Without realizing it, Yi Chen had combined the 10th movement of the Lone Peak 13 swords. The power of his Lone Peak kill had increased to another level, and he had a deeper understanding of the fast poetic perspective, which was the poetic perspective of mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, the space did not change. What changed was people. If he ran into a powerful warrior, it would be hard to confuse him. If he ran into a sword artist with the same sword intent, the effect would not be as good. Faster, faster, faster. Slow, slower, slower. Yi Chen, who had lost all his thoughts, kept performing the same sword attack, hoping that he could find something from it and find the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The beasts that were attacking Yi Chen were very frustrated. If he had used absolute power to kill them, they would not have been happy. But right now he did not give them any chance at all. With a random sword attack, they all died without knowing why. In their dim pupils, they could see the figures of their companions. Just like them, they all fell down one by one. All of their wounds were fatal. The battle had been going on from noon to night. Millions of beasts had died, and a lot of warriors had died as well. The ground was covered with minced meat and broken weapons. The blood had formed a river and dyed the ground outside of the gold tripod city red. It was a horrifying scene. Yi Chen, who did not know fatigue, was so light. Wherever his sword light reached, there would be death. It was easy to see that his sword art had improved again. It gave people a feeling of calmness. Right then, Guolanhua finally found Yi Chen. Chapter 208. His ace attacks have become even more powerful. How come they are so fast? With only one glance, Guolanhua had been attracted by Yi Chen's sword art. That back and forth, that seemingly casual sword attack seemed to be able to swallow all the eyes and attack the beast from an unbelievable angle. Manager Guo, do you know him? The sixth knight licked his lips, looking at Yi Chen with interest. Guolanhua nodded. We have only known each other for half a month. Speaking of which, I was thinking of inviting him to join the Moon Pavilion. Unfortunately, I was rejected. Rejected to join the Moon Pavilion? What? Are you looking down on the Moon Pavilion and the Seven Knights? The sixth knight had a cold temperament, but he was very proud of the Seven Knights' name. Hearing her, his eyes squeezed into a line. A cold light shot out from the gap. His body flashed, turning into a blurry shadow as he jumped towards Yi Chen. Don't be impulsive. Guolanhua was a bit helpless. Besides the cold temperament, the sixth knight was fine. But he was way too impulsive. The fourth knight said lightly, let him go. I also want to see how powerful that person's sword art is. That's the only way. Guolanhua forced a smile, but she was also a little bit excited. One was the sixth knight, who was ranked sixth in the seven knights, and the other was a young warrior that she thought highly of. The battle between the two would definitely be interesting. Yi Chen, bring out all of your power. The sixth knight's speed was very fast and tricky. He was like a huge snake with explosive power, swimming in between the gaps of the beast wave. The second he went through, a row of beasts' bodies shot out blood pillars. These blood pillars intersected with each other, creating a bloody path for the sixth knight. Brat, you are very arrogant. Do you know that? From afar, the sixth knight's cold voice came into Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen turned his head. What do you mean? The star-scar sword in his hand did not stop because he was distracted. Instead, it became sharper and more unpredictable. Take one of my attacks first. 100 snake attack. Stretching out both of his arms, huge Jinqi snakes that were as thick as a human's thighs came out of the sixth knight's palms, shooting towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the huge snakes went, the air was like water, creating waves of ripples. It was because the snakes were moving so fast that the air had been squeezed together. Ding 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 ding. After learning the poetic perspective, the Zhenqi snake's speed was not that fast for Yi Chen. He waved his star-scar sword, blocking out all of the snake's attacks. You have two moves, 100 snake explosion. The sixth knight sneered. His hands seemed to be grabbing something and he clasped them together fiercely. Immediately, the Jinchi serpents that had been severed by Yi Qin shot out with Yi Qin as the center. After that, they exploded one after another. No fire could be seen, only the shattered air and the potholes on the ground showed how powerful the explosion was. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Yi Qin's figure appeared from behind Sixth Knight. What? The Sixth Knight was shocked. He had clearly seen Yi Qin being surrounded by the Zhenqi serpent just now. When did he escape? Why didn't he feel anything at all? Clenching his teeth, the Sixth Knight, at that critical moment, performed his ultimate counterattack, 100 Snake Halo. Countless snake-shaped Zhenqi drilled out from the surface of his body, densely packed, and instantly combined into a powerful halo, spreading out in all directions. Yi Qin did not back out even one step. He held his sword with both of his hands and sliced out. A cloth-tearing sound was heard. That incoming halo was easily sliced open by that unbreakable sword light, while Yi Qin was naturally unharmed. The Sixth Knight, who had turned around, opened his eyes wide. There was an unconcealable shock in his cold pupils. His 100-snake halo had been sliced open just like that. How could he not be shocked? All right, I will use you to test out the power of my lone peak kill. Yi Qin could tell that the Sixth Knight was very powerful, and could compete with the older late-clasping Yuan realm warriors. However, right now he was even more powerful than before and did not care about opponents at this level anymore. It would be perfect for him to test out his martial arts. The Star Scar sword shook, and Yi Qin threw out a simple sword attack towards the Sixth Knight. So fast. That was the Sixth Knight's first impression. In his eyes there was nothing, only that slight air pattern vibrating. His subconscious was telling him that the attack was coming, and he had to try his best to block it out. However, his body did not listen to him and he could only watch that sword attack coming towards him. Yi Qin, please show some mercy. Seeing that, Guolanyue hurried to stop him. A strand of black hair hanging on his shoulder was cut off. Yi Qin's sword had somehow appeared on the Sixth Knight's neck, maintaining a zero distance. Right then, the Sixth Knight had finally returned to normal. He did not dare to move an inch since the Star Scar sword was extremely sharp. If he moved even a little bit, that sharp sword chi would definitely wound him. Moving the Star Scar sword away, Yi Qin looked at Guolanyue. What happened? Guolanyue looked embarrassed. It was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Thank you for holding back. I hope there will be fewer misunderstandings. I will not hold back every time I attack. If it were not for Guolanyue stopping him, that sword attack would have definitely hit the Sixth Knight. Of course, he would not kill the Sixth Knight since it was a big battle with the beasts and it would not be appropriate. There were more and more beasts and their ranks were getting higher as well. Yi Qin jumped into the beast wave again, performing his lone peak kill again and again. Guolanyue took back her sight and said to the Sixth Knight, "You were too impulsive." Luckily, Yi Qin is not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, how would I explain to the management of the Moon Pavilion? Actually, she was the most shocked one. She had not expected that Yi Qin's sword arts would reach this level in such a short time. Even the Sixth Knight was not his opponent. No, he was not even qualified to be his opponent. If she could not recruit this scary young man into the Moon Pavilion, it would definitely be her biggest regret. The Sixth Knight let out a heavy breath. Such a horrifying sword art. Facing his sword art, I am like a kid, a joke. The Fourth Knight said seriously, "That is a killing sword. If you could not block that sword attack, you would have been killed. You are very lucky." Indeed. The Sixth Knight was still scared. Alright, now is not the time to chat. Let's kill as many beasts as we can. Do not let them get into the gold tripod city. Guolanyue said. The beast wave was different from the normal beast. In the beginning it was just the low-rank beasts which could be called cannon fodder. But in the middle and late stages the beasts' ranks would be getting higher and higher. It was almost impossible to see any beasts below rank 3. Countless beasts would form into a beast wave, attacking the warriors of the gold tripod city again and again. Kill. Although this beast wave is dangerous, it is also a chance to make some money. If we gather all the materials from the beasts below rank 3, it would be an unimaginable fortune. The beasts above rank 3 would have their pellets, which would be even more valuable. By then all the materials and pellets would be ours. If it were not for this fortune, I would not have come to the gold tripod city. It is too dangerous after all. If we are not careful, we might die. Yeah. 20 million demonic beasts, this is not a martial arts competition. There was an unwritten rule in the True Spirit continent, which was that after the beast wave, all the materials and pellets would belong to the warriors who participated in the battle. No matter how powerful the others were, they would not have the right to interfere. Otherwise, they would be attacked by all the warriors in the world, which would not be good for their reputation. Although the rank 1 beast materials were not that valuable, millions of them would be enough to make someone rich. Not to mention the rank 2 beasts, rank 3 beasts, and even rank 4 beasts. Of course, all this wealth would not be given to one person. It would belong to all the warriors who participated in the battle. But it would still be quite a lot. A lot of people would not be able to make that much money in 10 years. Beams of light shot out everywhere. There were astral-reaching realm warriors coming back from time to time. The horned dragon snake is indeed a powerful beast with the ancient beast bloodline. Even though it is wounded, it is still very powerful. On the way back, an astral-reaching realm warrior said emotionally. The astral-reaching realm warrior next to him said, "During the beast wave, the beast's behavior would become more and more crazy. If it wants to run away, we would not be able to stop it." "Alright, how are your wounds?" "Not bad. The main thing is that I had burned my Zhenyuan and hurt my meridians. I will be able to recover after half a month." "Hee, let's go check out the gold tripod city." The astral-reaching realm warriors were extremely fast. Soon they arrived in the sky outside the city. "Yeah, everything is under control. Let's go to the city wall and watch the battle. Unless it is the last resort, we will not interfere if we can." Seeing the astral-reaching realm warriors appearing on top of the city wall and not helping out, the warriors down below did not complain at all. They knew very well that if the astral-reaching realm warriors used all of their power, the small beast wave would be destroyed soon, and they would not be able to do anything. However, the astral-reaching realm warriors were all proud. Before the gold tripod city was about to be destroyed, they would definitely not help out. The Black Crow Man and the Fire Spirit had also arrived. The Fire Spirit scanned around and soon found Wu Liangyu. He laughed, "Your disciple is too reckless." He had found a top-rank 6 beast to fight with. The Black Crow Man followed his gaze and said helplessly, "Liangyu has always been so powerful. Alright, let me see how powerful he is." Wu Liangyu's opponent was a top-rank 6 beast, the Black Wind Snake. It was hundreds of meters long and looked like a small hill when it was coiled up. Its tongue was like a flying sword, making a hissing sound. Its power was no weaker than the Iron Scale Beast, it might even be slightly more powerful. However, under Wu Liangyu's attack, it was soon covered with wounds. Its tail had also been cut off, and its blood had dyed the ground red. Wu Liangyu's body flashed once, brushing past the Black Wind Snake's neck. The Black Wind Snake's huge head fell down. Its thick and long body struggled for a while but eventually stopped moving. The top-rank 6 beast, the Black Wind Snake, was killed by Wu Liangyu? How is this possible? Some of the warriors yelled out. That was a top-rank 6 beast. Although it did not have the ancient beast bloodline, it was still powerful enough to be compared to a peak-level late-clasping Yuan Realm warrior. Does this mean that Wu Liangyu has the power to kill a peak-level late-clasping Yuan Realm warrior? This year's Hidden Dragon rank, Wu Liangyu will definitely be able to shine. On the wall, the Black Crow Man smiled. Not bad, he had improved. He was able to kill the Black Wind Snake by himself. Even that little girl Murong Qingqing could not do it. The Fire Spirit, my disciple. Turning around, the Black Crow Man was about to talk to the Fire Spirit, but he realized that the latter was looking somewhere else. Out of curiosity, the Black Crow Man also looked in that direction. In his sight, there was a teenager in blue walking in the beast wave. As he waved his sword, one after another, the beasts fell down one after another. Chapter 209. The Black Crow Man was shocked. Yi Chen's sword art was very simple, and it was only that one movement. But to be able to bring out such a powerful sword movement was definitely rare. Which martial institution is he from? How come I have never seen him before? All of a sudden the Black Crow Man was confused. Black Crow, you have noticed it too. The Fire Spirit saw the expression on the Black Crow Man's face, so he chuckled. The Black Crow Man nodded. The Fire Spirit sighed. Right now the young generation is indeed at its peak. Top martial geniuses are showing up one after another. I wonder who will be able to beat the rest of the generation and walk on the path of a king. Right now it is still hard to tell. Once they all reach the astral reaching realm, it will be clear who is more powerful. The Black Crow Man said. Yeah, you are right. The astral reaching realm is a challenge. More than 90% of the young generation will be eliminated. Oh well. Yi Chen's massacre had finally attracted a top-rank 6 demonic beast. It was none other than the Wind Wolf, which had the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. It was the tyrant of the rank 6 demonic beast. Its whole body was surrounded by a heavy beast chi, which was gray in color. Only a slight bit of beast chi had spread out, and it had already frozen a lot of low-level warriors' bodies. Their blood froze as they were stomped on by countless demonic beasts. Right now, it is still a bit difficult for me to fight against it. The beasts with the ancient bloodline had an extremely powerful defense. Back in the Heaven Dream ancient place, Yi Chen had already seen it. Back then, the beasts were only at rank 3 or 4, and none of them had reached the top rank 6 level. The Wind Wolf had a huge body. Its 4 claws stood on the ground, and it opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of beast chi towards Yi Chen. Separate. Flashing his body, Yi Chen's real body walked out from the shadow. Crack. The Zhen Qi shadow was like a frozen block of ice. It started to crack inch by inch as if it was a solid entity. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was shocked. Let me help you. Out of nowhere, Guolanyue the 4th knight and the 6th knight appeared nearby. It was the 4th knight who had spoken. Yi Chen dodged the attacks of the wind wolves one after another and said, "You can come, but Guolanyue and him should not come." With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen could tell that the 4th knight was a top-tier young warrior. Even if he was weaker than him, it would not be by much. As for Guolanyue and the 6th knight, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. With the addition of 4th knight to the battle, Yi Chen felt much more relaxed, and could even counterattack occasionally. The sword chi cut open the wind wolf's protective demonic aura and left a shallow sword mark on its skin. Compared to the huge body of the wind wolf, the sword mark was almost negligible. Yi Chen frowned. Although he knew that the wind wolf's defense was very high, he didn't expect it to be this high. This battle was going to be very difficult. Earth Dragon Strike. The 4th knight pressed both of his hands on the ground, and an earth dragon made of mud rose up into the sky, and crashed towards the lunar wind wolf. The earth dragon dispersed, while the wind wolf remained unscathed. How? Possessing the bloodline of the ancient demonic beast, the wind wolf was very proud. Those barely visible wounds on its skin had angered it. It raised up its right claw and slammed down heavily. The ground was shaking. With the wind wolf's right claw as the starting point, spiderweb-like cracks started to spread out, covering both Yi Chen and the 4th knight. The next second, the demonic chi that froze their lungs rushed out from the ground, rampaging everywhere. Danger. Yi Chen was most afraid of the wind wolf's demonic chi without a doubt. That demonic chi contained horrifying yin chi, which could easily freeze a warrior's blood and muscles. Once hit by it, unless someone came to save him, he would be killed instantly by the wind wolf's next attack. His body exploded, and Yi Chen turned into dozens of shadows and spread out. His real body was the fastest. Crack, 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 crack. Without even looking, Yi Chen could tell that most of his Zhen Qi shadows had been frozen by the demonic chi. With just a slight touch, they would be shattered into pieces. Looking at where the 4th knight was, Yi Chen let out a breath. Facing the demonic chi explosion, the 4th knight did not choose to run away. Instead, she punched on the ground and created a huge mud ball, covering her up. That mud ball contained a huge amount of Zhen Qi and had an amazing defense. However, it was also frozen at the moment with a cold gray light on its surface. The mud ball exploded and the 4th knight jumped out from it. Her face was slightly pale. Around them, a lot of warriors were attracted by this battle. Wow, 2 young warriors fighting against the wind wolf. How brave. What's the use of having courage? If this continues, they will die for sure. Yeah. The biggest difference between the wind wolf and normal top rank 6 demonic beasts is that it has the bloodline of the ancient demonic beast. Its body's defense is insane. Without enough attacking power, no one would be able to win against it. Right then, a pitch-black cutting wave landed on the wind wolf's body. The wind wolf's body slightly tilted, and a long and narrow mark appeared on its body. It was very shallow and it did not even break through the skin. It is Wu Liangyu. He is here as well. The gathering of the top 3 young warriors had attracted even more attention. Flapping his wings, Wu Liangyu floated in the air, his eyebrows slightly frowning. He had been wanting to see a top-rank 6 beast with the ancient demonic beast bloodline for a long time. Unfortunately, this kind of beast was very hard to come by. This small beast wave had gathered 20 million beasts, but only dozens of them had the ancient demonic beast bloodline. 80% of them were low-rank beasts, and there were only 2 or 3 top-rank 6 beasts. One of them had already been killed by someone. This wind wolf might be the last top-rank 6 beast with the ancient demonic beast bloodline around the gold tripod city. However, what surprised him was that his full power attack could not even break through the defense of the wind wolf. The wind wolf temporarily gave up on chasing Yi Chen and the fourth knight. It turned its head and spat out a pile of evil qi, which was spinning intensely at Wu Liangyu. Flapping his pitch-black wings, Wu Liangyu instantly escaped from the attack range. Death Tornado. The first thing that Wu Liangyu did after stopping was to attack. The pitch-black cutting waves stacked on top of each other, forming into something like a tornado, covering the wind wolf and attacking it again and again. The tornado disappeared, and the wind wolf's protective Zhen Qi layer had been destroyed. Countless hairs on the surface of its body had been broken. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that besides some small wounds on the wind wolf's body, there was no blood at all. It meant that Wu Liangyu's attack was not enough to break through its defense. On the other side, the fourth knight and Yi Chen attacked again. 3 times Earth Dragon attack. The fourth knight pressed both of his hands hard onto the ground. Because he had used too much power, both of his hands had sunk into the ground. The next second, 3 Earth Dragons appeared out of the ground, attacking onto the wind wolf's neck one after another. At first glance, one would think that they had attacked at the same time. Without any time to react, the wind wolf lost its balance, its 4 claws sliding on the ground. Lone peak kill. Yi Chen's body kept appearing and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of the wind wolf's face. The Star Scar sword brought up an extremely sharp sword light, stabbing towards its eyes. If it were any other opponent, this sword attack would not be surprising at all. However, the wind wolf was able to close its eyes in that second. The sword light pierced through the wind wolf's eyelid, but no one knew if it had hurt the eyeball or not. The wind wolf was furious. Its right claw tore through the air, landing on Yi Chen's body at a speed that was a few times faster than the speed of sound. Boom. The Zhen Qi shadow was shattered, and Yi Chen's real body puked out a mouthful of blood at the same time. What a fast speed. The real body did not even have the time to escape. The good thing was that the wind wolf did not use too much of its beast qi in that moment of desperation. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as puking out a mouthful of blood. Opening its eyelids, the wind wolf's pupils had a light bloody hole. It is wounded, but it is not deep enough to affect its attacking power. Yi Chen looked regretful. Around them, waves of beasts had been killed. Old Zhao, among all the clasping Yuan realm warriors in the gold tripod city, only you alone could kill a top-rank 6 beast with ancient beast bloodline. Why don't you go take care of the wind wolf? No hurry. They are all top warriors of the young generation. Going up there would only annoy them. These two were indeed the ones who had discussed Yi Chen's sword art before. One of them was an elder who seemed to be in his 60s or 70s, and he was extremely powerful. With one casual attack, rows of beasts had fallen down. Even top-rank 6 beasts could not take one attack from him. I've never thought about that. The elder laughed. Although I can kill the wind wolf, I might not be able to win against the 3 of them together. After all, my defense is not as good as the wind wolf. It is only my attack that is powerful. In order to kill the wind wolf, one's attacking power would have to be powerful enough. For example, the elder could kill the wind wolf, but if he had to face the 3 top warriors at the same time, he might be killed. And because the 3 top warriors' attacking power was not powerful enough, they would not be able to do anything to the wind wolf. In the end, it was all about attacking and defending. Whoa. After being attacked one after another, the wind wolf had completely lost its mind. The beast qi on the surface of its body started to increase, shooting up into the sky. All the warriors who were standing close to it could only feel their bodies getting cold and numb. The more powerful warriors hurried to strengthen their Zhen Qi layer and backed out. So powerful. The great mysterious protective Zhen Qi layer let out a cracking sound. Yi Chen could not stop his body from moving, and was forced to take 3 steps back. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. The fourth knight and Wu Liangyu were also having a hard time. The wind wolf's beast qi contained a horrifying evil qi, which had weakened their Zhen Qi layer by 30%. The remaining 70% was only enough to protect them from being hurt, but not their bodies. The wind wolf hated Yi Chen the most, so it was chasing after him first. Explode. His body exploded, and Yi Chen's real body escaped from the attack range. Waving its claws, it shattered all of the Zhenqi shadows. The wind wolf turned its body around and jumped at Yi Qin again. How dare you ignore me? Seeing that the wind wolf was only chasing after Yi Qin, Wu Liangyu was very angry. He pushed his black crow great art to its limit, and 2 curved blades appeared in his hands. Death Tornado. If the wings counted as 2 blades, then Wu Liangyu had 4 blades right now. With 4 blades, he performed the Death Tornado at the same time, turning it into a Death Tornado. The cutting waves had been piled up crazily, forming a pitch-black tornado. It landed on the wind wolf's body within a second, brutally attacking. The lunar wind wolf was continuously pushed back by the waves of attacks. The huge pressure caused the ground to completely collapse and explode. It was a complete mess. However, its eyes quickly turned red, and its originally gloomy demonic aura was replaced by a faint bloody aura. It immediately blocked the attacks. Chapter 210. The wind wolf is going to use its bloodline power. The elder called Old Zhao said with a serious tone. The man next to him said, I have heard about the bloodline power, but I have never seen it before. The ancient beast bloodline is indeed very powerful. However, the wind wolf does not have much bloodline power. It can only use it once or twice at most. Oh well. The tornado disappeared, and all of the blood chi on the wind wolf's body gathered at its throat. It stepped on the ground with its 4 claws and stretched its body, letting out a destructive roar towards the sky. The roar turned into a sound wave ball, expanding with the wind wolf as the center. That speed was so fast that it could not even be described as lightning. All of a sudden, time seemed to have slowed down. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. Some of them were still in the position of killing the beasts, their blood splashing everywhere in the air. Among the crowd, only Yi Qin was shocked. The roar of the wind wolf could affect a warrior's sense of time. He, who had learned the poetic perspective of mountains and rivers, saw something different from the others. The mountain was still the mountain, and the water was still the water. The speed of the blood splashing was not slow at all, and it had already landed on the ground. Boom. His body exploded, and Yi Qin turned into countless shadows, shooting out towards the outside. The next second, the sound wave ball expanded to hundreds of meters wide, then turned into a tornado. Within the attack range, no matter if it was a warrior or a beast, all of them started to bleed and their bodies were blown away. The next second, an even more horrifying scene happened. More than half of the warriors and beasts were blown into pieces, turning into blood mist. Although Yi Qin's speed was fast, he was still not as fast as the sound wave ball expanding. He had only been grazed by it, and his ears started to bleed immediately. His heart was beating like a drum, as if it was going to jump out of his chest and explode. With a leap, Yi Qin had escaped from the most dangerous area. Turning his head, Yi Qin saw dozens of human figures shooting out in all directions, including Wu Liangyu and the 4th Knight. As for the others, their bodies had already been shattered by the sound wave, leaving no bones behind. Landing heavily on the ground, Wu Liangyu and the 4th Knight looked like ghosts. Blood could not stop flowing out of their eyes, ears, nose and mouth. They had just lifted up their upper bodies when they puked out a huge mouthful of blood. On the city wall, the fire spirit said strangely, Black Crow, this attack is not simple. You could have stopped it. The Black Crow Taoist shook his head. It's better to let him suffer some setbacks. You won't die anyway. That's really your style. But I seem to have some impression of that blue-clothed young man. A couple of months ago, I boarded the Ocean Beast of the South Chamber of Commerce on the Wild Goose Falling River. He was on that ship. The Black Crow Man did not pay too much attention to his disciple Wu Liangyu. His eyes landed on Yi Qin, who was the only one who was not injured. The fire spirit said, in a one-on-one fight he might not be able to beat your disciple. But when it comes to survival skills, your disciple will never be able to catch up with him. Yeah, that is exactly what Wu Liangyu lacks. A real powerful warrior cannot be achieved with just training. He has to go through all kinds of hardships to get a heart of gold. The wind wolf's roar had killed hundreds of warriors and hundreds of beasts. Its power was definitely horrifying. Even old Zhao, who was far away, would have to step back when facing the full power roar of the wind wolf, not daring to face it directly. However, being too powerful did not come without a price. The light in the wind wolf's eyes had dimmed a lot. Obviously, using its bloodline power by force had taken a huge toll on it. Now is the best chance to kill it. Old Zhao was very experienced, so he mumbled to himself. Right at that moment someone attacked. That burning fire wave attacked him. Meng Chao laughed out loud. This wind wolf, let me take care of it. Red burning godly palm. A red flame appeared on the Zhenqi giant palm as it landed heavily on the wind wolf's body. Boom. The wind wolf's 4 limbs were bent and sunk into the ground, bringing up dust everywhere. Die now. Meng Chao knew that this was his chance to become famous. He pushed his red burning godly art to its limit, and a sun-like fire exploded around his body. In that fire both of his hands looked like they were filled with lead. Each palm was heavier than the previous one, continuously landing on the wind wolf's body. The red fire wave spread out everywhere, burning the ground into crystals. The wind wolf kept roaring and struggling, trying to get up. But Meng Chao did not give it a chance to breathe at all, suppressing it with all his might. On the side, Yichen did not do anything. With his soul power, he could sense that the wind wolf's blood qi had not completely disappeared. Instead, it had been scattered into all of its limbs and merged into its body. Right now, after being suppressed by Meng Chao, that blood qi was showing signs of gathering together. Die. Although it was a bit unfair, Meng Chao was indeed in a good mood right now. The wind wolf that had beaten Wu Liangyu to the point where he could not even fight back was now in his hands. No matter what, it was still an honor that could not be taken away. Yi Qin frowned. That blood qi had gathered together and was all concentrated on the wind wolf's right claw. Because the right claw had sunk into the ground, no one had noticed it except for him. Crack. The ground was torn open and a blood-red claw light shot out of the ground, grabbing onto Meng Chao's protective Zhenqi layer. Under the invasion of the bloodline power, Meng Chao's protective Zhenqi was extremely weak and was easily torn into pieces. With a loud clang, Meng Chao opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood and small pieces of flesh. His whole body was blown away in shock and crashed into the beast tide, killing a few beasts along the way. Meng Chao. On the city wall, the great master of the alchemist martial school flashed his body and traveled thousands of meters to save Meng Chao from the beast wave. Even Meng Chao had fainted. I can only say that the wind wolf is too cunning. He did not expect that he would still have some tricks up his sleeves. Only one warrior from the young generation is still standing. How unexpected. In everyone's mind, among the young generation that had come to the Gold Tripod City, Wu Liangyu, the fourth knight, Meng Chao, and Yi Chen were the most powerful. Right now, Wu Liangyu and the fourth knight were badly wounded and had lost most of their battling power. Meng Chao had fainted and had been taken away by the great master of the alchemist martial school. Right now, only Yi Chen in blue was not wounded at all. The blood qi has disappeared completely. The second he decided to attack, Yi Chen cleared his mind. All of the sounds in the world had been pushed out, and he had entered an empty realm that was very hard to enter. Without any desire, Yi Chen pushed his separating shadow flying art to its limit. In the first half of the journey, one could still see a light shadow, but in the second half he had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only that light pattern in the air proved that he was still there. Lone Peak Kill. When he was only 3 meters away from the wind wolf, Yi Chen took out his star scar sword, stabbing it right into its throat. The wind wolf could only watch it happen. It had been badly wounded, so it could not dodge it at all. Its mind had been slowed down a lot. When it realized what was happening, the tip of the sword had already pierced into its skin. The second the sword pierced in, Yi Chen shook his wrist. The 11th movement of the Lone Peak 13 swords had been infused into his sword movement. Kill. It was easy to stab in. The wind wolf's body defense was indeed powerful, but the inside of its body was undoubtedly the weakest point. Even if it had the bloodline of an ancient beast, it would still be impossible to train its internal organs and muscles to the same level as its body surface defense. It was already going against all logic. As the sword pierced in, the sword qi that contained the sword intent exploded violently, crazily cutting the inside of the wind wolf's throat. If one could see through it, one could see that the inside of the wind wolf's throat had already been badly mutilated. There was no throat tissue left, only tiny pieces of flesh that had been cut by the sword qi. Pulling out the star scar sword, Yi Chen's body exploded, turning into dozens of shadows and spreading out. Just as he had expected, the wind wolf had used its most powerful attack before it died. One claw had completely blown up the ground within 100 meters radius. The powerful claw power had penetrated deep into the ground. The muffled rumbling sound did not stop for even a second, and was getting further and further away. After using its most powerful attack, the wind wolf's life force seemed to have been sucked out along with it. The wound on its neck could not be controlled anymore. Blood poured out like a fountain, reaching dozens of meters long. Its huge body started to soften, lying on the ground, not moving at all. A few hundred meters away, Yi Chen was breathing heavily. So tired. That sword attack seemed to have merged with the one-sword kill. I wonder how he did it. With only the lone peak kill combined with the 11th movement of the lone peak 13 swords, the most he could do was wound the wind wolf, but he would never be able to kill it with one sword attack. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even without the strange blood chi and part of yuan chi, the wind wolf was still one of the tyrants of the rank 6 beasts. It would not be easy to kill it. From the way Meng Chao was beating the wind wolf, it could be seen that a beast of this level would not be killed with 2 or 3 attacks. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had fallen into the empty realm, had instinctively performed the one-sword kill. Then, somehow, it had merged with the lone peak kill and stabbed into it with his mind. It was the second when he had merged with the one-sword kill that he had been able to merge with the 11th movement of the lone peak 13 swords. However, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to do it again. Right now, his mind was a mess and he did not know the details at all. If I could train that sword attack, even if I might not be invincible under the astral reaching realm, I would at least be one of the top warriors. Unfortunately, I do not have enough experience. It was luck that I was able to perform it once. If I want to perform it again, I would have to rely on my confidence. Yi Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He killed the wind wolf with one sword attack. I thought it would be a tough battle. Some warriors mumbled to themselves. His attacking power had increased drastically. It seems like he had made a huge breakthrough in that one day and one night of battling. I am so jealous. How come I did not make a breakthrough? If even you could make a breakthrough, then it would be so worthless. Only 1 out of 10,000 people could make a breakthrough in an endless battle. It would be one of the rare battling martial geniuses. After the wind wolf had died, everyone started to talk about it. Without a doubt, the center of the discussion was Yi Chen, who had descended like a star. Although no one knew his name, they all thought that he had the power to be in the top 20 of the hidden dragon rank, and was qualified to compete with the top martial geniuses in the South Rudra region. The power of that sword attack had already surpassed mine. Zhao's eyes were bright as he looked at Yi Chen. His friend said, "Is he that powerful? Killing a rank 6 tyrant beast with one attack. As far as I know, there are no more than 10 clasping Yuan realm warriors in the South Rudra region who could do that. Of course, he is not even in the top 10 because those 10 people were all facing a rank 6 tyrant beast at its peak, not the wind wolf that had lost its bloodline power and a part of its yuan qi. But it is already horrifying. He is only at the mid-clasping yuan realm. If he could reach the late-clasping yuan realm or even the peak-level late-clasping yuan realm, I wonder how horrifying he would be," Zhao explained. Chapter 211. The night passed and the morning arrived. The first beam of sunlight poured down from the dark clouds formed by the beast Qi, bringing a ray of light to the battlefield. "Buddy, we should go rest. You and I both know about the consequence of taking too many pellets." "You are right. The Jin Qi quality is dropping. Let's go back to the gold tripod city and rest for a bit." Warriors were not like beasts. Without the advantage of Jin Qi, their attacking power would drop drastically. But even without the beast Qi, the beasts still had their powerful bodies. Therefore, when the warriors reached their limit, they would immediately go back to the gold tripod city to train their Jin Qi, trying to recover their attacking power. The rest of the warriors who could still fight would continue to fight and wait for their turn. Because of this, the warriors in the gold tripod city were at a disadvantage, and the number of casualties had increased drastically. "It is time for us to attack." The fire spirit stood up. The Black Crow Man performed his Black Crow great art, and a pair of pitch-black wings grew out of his back. He nodded and said, "The beast's endurance is way beyond human warriors. If we do not attack now, the rest of the warriors will not be able to survive. But we cannot kill them all." After communicating with each other, all of the astral-reaching realm warriors started to attack. Death Tornado. It was exactly the same movement as Wu Liangyu, but it was performed by the Black Crow Man. However, it was 10 times more powerful. With one attack, at least thousands of beasts had been torn apart, and a huge area had been flattened. It was as easy as eating and drinking. Flowing Fire Blade. The fire spirit's power was not any weaker than the Black Crow man's. While he was walking, countless flame-like giant light blades were shot out, killing the beasts as if they were grass. That kind of casual and elegant artistic conception had shocked all the warriors who were still fighting on the battlefield. This is the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior? There is no way to fight back. No wonder Thunder Freer said that even if I train my sword intent to completion and am at peak level late clasping Yuan realm, I would only be able to run away and would not be able to fight back. After 1 day and 1 night, Yi Chen had not gone back to the city to rest at all. He had been fighting until now. For him, this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. If he did not try, he would definitely regret it. Seeing the astral-reaching realm warriors attacking, he did not know where the energy came from. His mental state had recovered to its peak, and there was even a sign of a breakthrough. Haha, why are you saving your Zhen Yuan? Just use a few big moves and it'll be over. In the sky, an astral-reaching realm warrior flew to an extremely high place. He slowly raised both of his hands as if he was holding something. All of a sudden, a thunder ball shining with silver lightning appeared between his 2 hands. The thunder ball expanded in the wind, and within a breath's time, it had expanded to dozens of meters in size. At first glance, one would think that he was holding a silver sun shining with lightning. Thunder explosion. He roared and swung the huge ball of lightning down. Rumble. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Miles in the distance turned into a world of thunder and lightning. Right after that, an endless bright light blossomed, lighting up thousands of miles in radius. All the martial artists below the astral-reaching realm hurried to close their eyes. They suspected that if they looked directly at that sun-like light, they would go blind. When he opened his eyes again, the world of thunder and lightning had disappeared. The remaining electric currents in the air were still crackling and roaming, and the demonic beasts that were trapped in it could not even be seen. Even the ground tens of meters deep had turned into nothingness. So powerful. He is at least at the late astral-reaching realm, and he managed to kill tens of thousands of beasts with 1 attack. A lot of people were shocked. The Black Crow Man and the Fire Spirit looked at each other. Let's see who can kill more beasts with 1 attack. No burning of Zhen Yuan. I have trained the fire element Zhen Qi. My attacking range is definitely above yours. Then let's compete. The horrifying battlefield was obviously a place for astral-reaching realm warriors to play games. They started to compete with each other, throwing out their ace attacks one after another. Every time they could kill thousands or even tens of thousands of beasts. With Yi Chen's current cultivation, he could only kill about 100 beasts with 1 attack. But of course, the attacking power could not be measured by the attacking range. For example, Yi Chen's biggest attacking range was the tornado, which could kill almost 100 beasts with 1 attack. However, the lone peak kill could only kill a couple of beasts or even 1 beast. But it was still not as powerful as the lone peak kill. On the contrary, the tornado was nowhere as powerful as the lone peak kill. The two could not be compared at all. Even so, facing an astral-reaching realm warrior with a cultivation of peak-level late clasping Yuan realm, it was not hard to imagine the disadvantage of facing an astral-reaching realm warrior. After all, the opponent would be able to cover a huge area with only 1 attack. How could one escape? Even if one managed to escape, one would be exhausted and unable to do anything. Reaching this level, Yi Chen had to think about how to deal with astral-reaching realm warriors. In less than 15 minutes, the number of beasts on the battlefield had been reduced by more than half. The remaining beasts were still a couple of times more than the warriors from the Gold Tripod City. Kill. Before, when the astral-reaching realm warriors were showing off their power, everyone had taken a break, including Yi Chen. Right now, the number of beasts had been reduced by more than half, which was definitely a good thing. Killing a beast with 1 sword attack was obviously not that many compared to the other clasping Yuan realm warriors. However, Yi Chen's sword attack frequency was unimaginably high. With each breath, his body would travel 200 to 300 meters among the beasts. In the process, he had thrown out 67 sword attacks and killed 67 beasts. The efficiency of killing beasts was almost as high as his wide-range sword attack. Tornado broken clouds. Standing on top of a massive beast's body, Yi Chen looked out. The outside of the Gold Tripod City had been dyed red. On the bloody ground, the number of beasts was less than 1 million, and the number of human warriors was around 400,000. Adding half of the warriors in the city, it would be 800,000. Out of the 2 million warriors, only 800,000 were left. The death toll had reached a shocking 1,200,000, which was definitely a terrifying number. Without reaching the clasping yuan realm, it would be like dancing on the edge of a knife in this kind of large-scale battlefield. The good thing is that the gold tripod city is only this big, so the beasts would not be able to squeeze in all the way. If it were on the grassland without any obstacles, 20 million beasts could easily kill 2 million warriors. Waving his sword and killing a beast that jumped on him, Yi Chen continued to kill. Alright, I have been suppressing it all this time. It is time for you to taste the real power of the lone peak kill. Shaking his wrist, Yi Chen stabbed his sword into the neck of the bull-type beast. Dozens of beasts in a straight line had all been pierced through by the sword chi, which was as fast as lightning. Although this attack of mine is a close combat sword attack, it does not mean that it can only kill one target. With the help of the lone peak kill, the sword chi has a horrifying piercing power. Before, Yi Chen did not use it because he wanted to try it out. Plus, there were too many beasts, so it would be better to control the consumption of Jin Qi. But now that the number of beasts had decreased drastically, Yi Chen did not have to worry so much anymore. He could just kill as much as he wanted. As the number of beasts decreased, the dark clouds formed by the beast chi in the sky had been dispersed. The golden sunlight shone down, brightening up the whole place. In the distance, in the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, a lot of human-shaped blood mist suddenly screamed. As soon as the sunlight shone on them, they were burned into smoke. What is that? Including Yi Chen, a lot of people could not believe their eyes. On the city wall, the fire spirit forced a smile. Indeed, there will be blood demons in a big battle. The Black Crow Man said, "It is very hard to form a blood demon. It cannot be directly hit by the sunlight, and it needs to have enough blood and hatred. These blood demons are all low-rank blood demons, nothing to worry about." Just as the voice of the Black Crow Taoist priest faded away, cyan smoke rose from the lake-like blood water. After that, a blood shadow couldn't help but rush out of the water, and rushed towards the shadowy corner. This blood shadow was shone upon by the sunlight, and smoke rose from its body as well. However, it was different from the human-shaped blood mist. Its body didn't dissipate all of a sudden. Instead, it slowly melted like a snowman under the scorching sun. Even a low-rank blood demon has formed. Some of the astral-reaching realm warriors were a bit surprised. Look, there is even a mid-rank blood demon. One of them reached out his hand and pointed at the dark corner of the corpse mountain. There was also a blood shadow there. It looked like a human, but the facial features were a bit blurry. A rank 5 beast was passing by, but it did not have the time to escape before it was jumped on by the blood shadow. Something shocking happened. This blood shadow somehow managed to drill into the beast's body without any hindrance. After a while it rushed out. The blood light on its body was even brighter, and its facial features seemed to be a bit clearer. Meanwhile, the rank 5 beast behind it had turned into a dried-up corpse. Such an evil existence. No wonder I saw a lot of human dried-up corpses at night. I thought they were killed by the beast that specialized in sucking human blood. Yi Chen frowned. As the dark clouds of beast chi dissipated, more blood shadows appeared, attacking towards the beasts. As for the human warriors, they were too far away from there. Plus, they were under the sunlight, so none of the blood shadows attacked. If I am not mistaken, these blood demons have been formed since yesterday. They increase their cultivation by swallowing the blood of beasts and humans. Luckily, there are no high-rank blood demons. Otherwise, even with all of our power, we might not be able to stop them. Let's kill them now, just in case it causes more trouble. The fire spirit flashed his body and arrived in the middle of the battlefield within a couple of breaths. He threw out a casual attack. That flame-like blade chi seemed to be the nemesis of the blood demons. Once it touched them, they would be burned into nothingness. Too careless. The Black Crow Man shook his head and flew into the battlefield as well. The other astral-reaching realm warriors started to attack as well. They all looked very serious, worried about the appearance of a high-rank blood demon. Although it was not that easy to form a high-rank blood demon, there were too many top-rank beasts and warriors on the battlefield. As long as they swallowed enough blood of the same rank, they might be able to create a high-rank blood demon. As the astral-reaching realm warriors attacked, they also took care of the beast. They did not want to leave any blood for the blood demons to grow stronger. Yi Chen and the rest of the warriors went back to the wall of the gold tripod city and watched the scene down below. Boom. The fire spirit had the most destructive power for the blood demons. With one attack, none of the blood demons could escape. Even after all the blood demons had been killed, the astral-reaching realm warriors still did not let their guard down. They started to use their Zhen Yuan to evaporate the blood. As for the smaller ones, they did not care about it, since the formation of the blood demons would require a huge amount of blood and hatred. Under the sunlight, the smaller ones would dry up very quickly. What everyone did not know was that there was also a huge amount of blood water in the deep underground. It was the blood that had seeped down from above, forming an underground blood river. Inside the blood river, a blood shadow appeared slowly. The face was very clear, just like a real person. He had a nasty smile on his face, and the expression in his eyes was as evil as one could imagine. It was like a combination of evil. Chapter 212. The battlefield was way too huge, it was hundreds of miles in radius. It was not until the afternoon that dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors managed to evaporate the blood river that had the potential to form a blood demon. Luckily, no top-rank blood demons appeared. The fire spirit said in relief. The Black Crow Man said, "There are different levels of top-rank blood demons. If it were a normal top-rank blood demon, I would be able to kill it for sure. If it were a bit more powerful, I think only your fire element Zhen Yuan would be able to suppress it. As for the top-rank blood demons, I am afraid only the extremely rare Sun Zhen Yuan would be able to suppress it." Another astral-reaching realm warrior walked over and laughed. Blood demons can increase their cultivation very fast in the early stages. Once they reach the top-rank blood demon level, even if they devour 100 blood essences of the same level, they would not be able to make much progress unless they devour extremely powerful essences or Seas of Souls realm warriors. Speaking of which, the blood demon's talents are way too powerful. We have spent decades to reach the astral reaching realm, but for the blood demons, as long as they have enough essences, they would be able to reach the astral reaching realm in a short period of time. The Black Crow Man laughed. "I would rather train slower than become a blood demon. Before the blood demons reach the blood demon king level, they would always be afraid of sunlight, fire, and thunder. Even if they become a blood demon king, the Zhen Yuan with the 3 elements would still be able to suppress them. Plus, you guys should not forget that the blood demons only increase their cultivation by devouring essences. Once their consciousness starts to get messed up, that would be the time for them to die." Yeah. The biggest weakness of the blood demons is that they can easily break down their consciousness. The more they devour, the faster their consciousness will break down. In the human area, almost none of the blood demons could become a blood demon king, and very few of them could become blood demon generals. However, after this incident, we have indeed been too careless. It seems like we have forgotten a lot of the horrifying records in the past 1,000 years. Everyone was speechless. In the human history, there were a few blood demon disasters. The first one was too far away from the modern era, which was in the ancient era. The second one was 50,000 years after the ancient era, and the third one was 1,000 years ago. The records for the first 2 were very vague since it was way too long ago. However, the third one was very detailed. Back then, the true spirit continent was at its peak. Almost every 3 days, there would be a small beast wave in every country. Every half a month, there would be a medium beast wave in mid-sized countries, and every half a year, there would be a large beast wave in the big countries. It had been like this for a whole year. In the endless battles, both the demonic beasts and humans had suffered great losses. The number had reached a horrifying 300 billion. The blood light had shot into the sky, turning the clouds in the sky red. The rain was also blood rain. A lot of warriors had been attacked by the blood light and turned into murderous maniacs. There were also a lot of people who had lost their minds and died. Such a horrifying environment was undoubtedly a paradise for the blood demons. Countless blood demons were born in the mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. At first, there were only a few of them, but because the humans did not manage to get rid of them in time, they continued to be born. Eventually, after the beast wave had ended, the number of blood demons had reached 100 million. Among them, there were hundreds of blood demon generals. Due to some special reasons, there was also an incomplete blood demon king. Perhaps for the whole human race, hundreds of blood demon generals and an incomplete blood demon king were not worth mentioning at all. But the disaster would not disappear just because the human race was powerful. 100 million blood demons had destroyed countless countries and devoured billions of human beings' blood. Even a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors and a Life and Death realm warrior had been killed. It should be known that not even a single Life and Death realm warrior had died in that beast wave. From then on, as long as the scale of the battle was over 1 million people, there would be people who would specifically clean out the blood demons just in case. For some reason, many of the beast waves in the past did not produce any blood demons. Even if there were, it would only be a small group and most of them would be low-rank blood demons. There would be very few low-rank blood demons. Perhaps it was because of this that people had become careless and did not pay much attention to the blood demons. Alright, the beast clouds have already disappeared. This area is completely under the sunlight, so there will not be any new blood demons. Let's go back. Yeah, there will be the army of the gold tripod city to clean up the battlefield. The dead bodies of the beasts on the battlefield were not complete. Many of them had already been shattered. But, if one collected them carefully, there would still be a lot of beast materials and pellets. On the wide street of the gold tripod city, Yi Chen and Guo Lanyue were walking side by side, preparing to go back to their respective hotels. Before the beast wave happened, today would have been the annual auction of the gold tripod city. But now it might be delayed for a while. Guo Lanyue smiled with her eyes squinted. Yi Chen said, I would like to digest some of my battle experience. After battling for a long time, there were a lot of things that he did not have the time to digest and understand. Yi Chen needed to train while his memory was still very clear, turning all of those experiences into his own power. Hehe, you are indeed a training maniac. But our moon pavilion needs martial geniuses like you. Guo Lanyue's eyes were filled with passion. She was sure that once Yi Chen joined the moon pavilion's 7 knights, he would be able to push the 7 knights to a whole new level, although he might not be as powerful as the 3rd knight right now. Yi Chen shook his head and said, wait until I have a reason. Maybe I will join the moon pavilion. Right now, the moon pavilion is not attractive enough for me. For Yi Chen, everything he did must have a purpose. He could not do it blindly and irresponsibly. Right now, he did not have any reason or purpose to join the moon pavilion. The more Yi Chen rejected, the more anxious Guo Lanyue was. She planned to report Yi Chen's situation to the management and the leader of the building as soon as she got back to the moon pavilion. They arrived at the hotel where Yi Chen was staying. After greeting each other, the two of them separated. Young warrior, the bath water is ready for you. Outside the guest room, the waiter said with respect. Tipping the waiter 10 silvers, Yi Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the bathroom, Yi Chen relaxed and closed his eyes slightly. He tried to recall everything that happened on the battlefield. Maybe it was because of his soul power, but some of the details that he usually did not pay attention to were all recalled. For example, a certain sword attack, a certain dodge, a certain kill. There seems to be something wrong with the angle? The dodging route is too sloppy. The kill is not clean enough. The more he tried to recall, the more mistakes Yi Chen realized. It was not because his power had dropped, but because he had been fighting way too often. Once or twice would be enough to keep him at his best condition, but after 1,000 or even tens of thousands of times, mistakes would be hard to avoid. Even for Yi Chen. Slowly letting out a mouthful of dirty air that did not exist, Yi Chen opened his eyes and mumbled to himself, there sure are a lot of mistakes. This is what humans are like, full of uncertainty. Swoosh. Standing up from the bath, Yi Chen's slim and muscular body was vaguely visible under the cover of the steam. Right now he was already 17 years old and his body was basically fully developed, which made him look even more powerful and explosive. Changing into clean clothes, Yi Chen went back to his bedroom and started to meditate and train quietly. On the battlefield that was filled with dead bodies, groups of fully armed soldiers were collecting the materials and pellets from the dead bodies of the beasts. Right next to them were huge wooden carts. So many beast materials, how much money would it cost? How about we hide a few beast pellets, the kind of high-grade ones? I advise you not to do anything stupid. Can't you see that someone is watching? If you are discovered, you will be executed immediately. Hehe, I am just joking. This kind of joke is not funny. The beast wave was taken care of by the warriors who participated in the battle. We did not contribute much and it is not like we got nothing. As long as we collect all the beast materials and pellets, we will all get about 5%. If we split it evenly, it would be equivalent to 1 or 2 months of our income. So, just do what you are supposed to do and don't think about anything else. The old captain of the soldiers advised patiently. Deep underground. Inside the blood river. The blood shadow sensed the aura of the humans on the ground and was a bit restless. After a long time it calmed down. No, these humans are too weak. Devouring their blood will only do me more harm than good. It will only make me collapse faster. Never mind, I will rest in the blood river for a while and try to consolidate my power. Blood demons were a strange kind of existence. They were born from the essence and resentment in blood. The information in their minds was very complicated, but there was no doubt that once they reached a certain level, they would be able to organize the complicated information and produce a unique intelligence. Laughing viciously, the blood shadow slowly sank into the blood river. Days passed by, and Yi Chen was still in the closed-door training mode. On the 5th day, a sharp intent burst out in the guest room, and the calm air started to ripple. Break. Opening his eyes, 2 beams of sword chi shot out from his eyes. Yi Chen opened his mouth and shouted with a low voice. Oh. The air ripple was cut open quickly, and a vague sword shadow flashed and disappeared. This sword shadow could not be seen by others, but only Yi Chen could feel it. A faintly discernible sound was heard. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at it. The bonsai in front of him shook slightly, and its leaves drooped down. It seemed like an invisible power had killed all of its vitality, and it became lifeless. 30% sword intent is entry-level sword intent, and 99% is entry-level sword intent. Right now, I am at around 50% sword intent. Sword intent was something like an illusion. Normally, it was hard to get into the beginner level, and it would be slightly easier in the later stages. Because before reaching the beginner level, one would not be able to feel its existence. Being able to learn the sword intent meant that one had to have a strong mind and a unique understanding of sword arts. Yi Chen had already learned the sword intent, and he had reached entry-level sword intent. He already had a certain understanding of the sword intent, which was why he knew what was needed for the growth of the sword intent and how to improve it. Without a surprise, the others were the same. However, it was only relatively easy in the later stages. A lot of people had limited potential or because they were living in a small environment, which made their sword intent stagnate. Therefore, there were very few people who could reach entry-level sword intent, and 1 in 10,000 would be able to reach entry-level sword intent. As for the completed sword intent, there were not that many people in the whole True Spirit continent. Therefore, no one knew what was beyond the completed sword intent. According to Yi Chen's understanding, the sword intent was a bit like a support tool. For example, a normal sword chi could cut a piece of steel, but if it contained the sword intent, it might be able to cut 2 pieces of steel. The reason was that the sword intent had changed the structure of the sword chi, which made the sword chi firmer and more destructive. However, the process of the sword intent changing the sword chi could not be affected by sword artists. Or in other words, with Yi Chen's current cultivation, he was not able to affect the sword intent yet. But of course, the sword intent was not completely like a support tool. Because it was invisible, it could cut through the void and could not be affected by any evil. Just like that attack just now, it seemed like it did not exist, but it had actually killed the bonsai instead of destroying it. Chapter 213. A light knocking sound came from outside the room. In fact, this sound would be heard once a day. Getting off the bed, Yi Chen said, "Come in." Crack. The door was pushed open and the waiter walked in with a gold card. "Young warrior, this is the VIP card that your friend asked me to give you." Yi Chen took it over and had a look. On it was written, "Gold Tripod City Auction House VIP card." "A girl?" Yi Chen asked. "Yes." Yi Chen did not need to guess to know who it was. He asked again, "How many days until the Gold Tripod City auction? Any news?" "It should be tomorrow." "Oh, go prepare some food for me." Putting away the VIP card, Yi Chen ordered. After 15 minutes, the food and wine were all served. Yi Chen was enjoying the food in the living room. On the 3rd street next door. Inside the guest room of the luxurious restaurant, Guolanyue, the 6th night and the 4th night were all there. They were discussing something. "Manager Gua, are you sure you want to recruit him into the Moon Pavilion?" The 6th night was playing with a small dagger. Guolanyue said, "Of course. It would be such a shame if we did not use such a talent." The 4th night had not fully recovered yet. His face was a bit pale as he said, "It would be very difficult. Geniuses all have their own way of doing things. It would be strange if it was not difficult. Just like the other 3 in the 7 nights, they are all top geniuses of their martial institutions. It took a lot of effort to invite them." The 6th night laughed. "It seems like Manager Guo already has a plan." "It is not really a plan. We can only try to leave a good impression on him. When it is necessary, we can make him owe us a favor. For example, during this auction, if he has something that he likes, but he does not have enough money, I would not mind lending him some." Guolanyue revealed a smile on her face. As the manager of the Moon Pavilion, although her position was not really high, she could still use some resources. It seems like I have to train harder. Otherwise, I might really be kicked out of the 7 nights. The 6th night was feeling a bit stressed. The 2nd day. Morning. The number of warriors on the street had increased again. Many of them were even wounded. I heard that there will be a fire dragon fruit in this gold tripod city auction. I wonder if it is true? The fire dragon fruit is indeed a great item. For us clasping Yuan realm warriors, it is definitely a top-grade pellet. Unfortunately, we are not rich enough. Yeah. Even if all of our assets were added up, we probably wouldn't even be able to buy the skin of the dragon fruit. That's enough. We've arrived at the auction house. At the grand and spacious entrance of the auction house, the few of them walked in side by side. Dragon fruit. Good stuff. Yi Chen fell into deep thought as he listened to the other party's words. He was currently at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, and if he wanted to reach the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, he would have to accumulate Jin Qi slowly, which would not happen overnight. However, with this fire dragon fruit, he would be able to reach the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm within a short period of time, which would save him a lot of time. After entering the gate, there was a gorgeous passageway on the right. 2 martial artists were guarding the passageway. It should be the VIP passage. Yi Chen walked over and flashed his VIP card. The warrior said with respect, "Please come in." Walking out from the other side of the passageway, Yi Chen saw Guolanhua. She was standing outside of the number 7 VIP room, and his VIP card was also number 7. Guolanhua laughed. "Yi Chen here?" Entering the luxurious VIP room, Yi Chen looked around for a while before sitting on the leather chair in the middle. Guolanhua sat right next to him. "I heard that there will be a fire dragon fruit in this auction," Guolanhua said casually. Yi Chen nodded. "I know. This fire dragon fruit is not a normal treasure. Without at least 300,000 to 400,000 low-rank soul stones, it would be hard to get it. But I can lend it to you for now." Yi Chen smiled but did not say anything. Soon the auction had started. The auctioneer with gray hair walked onto the stage. He started with the opening speech, then said, "Just like before, the gold tripod city auction will be divided into 2 parts. The first part will be trading with gold and the second part will be trading with soul stones. I'm sure that the first part will have a lot of treasures. Some of the treasures might even be more valuable than the treasures in the second part. If there are people who are interested but do not have enough gold, you can exchange soul stones for gold. The exchange rate is 1 to 350. Of course, our gold tripod city auction will only accept soul stones for gold. Exchanging gold for soul stones is against the rules. Now let the auction begin. Let's bring the first item to the stage." As the auctioneer finished talking, the whole place quieted down. A beautiful waitress walked out from the backstage with a round plate in her hand. The first item is a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art manual, named the Clear River Spell. It is named after the Clear River Spell. The Zhen Qi trained with it would be much denser than normal top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. The starting price is 30,000 gold, and each increment must be at least 1,000 gold. Taking off the silk on the plate, the auctioneer introduced the name and the effect of the manual. 32,000. 35,000. Most of the bidders were condensing reality realm warriors. Although a lot of them had top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts, they still had a few high-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. Some of them did not even have top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. Therefore, every time there was an auction they would try their best to fight for it. Soon, the Clear River Spell was bought by a mid-condensing reality realm warrior for 48,000 gold. Taking a sip of the tea that the waitress had brought, Yi Chen looked relaxed. He leaned back on the leather chair. Some of the items in the first part of the auction would not be that good, so he would not bid for it. But, seeing how excited everyone was, he found it quite interesting. As time passed, the value of the items in the auction got higher and higher. The next item should be quite familiar to everyone. Those who use blades will definitely like it. The 37th item, a low-rank great weapon, the blue light blade. Boom. The whole auction room was suddenly filled with excitement. A low-rank great weapon had appeared in the first part of the auction, which was rare. No wonder the auctioneer was so confident. The starting price of the blue light blade is 1 million, and each increment must be no less than 50,000. Those who are interested, please start bidding. 1,500,000. 2 million. 3 million. Within a few breaths, the price of the blue light blade had shot up to 3 million. But Yi Chen was a bit surprised. When he was in the northwest auction house of the Windy Nation, the top low-rank great blade, the sky-splitting blade, only had a starting price of 300,000 gold. This blue light blade was not as powerful as the sky-splitting blade, but it still had a starting price of 1 million. Of course, the final result should be about the same. The sky-splitting blade was bought by Lynch for 5,700,000 gold. Presumably, the final price of this blue light blade would not be lower than that. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was not the Windy Nation. There were way too many rich people. Just as Yi Chen expected, the blue light blade fell into the hands of a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, and the final price was 5,500,000 gold. The first part of the auction is about to end. Now, it is the last item which is also the highlight of the auction. My friends who are short of gold, do not forget that we can exchange soul stones for gold at a ratio of 1 to 350. A lot of people rolled their eyes. In the market, a low-rank soul stone was worth around 400 gold. Sometimes there would be a drop in the price, but it could still be exchanged for 400 gold. But here it was 1 to 350, which meant that a low-rank soul stone could only be exchanged for 350 gold. Guolanue laughed. Don't be fooled by the looks of disdain on most people's faces. When it comes to the critical moment, there must be a lot of people who want to exchange for gold. Yi Chen nodded. The last item of the first part of the auction would not be something simple. Some of the clasping Yuan realm warriors did not lack soul stones, but it did not mean that they did not need gold. After all, most of the time hundreds of thousands of gold would be more than enough. Waiting until the beautiful waitress put the round plate on the auction table, the auctioneer lifted up the silk cloth and said with a loud voice, "The last item of the auction, 3 sword-shaped plants." Sword-shaped plant. Yi Chen frowned. He had never heard of this kind of spiritual grass. Contrary to Yi Chen's reaction, a lot of clasping Yuan realm martial artists in the other VIP rooms were tempted. There were even 1 or 2 astral-reaching realm martial artists among them. The auctioneer said slowly, "Everyone should know about the natural moat gorge of the Wild Goose Falling River. Back then, when the Battle King split open the Sky Pillar Mountain and formed the natural moat gorge, the remaining sword intent had not dissipated even after 500 years. It has been covering the inside of the natural moat gorge all this time. If you go in recklessly, you will definitely have your soul crushed by that horrifying sword intent, and you will be dead for sure. It is said that there was once an astral-reaching realm warrior who went in, and since then no one has seen him ever again. Within the area of the natural moat gorge, there were almost no plants that could survive. Even if someone tried to plant some, the life force in the seeds would be destroyed by the sword intent left behind by the Battle King. However, there was always a chance of survival. On the outer mountain wall of the natural moat gorge, there was a kind of plant that had survived. It was called the iron rock plant, which was extremely tough. Normal people would not be able to cut it apart with only a single attack. It was this kind of plant that had survived the Battle King's sword intent and slowly turned into a new kind of plant, the sword-shaped plant. Of course, not every iron rock plant could turn into a sword-shaped plant. The chance was so low that not even 1 out of 10,000 of them would succeed. Once the iron rock plant turned into a sword-shaped plant, it would absorb a tiny bit of sword intent. This sword intent had no shape or form, but it was very precious to the sword artists who had learned the sword intent. It was said that there had been people who had broken through the limit of the sword intent with the help of the sword-shaped plant and achieved entry-level sword intent. There were also people who had achieved entry-level sword intent. There were countless examples. You can all go and ask for proof. Inside the VIP room, after hearing the auctioneer's explanation, Yi Chen thought to himself, "I see. The Battle King's sword intent is way too powerful. Going to the natural moat gorge would be suicide. But the sword-shaped plant would be different. It does not contain a lot of sword intent, so it would not be dangerous." "What? Are you interested? This thing is very popular. You are so unlucky. Because of the beast wave, there were a lot of sword artists who had come to the Gold Tripod City. A small portion of them had already learned the sword intent, including an astral-reaching realm sword artist. He would definitely not give up on the sword-shaped plant." Guolanue was very happy. Looking at Yi Chen, she knew that he was interested in the sword-shaped plant. But with his wealth, how could he compete with an astral-reaching realm sword artist? Then she would be able to lend him some gold and make him owe her a favor. Yi Chen did not care too much about it. He did not have much, but he had plenty of gold. If he did not have enough gold, he still had a lot of jewelry and manuals. He even had millions of soul stones. It would be a piece of cake for him to get the sword-shaped plant, You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.